The sun is shining here at Knox for Sunday, four-wheel drive day here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. We're back for 2025, fourth time around of the Vintage Bash. 483 entries across the whole entirety of this event. Today is four-wheel drive day. Everything from the late 70s, early 80s, right through to the end of the 1990s. An incredible array of cars on display. That's all in front of us. 4 rounds of head-to-head Reedy style racing, rotating grids throughout the day. Every race is a race. There's no qualifying, there's no finals. The track is about to open behind me. So that's what we've got to look forward to. 4 rounds of heads-up racing, four-wheel drive. There'll be the final running of the 1989 two-wheel drive World Championships final rerun, if you like. So 10 replica cars. If you were with us yesterday, you would have seen that 10 beautiful replica cars from that St Ives race in 1989. They raced twice yesterday. The Hirosaka car won both times. Of course it did. Those guys will go head-to-head again later on this afternoon. A couple of other little bits and pieces that we're trying to line up throughout the day to share with you. We're going to take you for some pit walks, meet some of the drivers, have a look at some of the incredible cars. There were some pretty cool cars yesterday, but four-wheel drive day even more so. Some amazing cars, some Japanese cars, American cars, European cars, all sorts of stuff. Some cars that were made to work here in Australia. They didn't work anywhere else in the world. We'll look at all of that kind of stuff as the day goes on. We've got Mitch on the mic who'll be leading us through the day. You'll hear he and I bouncing around on the commentary. We'll bring you as much on-track action as we can, as well as getting off-track. As we go through each race, we're going to pick out some of the key cars, or the interesting cars and the interesting drivers, and talk to some of those guys after the races. We're going to show you around St Ives. There we go. I think I'm in Sydney. I think it's 1989. We're going to show you around Knox, of course, through the morning. But right now, we're going to go out on track, and we might as well start here with Heat 1, Round 1. So let's go and join Mitch live here as the Vintage Bash 4.0 gets underway.
And a big welcome to race day number 2 here, Sunday's racing. We've got four-wheel drive on the cards here for us today. 15 heats per round, 4 rounds in total. A big day of vintage racing ahead of us here at Knox Off-Road RC. Going to be a great day here for the Bash 4.0. International drivers coming from around the world here for this event. Plenty on the cards.
So pre-1987 class underway this morning on four-wheel drive day here at the Bash. We're going to pick out some of the very cool cars, and there are some very cool cars that are running with us today. And we're going to start with the blue-red car right in front of the driver's stand right now, just heading along that front chute. Nathan Marsh driving the Kyosho Turbo Rocky. So the Kyosho Turbo Rocky came out around about that 1986 kind of period. Chain drive as we follow along with Nathan Marsh along the back straight. He's taken his inspiration from Lou Solar for this one. It's the Turbo Rocky chassis underneath, but of course not the Turbo Rocky body shell on top. I think it's an AYK Boost body shell that he's running on that one. We saw Lou running one of those cars earlier in the year up in Queensland, and I think might have even run it here at the Bash last year. But that's what we started with this morning. Nathan Marsh here in the pre-87 category. Oh, we've got a broken front end on a Tamiya Avanti right here at race control. That's that one out. So the Rocky, the chain drive, and this was really the era in which the battle for supremacy of drivetrain technology was roaring. Chain drive, belt drive, shaft drive. We've probably just about got all of those in this race. Maybe not a belt drive car in this one, but certainly some shaft-driven Tamiya cars, the chain-driven Turbo Rocky. There's a Marui, a Samurai, I think I see out there as well. So I might try and pick up with the Samurai. Let me find him on the racetrack coming up the back straight right now. Silver and black turning into turn one. All turns a little bit early, catches the pipe. I think that's a Samurai. It is. So Marui, one of the Japanese manufacturers prevalent in the 1980s, and a Samurai, one of my favourite looking buggies of that era. A little bit similar to the Kyosho Optima in some ways, but not rear motored. So we had a look at a Marui Galaxy yesterday. That was the two-wheel drive stablemate. So the Samurai, of course, the four-wheel drive as he runs down the back straight. Oh, getting a little bit sideways there through turn 3 and upside down. The Samurai goes upside down. So now we've got the Samurai and the Rocky right together side by side. Big welcome to everyone who's joining us live around the world on YouTube or Facebook. We are up and live and running across multiple platforms, courtesy of RC Race Media. If you want the best quality images, head over to the RC Race Media YouTube stream and follow us live there. But we're live across multiple Facebook channels as well. Jump in the comments. Tell us where you're from, what you're enjoying, what kind of cars you want to see here today on 4-Wheel Drive Day as we go on board with the Kyosho Optima, the rear motor, as he just pulls to the outside there. Car number 6. So we'll follow along a lap. So following along with the Kyosho Optima right there in front of the driver's stand. I think that's the end. Are we at the end of the race? We are. We're done. So as you cross the line, you're done, drivers. Those of you who were here yesterday know you just turn into the left here after the start-finish line. For those who weren't here yesterday, that's what we do. Turn in left here after you cross the start-finish line. Thank you, drivers. That's race number 1 in the books. We'll go back to Mitch to lead us in to the second heat.
Right, so we'll get our drivers making your way off the stand, please. All drivers making your way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please, guys. Straight out to Marshall. All right, so we'll get our drivers to make your way onto the grids, please. Drivers making your way onto the grids. Hey, Mark Rogers. Mark Rogers, if you want to just check it over the loop for me, mate, I'll just quickly chuck it in. Oh! Watch ahead of you guys. There we go. Gotcha. Thanks, matey. Alrighty, so the order for this race, race number 2, will be Dean Fisk on 1, Mark DeBono on 2, Chris Volta in the 3, Patrick Wadden on 4, James Knight on 5, Carlo Rigny on 6, Louis Sola on 7, Yuzo on 8, John Perkins on 9, Atsushi Hara on 10, and Mark Rogers in the 11th spot. All right, drivers. We've got our marshals out there ready to go. Marshals watching your corners. Drivers watching your cars. We're going to go racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Pre-87 race number 2 here. Everyone underway as they work their way around on their first racing laps for the day. Pre-87 class, 5 heats strong today. Sushihara starting from near the rear of the grid, driving the Yokomo. The Yokomo 834B, all collecting the pipe there in the background. Everyone working their way around. Mark DeBono in the lead. JP, John Perkins in the 2 spot. Those two working their way to the front straight away. Good battle going on out front. Mark DeBono coming under pressure now from John Perkins. They work their way through the tabletop. One car getting carried off in the delicate hands of Scotty Giles. So we work our way down the back straight away. Perkins making his way into the lead now. Mark DeBono relegated to the 2 spot as they work their way through the hip jump. In the 3 spot we'll have, coming across the line here, Chris V still in P3. Mark Rogers in the 4 now. Rogers working his way from the back of the grid up to 4th spot. So still on board here with John Perkins in the RCL incident. Very rare car. John Perkins racing around today in the 4-wheel drive. So he works his way down the back straight away. So 2:45 down, 2:15 left on the clock. We got JP, John Perkins out front, Mark DeBono in the 2. Chris V and Mark Rogers having a great battle in 3 and 4. Good battle going on at the moment between 3rd and 4th. Chris V and Mark Rogers. They're working their way around into the hip jump. Oh, up the inside there for Mark Rogers with a Robo-Zerta. So he works his way now into the tabletops. Mark Rogers, a long-time racer. I think one of my first interstate races I saw Rogers cleaning up around the track down in Victoria. John Perkins leading the way. Mark DeBono in 2. Now we have Mark Rogers up to the 3 spot. Yuzo in the 5. James Knight in 6, Carlo in the 7 at Sushi. Looking to have a slow lap here, might even be out. Oh, we got one broken coming around the first corner there as well. So JP, John Perkins working his way through the hip jump. In the 2 spot, we'll have Mark DeBono coming across the line. Rogers starting to close on up. No, a little ways back now on a slow lap here as well. Mark Rogers possibly having issues out there. Final 30 seconds left on the clock. So our leader catching up on a fair bit of traffic. I think we have Mark Rogers and Atsushihara having issues from this race. Both look to be off the stand. So that promotes Chris V up to the 3rd spot now. James Knight up to 4. Carlo Rigny up to 5. Timer starts to tick on down. Couple of drivers upside down around the tabletop. It's all clear now. John Perkins coming home with the win. First driver to finish there. Just a reminder, drivers, once you are finished, turn left after the timing loop and pull them up. So drivers just in front of race controller here, after you cross the timing loop, just turn left. And that will be all drivers done. John Perkins taking the win in race number 2. Mark DeBono, Chris V rounding out your top 3. And once again, just a reminder, drivers, making your way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please. Straight out to Marshall. Next race up, race number 3. Oh, you're right. Number 2 today. Just a reminder, drivers, when going out to Marshall, please walk around the outside of the track. Same with bringing your cars to the track. Don't walk on the infield. Don't walk on the inside of the track. All right, so we should have all of our marshals out there, guys. All marshals should be out in place. We're going to have cars to the grid if not out there already. In the 1 spot, we'll have Aaron DeFinner. In 2, we'll have Phil Martin. In 3, we'll have Paul Mansell. In 4, we'll have Scott Marks. In 5, Chris Boland. In 6, Dean Kay. In 7, Robbie Norman. In 8, Nick V. In 9, Joel Bradshaw. In 10 will be Jason V. In 11, we'll have Chris Kirikow. We should have another marshal over the left-hand side. Come on. How awesome. Thank you. We've got another fishing rod up on the stand there as well. Just watch your eyes whilst you're up there, drivers.
No, you're right. I'm looking at Scotland.
Oh, no. Out before we start. Alrighty, we are ready to go here. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, please watch your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Race number 3 on track. Pre-87 forward drive. Caution coming into turn 1. That's all clear now. Caution after the step on, step off. That'll be clear as well now. Everyone working their way around on their first lap. We got Paul Mansell lead in the way. It's got Marks in 2, Chris Boland in 3, Nick V in the 4. Chris Kirikow in that 5 spot. Oh, no issues for our leader. Paul Mansell getting taken off. So that's going to allow Scott Marks on now up to the top spot. Chris Boland up to P2. Nick V up to the 3 spot. Chris Kirikow into 4. Robbie Norman will go up to 5. As Paul Mansell starts to drop down the order. Issues early on in this race. All right, we're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guy with a pit walk interview. Take it away, Scotty.
We talked about him on track in that first run, and I've grabbed Nathan Marsh for a chat. We'll talk about the car in a moment. Marshy, tell us, how's the weekend been going for you?
Mate, it's been a pretty good weekend. It's pretty smooth. It's a long journey down here, which is a bit tiring on a first leg to Wodonga. But pitting and bunking with about 8 blokes, including Mitch on the mic. So it's been interesting.
I think interesting is the perfect word. Speaking of interesting, tell us about the car you just ran in that first four-wheel drive heat.
Mate, Turbo Rocky, Louis Solar inspired. He's got one like this. I think he's got a few little differences. I think he's running the Platinums. I've gone with the Kyosho Golds. This one has got, similar to his, it's got the AYK boost body on it. I'll take the lid off for you. So,
While you take that body off, mate, we'll have a look inside. Maybe we'll just put that down on the table so we can have a good look at it. I'm being told to ask you about the snoring symphony at the frat house last night. Are you going to tell me something about what's happened there?
Well, I'm not going to take 100% responsibility for it. I think Mitchell Pratt had a couple of little snoring issues as well with Dominic Blackman in his room, and Mark Fish, who actually woke me up at 2 o'clock with a pillow to a certain region I won't mention, just to wake me up. So Turbo Rocky, about 1986, 87, chain drive, the alterations to this, the carbon fibre top tower, carbon fibre towers at the rear, top deck. We've deleted the mechanical speed control spot. and just so I can put more electrics there. You can see it's hard to find space there. You don't want to put it up front because it can't run the body. And nice, easy to run a shorty pack in it. And I'm rocking the Torque Tune today in that. So, yeah, pretty nice.
And, I mean, how was it to drive?
Mate, it was beautiful, even without in-tow at the rear because they didn't have that at that stage. It'd be nice to get some 3D printed arms, but it was a beautiful drive with the Kyosho soft tyres on it. And, yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a nice cruisy run first up. I'm glad I wasn't in the second race because it looked like it was a real fight.
Is in-tow the same as tow-in?
Yes, but I am a podiatrist, so that's why I say in-tow.
What else are you running today in four-wheel drive, mate?
I'm running the Rubrix RX4, which Scott Pettit ran last year. He's got his own now from Ruben Gonzalez. So it's a beautiful drive. I drove that up the muster and competed quite well there. I've made a few changes for this track being a bit bigger, but I'm really looking forward to driving that one.
So that'll come up a little bit later in the 97 to 2000 class, is that right?
Yeah, 94 to 2000, and that RX4 is a real close replica, if not perfect replica, of Masami's 97 IFMAR World's winning car over there at Ranch Pit Shop.
You're the kind of head honcho for Chargers Vintage Crew back home in Brisbane, Australia. Tell us a little bit about what's happening at Chargers.
Right, so it looks like we had a really successful Vintage Muster, our first this year. We will have obviously we'll back that up with 2.0 next year. We'll make a few changes based on what we learnt from that one. But we'll also have another special event around July for one of our well-known members. We'll tell you more later, but it'll be called the HD80. Some people will know straight away what I'm talking about, but it will be called the HD80.
And you've got a purpose-built racetrack there, right? So the club's put down a track just for vintage racing.
Yeah, it's a nice small track. It's about half to two-thirds the size of this track at Knox. It's really intimate. You can get right around the space. Nice old-school driver's stand. We will put a roof on that. But the track is a real nice high-grip track. A few Victorians came up. Louis, Aaron Defina, Cookie and Ashley Coble came up. They had a ball. So I think they're back next year. And I've been chatting to a few people around the pits, and everyone's super keen to back that bash performance up with the muster next year. So it's good to have a couple of venues to run the vintage and look forward to.
I think you just said that vintage RC at Chargers is intimate. Is that, I mean, what do you mean by that?
Well, mate, Scotty, I'm not going to go into the details, mate. So, no, it is a lovely atmosphere. Really, really close. You're right on the track. It's like Suncorp Stadium. You know, the viewers are right there on the track. You can stand all the way around it. And we'll make changes that makes it even more so, yeah, for next year.
Tell me one car that's not in your collection. This is our last question. One car that's not in your collection that you've got your eye on that you want to add to the Nathan Marsh vintage collection.
Well, I just added, I don't know if there's many, but I just added a Marui Samurai, thanks to Andrew Donaldson. He goes by Donald Ford as well, and we call him Lipo because he has 150 cars and doesn't own a battery. Yeah, thanks to him, I've added that. But there's not many. I've really got an affinity for these chain drive cars now. So there'll probably be something with a chain in it that I'm looking for soon.
Thank you, mate. Hope you have a great weekend.
You too, Scotty. Thank you.
We're going to go back on track in a minute, but before we do that, I just want to show you this little collection that's starting to emerge here of replica four-wheel drive IFMAR World Championship cars. So we've got a couple of gaps we're trying to fill in today, but the Masami 1987, the Hirosaka 1989, we'll come back and have a closer look at these a little later. And then Pavitas from Japan in 1995. So we'll come back when that collection fills out. But back over to Mitch now as we go back on track as racing continues here at the Vintage Bash.
Caution before front straight. And a big welcome back to everyone to racing action here. Out front in this one early on, we've got Andrew Cook leading the way. So running order after the first lap around, we got Andrew Cook leading the way, Rob G in the 2, Dean Evans in 3, Ryan Bradshaw in 4, Darren Johnson in the 5. Oh, we are on board with Andrew Cook. May have just skipped out on the timing line. I think he has to go back over the timing line now. He's going to put him back a few spots. This is going to make it a little bit more interesting. Puts him back into P3, right in the mix of things now. They're on board here with Andrew Cook with the Yokomo. He's right in the battle now. We're not on board. I'm being told the camera's fallen off. Oh. All right, so out front we got Darren Johnson leading the way. He's got a huge gap out there at the moment. All right, so we're going to pass you over to Scotty Guide. He's got some cool stories to tell right here.
We're going to try and pick up with Darren Johnson, who is right about to come in front of the driver's stand now, or just does the big donkey flip as I say that. The Mugen Bulldog. There's a couple of them there, right together on the racetrack in front of the driver's stand. I think DJ's just gone upside down, but I wanted to tell you a little bit about this car. Into the tabletops we go. The second of those two cars in particular, but they're both the Mugen Bulldog. So Mugen, of course, known as a high-performance brand right through to today, but the Mugen Bulldog, one of their first, shall we say, race-worthy buggies. Didn't pick up a big following around the world, but here in Australia became highly popular through that mid-1980s, 85, 86, 87, winning a national championship in that era, and there's a original car from that 1986, I think it was, Nationals over in the pits. We'll try and get a look at that a little bit later. But Darren and his business partner are in the middle of reproducing big components of that car so that it will be available to run again. So I think they're calling it the Pitbull, and this is the version that Darren is running down the back straight as Andrew Cook rounds him up. So we're going picture in picture. We're on board with Andy Cook in the Yokomo. Cookie, oh, how good would it be if Cookie slowed down and followed the Pitbull for a lap or two so we could watch that Pitbull from behind? That would be amazing, Cookie. That would be amazing, Cookie. So we're for those on board on the stream, we're watching on board with Andrew Cook and Darren Johnson in the Pitbull, the Mugen Bulldog. Belt driven, originally had air shocks, 2 air shocks, one each end, monoshock. Originally coming with 4-wheel steering. Most people locked out that 4-wheel steering fairly quickly. As we stay on board with Andy Cook, who's driven away. That's a different Bulldog there following along behind Andy Cook. But we'll see a bunch of those Bulldogs running in this pre-87 class. Fantastic handling cars, and certainly Darren's been working really hard to bring some parts and the capacity to run those cars and run them hard the way they were run back in the day. We'll go back to Mitch to wrap this one up as we continue with round 1 of Forward Drive.
We got 30 seconds left on the clock here. Andrew Cook leading the way. Darren Johnson in 2. Jason Curtis in 3. Mark Fisher in 4. Rob in that 5 spot. So Cookie pulling that gap out to 8 seconds now. Caution going into the tabletops. Caution into tabletops. Andrew Cook going around for another lap here. Looking to complete 10 laps in our pre-87 forward drive race number 4. Race number 5 drivers should be over at the driver's stand ready to go. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. Devon caught at the line, coming home in P3. Good battle going on right at the end there between Jason Curtis, Mark Fisher and Dean Evans. Andrew Cook coming around, taking the win here in race number 4. Just waiting on Rob, still working his way around. Rob sneaking through for the extra lap. And that will be all drivers done. Andrew Cook taking the win over Rob and Devon. So we're just looking at the moment at Andrew Cookie's car. You can see the camera, Scotty Guy. It's pointing to the camera just there on and on Andrew Cook's Yokomo. So up now, we have race number 5 coming up. We're going to drive to the previous race, making your way out to Marshall Leaf now, not already out there. All right, so drive to the previous race should all be out to Marshall. In this race number 5 of 5. On P1, we'll have Michael Harlow. On 2, Anthony Miller. On 3, we'll have Heath Murray. On 4, Jensen Spencer. On 5, Jose Cond. On 6 will be Alexander Marks. On 7, Dominic Blackman. On 8, Stephen Peckham. And on 9, Luke Button. All right, we are getting set to go here. We should have all of our marshals out there. One car still making its way to the grids. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here. Race number 5 of 5 for Pre-87. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Pre-87, race number 5 of 5. 5th race of the day. Oh, look whose transponders we don't have. Dominic Blackman, typical. All right, so everyone checking on in for their first laps around. Coming in across the line, Michael Harlow with a whole shot start straight to the top of the order. Oh, issues coming to the line here. Everyone getting it sorted. Jensen Spencer up to the 2 spot. We're going to chuck it on over to Scotty with a bit of info here.
So that is the Geno Spencer car that we're going to follow along and have a little chat about for a moment before we give you back to Mitch. He's on screen with us at the moment. For those on the stream, the Hirobo Zerda, another of the pipe frame cars made famous here in Australia. Again, a race-winning car through that 85-86 period. The predecessor, the Hirobo 44B, came in a couple of variations, but the Zerda, the development of that car, rear motor, I think belt-driven, but there were lots and lots of modifications made to this car here in Australia. Companies like RPM Engineering, kind of coming up with mid-motor arrangements to change the weight distribution of the car. This one, a beautiful example, driven by Jensen Spencer from up in Queensland. After he finishes marshalling, we'll grab him for a chat and have a closer look at this car. There's at least another Zerda in this race as well, but this one we're following on with Geno Spencer from up in Queensland. A beautiful example of the Hirobo Zerda. Looks to be the original rear motor mount, the pipe frame, similar to the Mugen Bulldog we looked at during the last race in terms of style, but a rear motor where the Bulldog was the center mounted motor, the mid motor. Pretty traditional suspension layout, standard 2-wheel steering. That is the Hirobo Zerda. We've followed along with Geno for a couple of laps. We'll go back over to Mitch and pick up some of the on-track action and let people know how this race is unfolding.
Thank you very much, Scotty. So caution after the hip jump. That'll be all clear. Out front, we got Michael Harlow leading the way. Jensen Spencer in 2. Oh, caution after step on, step off. Caution after step on, step off. That'll be all clear. Oh, we got a wing on the track there as well, Marshall. Marshall, just behind you, there's a wing on the track as well. So Michael Harlow leading the way. Jensen Spencer in 2. Dominic Blackman up to the 3 spot. Never thought I'd say it. So Michael Harlow currently driving another one of the Bulldogs that are working with Darren Johnson to reproduce it. I think you said it was they were going to call it the Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide. That's Scotty Ernst, isn't it, Mr. Worldwide? That's what we call Scotty Ernst, Mr. Worldwide. He's always travelling worldwide, so we call him Mr. Worldwide. Oh, we're going to say a big hello to Tony watching on in Sweden as well. What time of the day is it over there? Well, we'll have to find that out. Luckily, we got our Tony here as well, helping us out. Oh, another face plant over the step on, step off. We got a minute left on the clock here. Michael Harlow in the one spot. Jensen Spencer in two. There's over a lap in it between first and second out there. Dominic Blackman in the three. Tell you what, it's starting to close on up here between Jensen Spencer and Dominic Blackman. 2 seconds a gap. Jensen definitely wouldn't want to lose that battle out. There'll be bragging rights in the house tonight for sure. At the moment, we're on board with Jose Conde with the Kyosho Optima rear motor four-wheel drive. Originally a chain drive. I'm hearing in my ear here. Oh, it is closing up here between Dominic Blackman and Jensen Spencer. We're going to have to follow this. Dominic going around the outside of Jeno there. Geno's going to try and fight this one back, coming onto the back straight away. This is their final lap around, coming to the line here. Jeno might just sneak it over Dom in the end, coming to the line. And he does. Bragging rights going back towards Jeno in the house tonight. The non-snorers on track. A lot of complaints from our Airbnb household last night as to the snoring. And I was one of the culprits, unfortunately. So Michael Harlow taking the win in that one. Jensen Spencer just beating out Dominic Blackman in three. And we're just looking at a bigwig here. All right, so our drivers from that race making their way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. So up now, race number 6, pre-89s now. Heat number 1 of 3 for pre-89s, race number 6. All right, we'll get all of our drivers in the last race out there, please. All drivers in that previous race out to Marshall. We'll need all of you out there. We might actually even need a volunteer, as we did have a couple missing from that race. So we'll get our drivers for this race making your way to the grids, please. Drivers for this race making your way to the grids. Alrighty, we're looking pretty good out there. So drivers, the order will be, on number 1 will be Aaron DeFinner. On 2 will be Alex Smith. On 3, Chris. On 4, Justin. On 5, Michael Blair. On 6, Glenn Grinter. On 7, Yuzo. On 8, Gavin Floyd. On 9, Connor Devon. On 10, Chris Howard. And on 11, Christopher Kirikow. Alrighty, we're ready to go racing here. Race number 6 on track, pre-89 four-wheel drive. Marshals, watching your corners. Drivers, watching your cars. We got one still making its way to the grid here. Quickly jump on over the track. Alright, drivers, watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And we are off and running pre-89. Heat number 1 of 3. Everyone off and running here as they work their way around the first lap. Onto the back straight away. Coming around for first lap. We'll see who takes first lap on. It's pretty tight up front though as they work their way to the timing line here. Christopher Kirikow straight to the top of the order. And we'll have Chris in the 2, User in the 3. The Kyosho Optima out front. All right, we're going to pass it over to Scotty Guide here for a little bit more information mid-race.
We're going to pick up the PB Mustang. He's all on his own at the hip jump in the middle of the racetrack. Came out of the UK in around 1986, around the same time as the Shoemaker Cat. And the story does go that those two cars shared an early development pathway. So we're picking up the PB Mustang, far left-hand side of the track now, green and kind of purple, as he worked his way up the back straight. A couple of unique things about the Mustang when it first came out, running the 2-speed automatic transmission when it was first released. So we're on board with that mini Mustang at the moment. It was named a Mini Mustang because there was the PB Mustang, the 1/8 scale version of the car. But when the Mini Mustang came out, had that 2-speed transmission. Pretty helpful in terms of generating really good top speed and still good bottom end out of the corners, but got into a little bit of trouble in a couple of spots. Whenever the car was in the air and the tyres free revved, it would change into second gear. So the car would hit a bump, change into second gear. Go over a jump, change into second gear. And also a little tricky in terms of braking, the way the drivetrain system worked. Oh, and it might be out. So that is the end of our PB Mini Mustang. So most people that ran them did end up removing that 2-speed transmission. The other quickly interesting thing about them, and we'll pick up another car, is that they had a quick change battery system. So you could pop a battery out, pop the next battery in a matter of a second or two. So there were some good endurance races back in the day, 12 hours, 24 hours across Europe, and the Mini Mustang, one of the favoured cars, and its battery change system, definitely one of the favoured for those endurance races. Single belt transmission, that's right, yep. So the Mustang, perhaps the first of the single belt transmissions. Let's see who else we can pick up. We've got a whole fleet full of Kyosho Optimas in this one. I'll have a look and see where we're at for timing. We've got Chris Kay out in front. He's rocking the Kyosho Optima just across the start line now. We might follow along with Chris for a minute. White body, yellow wheels right across the hip jump. So Chris having a fun day yesterday in two-wheel drive, and he's out running the Optima. Was telling me this morning that his family's first car was a Kyosho Optima. He got that original car back 10 years or so ago, but lost it in an unfortunate set of circumstances. So he's gone out to pick up this re-release from Kyosho and rebuild that original car that his family had. He's converted this one to the belt drive system that the re-release cars do come out with as an option. So moving from the chain drive over to the belt drive. But otherwise a very original, the original Kyosho red shocks. And Chris really enjoying driving the Optima today. And he's getting around all right. Continues to lead this one. Yuzo Furadate in 2. Gavin Floyd's there. Chris Suatano. Justin Vergunst is out there in this one. Also running the Kyosho. Whole field full of Kyoshos in this one as we go inside the last minute. And continuing on board with Chris, who continues out front. The cars, most of the cars in this pre-89 category, in fact all of the cars, running the smaller diameter wheels. So the 2.2-inch wheels we know so well today from modern racing, not emerging until that 1989 World Championships. And so here at the Vintage Bash, there's no big bore shocks, there's no large 2.2-inch diameter wheels and tyres on these early cars. So running original 2-inch diameter wheels. Chris's Optima, a perfect example of that. There's a few less tyre choices available, of course, but there are some good options around. And in the high grip conditions here today at Knox, no problem running those smaller diameter tyres. We're inside the last 15 seconds, so we'll stay with Chris through to the end. It's gotten pretty close down inside a second between he and Yuzo it is, who sits in P2, so we'll follow them to the line, see where this race ends up. That's time, drivers. You'll be done as you cross the line. And Yuzo it is who takes the win on the last lap as Chris drops to P2. Still waiting on Gavin Floyd, Justin Vergunst. They've been fighting over third and fourth. we'll go back on board with Mitch and we'll go and set up for an interview and have another look inside one of these classic old early four-wheel drive buggies.
Thank you, Scotty. So we're winning this one. We had Yuzo, Christopher in 2, Justin in 3, Gavin Floyd coming home in 4, Chris rounding out your top 5. Thank you, drivers. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. So up now, heat number 2 of 3 for pre-89s, race number 7 overall. Got our drivers making their way to the grid. So drivers, the order will be on 1, Ashley Cobble. On 2, Jeff Primer. On 3 will be Jason Curtis. On 4 will be Daryl. On 5, Steve Peckham. On 6, Dean Fisk. On 7, be Michael Vogt. On 8, Kim Slape. On 9, Hayden Palmer. On 10, Greg Brooks. On 11 will be Dean. Looking for a couple of our marshals from that last race. Should have all of our marshals out there. Should at least be 9 of his. Probably closer to 10. Looking for the rest of our marshals. Looking for one over on the left-hand side as well. All right. Yep, not a problem. Yeah. Yeah. If you can cover both, that'd be great. Should be okay. So just a reminder, drivers, once you've completed your racing, you should be making your way out to Marshall. Shouldn't be looking for marshals at any point throughout today. We've got plenty of drivers in each race. All right, so drivers, we are ready to rock and roll here. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go here for pre-89, heat number 2 of 3. Race number 7, caution coming to the line. Everyone off and running first laps around here. Coming to the line. We got Ashley Cobble leading the way. Jeff Primer, caution after tabletop. That'll be all clear. So Ashley Cobble over Jeff Primer. Daryl in the 3. Alright, so we're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guy for another trackside interview. Take it away, Scotty.
We're sticking with the Queensland theme here. We've grabbed Jensen Spencer for a chat, mate. How's your weekend going?
Yeah, good. It's Friday obviously was a bit disappointing. There's a number of us that love our trucks and we didn't get to run them. But the track's come up, well. It's bumpy, but it is an outdoor track and old school dirt. Big open track too. It's quite with a big straight. It's probably something a little bit different that we're not familiar with up in Queensland.
You've been a big supporter of the Bash. You've been a few times. What is it that kind of drags you all the way down from Queensland here to Melbourne for the Vintage Bash?
I've been to all 4, and I was actually there when the conversation started for the Bash 1, when I was at Keilor State Titles, I think it was 21 in February, and then there was a few of us there from Keilor that were the original Keilor crew. And then I think Tony Gray had the idea, let's get a few of us together and run some old cars, and that turned into Bash 1. It's just, connecting with all the people that that I raced with years ago. I honestly think the cars in these eras are far more unique and interesting, and I actually prefer them to the new ones. I mean, I have trouble splitting what the new ones even are, other than some blue anodizing on an AE. I got no idea what's what out there, but these were all unique. They all had their own engineering, their own level of coolness, and you can see there's a lot of passionate people that are dedicated and attached to the cars that they drove in the day. There's a lot of sentimental love and value here, and it's good.
Speaking of coolness, tell us about the Hirobo Zerta that we just followed along with you a couple of races ago. Tell us about this car that you're running.
Yeah, Scotty, I'm going to be honest and say I remember them from back in the 80s, and I thought they were super cool, and I wanted a caged car, and it was either this one or the Bulldog, and there was a few Bulldogs getting around, so I went with this one, and Jace Millward had one and offered to put one together for me, and this is it, and I have not touched it, other than I did throw some different shocks on it, because the originals were just leaking oil, and I couldn't hold any oil in them. So I put some Kyosho RB6 shocks on it, just to make it drive a little bit better, and it needs that out here today. It's super smooth. That charges, everyone comments, it's the smoothest car they've ever heard on track. It's just fun to drive, and yeah, that's why this year I chose to bring cars that I actually like driving. And yeah, this is up there in my sort of top few. So love the look of it, love how it feels, love how it drives, and it went really well then. I think cage car 1, 2, actually 3 if you count the Javelin that Dom was driving. It's kind of a cage car, I guess, but it's good to see them all out there.
I think you're telling me you haven't even pulled this car apart, but belt drive inside, that's where that silence comes from. A couple of belts, and uniquely the drive that transfers from the motor into the front here, the rear camber link passes right through the gear cover. So if you ever need to change those gears or pulleys or belts or change camber, it's quite a mission.
I haven't had to do it, Scotty, but they tell me that. All I've had to do was unscrew these 4 screws to get the tray out so I could zip tie a battery on. And then when we put the servo in, there's no servo mounts on these cars. I think they're just double-sided taped on the day, but we zip tied it in. So it was a little bit more reliable than just tape, but that's all I've done. And these 2 screws here on either side of the transponder adjust your belt tension. And the only time I do that is when I hear it skip. So it might stretch a bit, you accelerate and you hear it kind of click. Just put a Phillips head in and turn it quarter of a turn, and that's it. That's all I have seriously done nothing with this car. And just keep driving it. It's had a few hits and it hasn't broken anything, which has been good.
I think you just said Phillips head. Nobody now knows what they are. Kind of the predecessor. Mate, tell me what other cars you're running today in the four-wheel drive day.
Got a Cat 2000 EC. I know one of your favourites and your dad's favourites, Scotty. Every time I throw that on the track, it charges. And the irony with that one is I actually bought that off Sean Leggett, Foggy, who's come up for his first run here at the Bash as well 3 or 4 years ago. And so I'll be running his old car here. And it's similar to this. It just drives really nice. Belt-driven car. I like how it feels and runs. So, yeah, just those 2 today.
One of the questions we're asking people today is a car that's not in your collection that you kind of go, oh, I'd really, in my vintage collection, whether it's for personal, sentimental reasons or just a cool car, is there a car or 2 that, for you, you'd like to have in the collection?
It's a good question. And there is a puddle of my drool out the front of Jace Millward's stand over there. I spent a lot of time observing. I think the Boost, I really like the look of that car. I love the fact, I remember AYK back in the day. I have a Viper already, so if it wasn't that, it would be a Viper. I've got a Buffalo. I remember those getting around before RC10s became popular and Ultimas became popular and Optimas became popular. It was sort of these sort of cage cars, Bulldog Zertas, AYK Buffaloes and Bobcats. So there's a bit of an attachment. It's sad that they're not around anymore, as in the brand isn't around, but it's good to see people still bringing them out and running them.
Beautiful, mate. All the best for the rest of today. Thanks for being with us at the Bash.
Awesome as always, Scotty. Thanks for your work.
Right there. Oh yeah, we got a couple of missing transponders in this one. Everyone working their way around on first laps out there. So we are a minute down. We got 4 minutes left to go. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty for another couple of mid-track information.
So we're on board with Jason Moll. I think it is. It is down at the back straight. The SG Pro 10 four-wheel drive. One of the rarest cars running here today. And how cool to see a car this rare actually running on the racetrack. So the Pro 10 followed along from the SG Coyote. Similar kind of concept and sort of, relatively minor changes. A center shaft drive transmission. We talked earlier about how there was this battle for supremacy that raged between shaft and belt and chain-driven transmission systems as we follow Jason down the back straight. The red body, the SG Pro 10, coming out of Italy. Very softly sprung and damped, and it's working hard to cope with the bumps here, but incredible to see the SG cars here. There's a few of them, a few of the SG Coyotes on display. We'll see a couple of them out on the racetrack this afternoon. So this was, I think, the second or third in the line of SG four-wheel drive cars. The Coyote probably slightly better known, and then this, the Pro 10, very rarely seen in Australia, and certainly rarely seen these days and on track. Oh, back straight caution, and we've lost a rear wheel, at least off the back of that SG. I'm not sure if we've lost the whole rear end, ripped a corner off it, or is it just the wheel? So that is a sad end to the run. Looks like it's just the wheel. I think the suspension arm's still there intact. But that was the SG Pro 10. We'll go back to Mitch and follow along with some on-track action.
Thank you, Scotty. Following on down the back straightaway here. So we are on board with Gino Marson. Adrian Monta in the third.
So we're on screen with one of the Kyosho Mid Optima re-release cars. So we talked a little earlier about the Optima, the rear motor chain-driven car, first released by Kyosho. One of still the very best looking. One of the very best looking buggies of all time. And this was the Mid Optima, the mid-mounted version that followed along. So we're following along with one of those at the moment. Of course, Kyosho re-releasing this car in the last few years, which means there's heaps of them here. Built with modern plastics, still to the original design. Fantastic looking short wheelbase version of the Mid Optima. A whole heap of other versions released after that, longer wheelbase, custom, mid, custom, special, all sorts of things. But still one of, along with the original Optima, still one of the best looking forward drive buggies, I think, of all time. And we did talk just with Jensen Spencer a few minutes ago about how some of these older buggies have such unique looks. I'm going to pick up probably the other car to look at in this race is right in front of the driver's stand now, so we'll get him on camera in a moment. The 1988 release or 87 release Yokomo YZ. Blue and white down the back straight, pink wheels. Ended up being the version of the car that Masami Hirosaka drove to that World Championship win in 1989. The Super Dogfighter, a YZ870C. This is the Japanese or worldwide version with 4 shocks. There was a later release, an American version with a different body shell and a mono-shock front end as he rolls and tumbles in that left side jump section. We talked on the track walk last night about how difficult that section of the track is, and if you've not seen that, you can head over to the RC Race Media YouTube channel and find a track walk. I was joined by Jason Millwood of True Vintage RC, and we walked our way around the track layout here to look at all the different features of this Knox track, just what makes it such a perfect place As we wrap up time for this one, drivers, you will be done as you cross the line. So we got a chance to look at the SG, the Mid Optima, and the Yokomo in that one. We'll go back to Mitch.
Thank you, Scotty. So we're winning this one. We got Michael Harlow taking the dub. Gino coming home in P2. Adrian coming home in third. Dean Evans will come home in fourth. Lucas Hodgins in fifth. Leaving far in the sixth spot. David Phillips in the seventh. Jason Mole, Rob both having issues in that one. All right, so we get our drivers from that last race out to Marshall, please, or drivers from the previous race out to Marshall. Up now, we're over to race number 9 into the 89 to 93 forward drivers. We've got 5 heats of 89 to 93s. All right, so our order for heat number 1 of 89 to 93s, we should have Darren Johnson DJ on the 1 spot. In 2 we'll have John. In 3 will be Dean. On 4 will be Kim Slape. On 5 will be Dominic Blackman. On 6 will be Greg Brooks. On 7 will be Daryl. On 8 will be James Waldy. On 9 will be Rob. On 10 will be Jeremy Williams. On 11 will be Scott Marks. And on 12 will be Matthew Oxford. Alrighty, we're looking pretty well set to go here. We got 1 still coming to the line. Get that car set on the grids. Alright, we are good to go racing here. Alright. So once again, marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Reasonably clean start there. Everyone checking on through for their first lap around. Down the speedy IC back straight away, everyone goes. Oh, caution back straight. Oh, front flip off the back straight. Made it work. We got John out front, Daryl in the 2 spot. Greg Brooks in 3, James Waldy in the 4, Dean in the 5, Jeremy Williams in 6. First laps around there. So John to the front spot there. As they work their way around the left-hand side onto the back straight. Down the speedy RC straight away. Over the timing line. You got Daryl now up to the top spot. John to 2. James Waldy in 3. So Daryl now out front. John and James now battling it out with Greg Brooks there as well. So a 3-way battle for the 2, 3 and 4 spot into the tabletops. They work their way to the left-hand side. Good battle going on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Down the back straight away they go. Coming to the line here, slow end to that lap for Daryl, puts him into the grips of James, but James making a mistake there. Greg Brooks sneaking up the inside. James taking that back off of him though. Greg looking for a way around. Greg's rear wing looking a little bit tilted out there. So they work their way onto the back straight away. He's got that speedway setup going. Down the front straight, Daryl, James and Greg's in a great battle here. 1, 2 and 3 through the hip jump. Daryl still holding that top spot. James in the 2. Greg Brooks in 3. James looking for a way around on Daryl as they work their way through the tabletop. Mistake there from James, goes over. So Greg Brooks now up to the 2 spot. Jun now starting to come back into this fight as well. Biggest break we've seen for James now out front. Greg Brooks to the 2 spot, Daryl to 3, Jun to 4 as they will all work their way into a bit of traffic here. 1, 2, 3, 4 down the front straight, working their way to the tabletops. On to the J Concept, straight into the Speedy RC straight. Over the timer line now with your leader, James Waldy, leading this one. Greg Brooks in 2, Daryl in 3. Jun in that 4 spot. Bit of a break back to Scott Marks in the 5. With a battle on at the moment going into the tabletops. Working their way around the left-hand side. Oh, mistake there. I think it might have been for Daryl. They work their way onto the Speedy RC straighter, coming across the line here with your leader. Good battle now going on between first and second. James now starting to come under pressure from Greg Brooks. Oh, they both make a mistake over the hip jump. Greg Brooks still not too far out of it. Daryl on a rough lap again here. Did make that mistake through the tabletops last time around. James Wally still leading the way. Greg Brooks in 2. Jun in 3. Daryl in 4. Gaps are spread out a little bit more now, but James and Greg still right there. Oh, mistake from your leader by looks of it. He's upside down going into the tabletops. This should give the lead over to Greg Brooks now as they work their way around the left-hand side onto the back straight away. James now to the 2 spot. Greg Brooks to the top spot. So Greg Brooks running the 91 Yokomo. Greg starting to pull a bit of a lead out now over James Waldy in the 2. Jun in the 3. Scott Marks in 4. Daryl in 5. Matt Oxford in the 6. Jeremy in 7. Those two having a good little battle as well. Rob in 8. Kim in 9. And Dean running out your running cars. Final 15 seconds left on the clock here with Greg Brooks still your leader. Built that gap right on up now as James coming across the line. Jun right there as well. So James and Jun working their way onto the front straight away. That's the battle to watch coming towards the end of this race with Jun trying to close in on James. Working their way through the tabletops now. Your leader Greg Brooks working his way down the back straight away, coming to take the win in race number 9. A good finish here with James and Jun. All right, we're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guyatt here.
We grabbed Dean Kaufman for a chat because he's got a cool car we want to have a look at in a second. But first of all, mate, how's your weekend going?
Oh, having a blast. Louis and Andy, they've absolutely nailed the formula this year. Yeah, basically, even the rained out Friday, socialising is just brilliant. Yeah, just made friends, made contacts and told a lot of stories. So it's been a really nice weekend. Totally worth the trip.
Little different to an ordinary race format where we, of course, do finals and qualifying. And here it really is more exhibition races, isn't it? That nobody's really too worried about who's winning overall.
Absolutely. I mean, I suppose I've taken to the spirit of that. Nothing I run is competitive. So therefore, you get out there, you go really, really fast, or what feels really, really fast. You get past a hell of a lot, but all you can hear from underneath the driver's stand is, "Oh my God, it's one of those! Oh wow!" That's no one else gets that. No one.
So speaking of one of those, tell us about the car that we've just seen you run out there a couple of minutes ago, the PB Mini Mustang. So tell us about this car, Dean.
So this was developed by a British company, PB. Basically, for British conditions, PB were absolutely dominant in the 70s and early 80s as gas car producers. This guy came out as, I think, their first foray into the wonderful world of electric four-wheel drive. It was actually done in collaboration with Schumacher, but there was a schism of some description and we wound up with two different cars, the Cat and the PB. The PB itself, really well-mannered car, had features like an adjustable rear tow, so you could get it rear tow in, which settled the car down beautifully. Nice long shock travel, big solid monocoque chassis. Unfortunately, built for British conditions, everything was very flexible. So, can you guys see that? Yeah, so basically I'm running at pre 9 o'clock today, because I thought by the time we get to around about 30 degrees, this car is going to be undrivable because everything is going to flop. So yeah, that's basically the story of this one. This one started out as an eco, so it had no bottom plate to speak of. One of the guys in Sydney, Takis Palace, fabricated me carbon fibre bottom plate, which I absolutely make no use of, but it's fantastic. Looks beautiful. As for a car to drive, it is brilliant. It's so well mannered. It's tips into corners, responds to throttle. Unfortunately, I tuned this shell too heavily towards dirt, so that put me back in the field a little bit, because the marshal spent a lot of time looking at the really pretty underplate. Yeah, so that's the PB Mini Mustang.
Tuned the shell too much towards dirt so the car couldn't resist rolling over. I like that. I'm going to use that back home.
Brown is the concept. Wheels down on the brown.
Thank you, mate. I just wanted to show folks a little bit behind the scenes here. Dean's working with quite the tyre selection. So we'll just give you a little bit of a look at some of the tyres. Obviously running the smaller diameter tyres on these earlier model cars. You'll see some Tamiya oval blocks in there. There's probably some Frua mini pins that we used extensively here in Australia. See some Tamiya tyres, all sorts of things in there. This is the kind of thing we're working with here in the pits. We'll get back out to Mitch, back on track, and see what's happening. Thank you for the tour through the pits, and thank you to Dean. All the best, mate, for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much, guys. See you later.
And welcome back to On Track action. Jason Moll we got out front at the moment. Feel like we're missing a few transponders out of this one. And Sushi Hara has worked his way up to P2. Oh, can see him laughing on the driver's stand. I think he might have made a mistake somewhere. Oh no. Might be out. He's in the hands of Luke Button now, so hopefully Luke can get his car back up and running. So a couple of transponders missing from this one. Not picking up at all. So Ashley Cobble and Rory Cole not showing up on this one. But out front we got Jason Moll, Glenn Grinter and Adam Ritchie, your top three. So following on board with Jason Moll at the moment. Really sleek looking design. Black, all black. Down the back straight away through the Speedy RC straight. Into the St. Ives S's. Gone through a whole heap of traffic here at the moment. Does a 26.591 that time by. It's flying around there. Running the long wheelbase Kyosho Mid Optima. Getting word in the ear from the legendary Scotty Guy. It might be a custom special. So Jason Moll leading the way out there. He's got Adam Rich into about 10 seconds behind. So Jason with a good lead. Mark Wadden in the 3 spot. Glenn Grinter in 4. Carlo Rigny in the 5 spot. Kane Hendy in the 6. Jose in the 7. Patrick in 8. Naiden Baxter in the 9. Sushi Hara having some issues early on. 45 seconds left to go. Jason Mole still your leader. Adam Rich and Mark Wadden starting to close in here for second and third. .30 seconds left on the clock. Following on with the battle for second and third at the moment. Adam Rich in the 2, Mark Wadden in the 3. Those two coming onto the front straight away now. That's the closest battle to watch with 20 seconds left to go. They might sneak through for another lap. Working their way down the back straight away. They should go around for another lap, and they do. So Adam Rich and Mark Wadden on a final lap battle here as they work their way through the hip jump, cross the line. You'll be done from now. Down the front straight away. Oh, mistake there from Adam Rich. Now Mark Wadden right hot on their heels. They work their way into the tabletops. Gets on through as well. So Mark Wadden now up to the 2 spot. Adam Rich in the 3. Final corners here coming to the line. Adams, he has anything back for it? No, he does not. Doesn't end up going over the line either. Adam Rich need to go over the line. So Jason Mole taking the win. Mark Wadden in 2. Adam Rich in the 3. Carlo in 4. And Glenn Grinter coming home in P5. That'll be all drivers done. All right, so all drivers from that race making your way out to Marshall, please. All drivers from that race making your way out to Marshall. Alrighty, so in this race, we should have all of our marchers out there ready to go. In this race from P1 will be Carter Sims. What a starting position for Carter. In 2 will be Gavin Floyd. On 3 will be David Boland. On 4 will be Brett Todman. On 5 will be Jeff Kirby. On 6 will be Phil Martin. On 7 will be Anthony Devon. On 8 will be Robbie Norman. On 9 will be John Dennis. On 10 will be Mark Christensen. On 11 will be Chris Howard. On 12 we'll have Sean Leggett. This is race number 11. Heat number 3 of 5, 89 to 93. We've got all our marshals out there ready to go racing here. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the zone. And away we go. 12 car field here. Everyone checked on through for their first racing laps. A little bit more breeze today, one thing to note. These cars might move around a little bit in the air. Looks like we might have a dead car on the apex before the tabletops. No, take it back, it's Sushi. Tricked you. Caution back straight, caution back straight. Oh! If you can dodge a car, you can dodge a ball. 45 seconds down. We got Carter Sims out front. Early lead. He's got 6 seconds in hand already over Jeff Kirby in the 2. David Boland in 3. Mark Christensen in 4. And Sean Leggett in 5 from the first lap around. Carter Sims is just flying out there at the moment. Carter Sims running another long wheelbase Optima mid. He's got that thing absolutely hooking out there at the moment. We'll see See how quick Carter can go as he's working through the traffic here. Gets a bit of a break. So his fastest lap at the moment at 24.2. We haven't been focusing too much on the fastest lap. We'll follow Carter Sims around for a couple of laps here. See if we can push it right on into the 23s. Might have to look at our minimum lap time. So he works his way across through the S's onto the front section now. It's a step on, step off through the hip jump. Onto the front straightaway with Carter Sims. Down the front straightaway. Carter looking smooth out there. He's got a bit of clean track in front of him, at least for a little while. One over in front. Cleans itself up. So he works his way down the back straightaway. He'll be pushing hard for a 23 here, I'd say. Oh, catches a car on the back straightaway. The lap times he comes around. A 24.6 in the end, so we know there's more time in it. Has got a couple more cars to contend with here at the same time. Tries up the inside there. Working his way through the tabletops into the J Concept straight. Down the little step down onto the Speedy RC straight away. One car, caution back straight, Clear now, clear now. That time around at 25.4. He's got clear track now, so this will be the lap. Through the hip jump, putting it on two wheels. Using all the track and a bit more. So he works his way down the front straight away. Into the tabletops. We'll come up on one more car for this lap. Hopefully he can get through clean. Goes through all the way to the grass there. Down the back straight away. Oh, up the inside there. In through the S's across the line at 24.136. That's his fastest lap so far in this one. 2 minutes left on the clock. He's got 18 seconds over the rest of the field. Carter Sims going for a roll there. Doesn't matter. He's got time in the bag. So, battle for second going on at the moment between David Boland and Jeff Kirby. We got just over a minute remaining here. Carter Sims continued to lead. David Boland and Jeff Kirby both on a slower lap here. So they cross the line now. Jeff Kirby in the 2 spot. David Boland still yet to cross. Comes across now. Sean Leggett now. Mark Christensen get in front of David Boland. David Boland still dropping down the order. Not sure what's happened to David Boland out there. Carter Sims breaks into the 23s with a 23.890. That is hot to the touch. 30 seconds left on the clock. Carter Sims over Jeff Kirby, Sean Leggett, Mark Christensen and Chris Howdy, your top 5. David Boland finally comes around there. Possibly missing a lap. Keep an eye on that one. So he should still be in a battle with Jeff Kirby out there. So we do still have David Boland up in P2, Jeff Kirby in 3. Fixing that lap up. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. Carter Sims comes home with a very comfy victory there, a lap on the field. David Boland coming home in the 2 spot. Jeff Kirby only 3 seconds behind in 3. Mark Christensen in the 4, Sean Leggett in 5, Chris Howard in 6, Gavin Floyd in the 7. That'll be all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to marshal. All right, so we'll get our marshals out there, please. All drivers from the last race should be out there to marshal. Alright, so we should have our drives from the previous race out there to Marshall. Up now, race number 12, 89 to 93, heat number 4 of 5 in this race. On the 1 spot, we'll have Justin. On 2 will be a Jack Engel. On 3 will be a Hayden Tasker. On 4 will be Paul Stims. On 5 will be Sam Hine. On 6 will be Chris. On 7 will be Chris Volter. On 8 will be John Perkins. On 9 will be Mark Fisher. On 10 will be Cam Sautel. On 11 will be Showen. On 12 will be Mark DeBono. Alright, it looks like we got our marshals all out there set, ready to go. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. A little bit of chaos from the grids there. Everyone sort themselves out. They work their way around for first laps here. All caution coming into the tabletop, so we've got a breakdancer out there. Managed to work his way onto his wheels though. Down the back straight away, first racing laps here. See who comes out for first lap honours. Justin straight to the lead. Chris V up to the 2 spot. Paul Sims to 3. Jack Engel, Chris K. So a minute down, we got 4 minutes left to go. So Justin out front, Chris in 2, Paul Simpson 3, Chris in the 4. One and a half down, 3.5 to go. Justin out front, Chris Volder in the 2. Hayden Tasker up to the 3 spot now. John Perkins in the fight in 4. Chris K in the 5. Mark Fisher in 6. Jack Engel in the 7. Sam Hind in 8. Caution on the tabletops, caution tabletops, caution tabletops. Clear now. Alright, so out front we've got Justin leading the way. Chris in the 2 spot. Pretty tight in it though, there's only a couple of seconds between the 2 of them. Hayden Tasker in the 3, Chris in 4. Those 2 are having a great battle as well. They work their way through the hip jump. Not far out of that will be Mark Fisher in 5. JP John Perkins in the 6. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Justin out front still. Gap between those 2 last time by was 4.1. It's still 4.1 this time by. Hayden Tasker another 4.2 behind after that. And then we got Chris K in the 4, 2.5 seconds behind. Fairly evenly spread between most drivers out there with the 2 minutes left on the clock. Justin, Chris, Hayden, Chris K, Mark Fisher, your top 5. Oh, battle to the line here. It's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. All in a great fight coming over the hip jump. Oh, they get into each other though. Oh, it turns really messy. All 3 of them end up tangling. Oh, we're going to chuck it over to Scotty.
I pick up my favourite four-wheel drive of all time here at the start-finish line. Working his way into the centre hip jump right now. The red and gold Schumacher Cat 2000 along the front straight. New Zealand's Hayden Tasker. Got it. So car coming out in 1993, first run as a prototype in those World Championships over in Basildon, England. Then coming to production shortly after that, first appearing in Australia at the New South Wales Championships at St Ives in that same year of 1993. And the car evolved over the next couple of years through 93, 94, and then by 1995 had evolved into the EC version, the lay-down shocks. We'll see at least one of those cars on track a little bit later on. Very similar drivetrain layout to the Yokomo, and we're seeing the Yokomo on track right behind him there at the moment. So very similar drivetrain, twin belt, and the second of the 2000 series cars from Schumacher, following on from the Cougar 2000 that had come out earlier that same year. Definitely my favourite four-wheel drive of all time. I loved running that car, and Hayden's got a really nice example of that. Time is done, drivers. You are finished as you cross the line. So Hayden getting to the line there in P4 in that Cat 2000. All done and dusted. As we continue to work our way through four-wheel drive round number 1 of racing here at the Vintage Bash. It is racing. Every race is a heads-up race. We're not paying too much attention to the overall results. The demonstration races, but super hard fought. No trophies on offer today for race results. Nothing other than bragging rights and a good time. We'll go back to Mitch as we continue through round 1 four-wheel drive day here at the Vintage Bash.
All right, so we'll get those drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. All drivers from that race off the stand and out to Marshall.
Up next, race number 13, 89 to 93, 4WD 505.
All right, so we should have all of our marshals out there. This race up, heat number 5 of 5, 89 to 93 forward drives. Race number 13 of 15. In this race, we'll have Anthony Miller in 1, Lee Nelson in 2, Peter Dunn in 3, Alvin Inler 4, Damien Toll in 5, Tim Marino in the 6, Craig Bowing in the 7 spot, Chris Camilleri in 8, Simon Healy in 9, Wayne Edwards in 10, and Luke Button on the 11 spot. It's like we're missing a few from up top. We've only got 7 out of our 11 drivers for this race. All right, well, looks like we are ready to kick it off. We've got all of our marshals out there. Thank you, marshals. All right, marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. All right, so compacted race here. Oh, chaos as they make their way to the hip jump. So everyone making their way around here. We got Luke Button straight to the top of the order. Goes for a roll on turn 2. Simon Healy up to the 2 spot. Lee Nelson up to 3. Chris Camilleri to 4. Tim Marino, Craig Bowering in the 5 and 6. Oh, they getting caught up as well. Oh, caution to the line here. So Simon Ely and Luke Button having a battle out there as they work their way through the tabletops.
First. Fourth. Fifth. Third. Fourth. First.
So we got Simon Healy leading the way, Luke Button in the 2, Lee Nelson in the 3, Chris Camilleri in 4, Tim Marino in 5, Craig Bowering in the 6. Couple of drivers not making it to this race.
First.
All right, we're going to throw it on over to Scotty with another trackside interview. Take it away, Scotty.
Second. Fourth.
We've jumped into the pits for another interview, as we've done a few times across the weekend. Tell us your name and where you're from.
Rames Robin here from Melbourne.
But not long for here in Melbourne. I hear you're moving up to Queensland, come race in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, I'm chasing the heat, chasing the sun. The accent, obviously, I'm from the UK, been in Melbourne a few years now, and I'm already acclimatised and still need more heat.
You've been here a few years. I'm guessing this is not your first vintage bash. Tell us your bash history.
Yeah, every bash from one. Started the bash one with a hot shot and a grasshopper that didn't even make one lap. And then it's progressed into a collection of 30, 40 plus vintage cars. So it's all within 4 or 5 years. It's been crazy.
That is crazy. Tell us about the car you've just run here in four-wheel drive today. I've got my camera hand switched up, so let me change over here. Tell us about this car.
Yeah, never owned one back in the day. Never really did anything much with four-wheel drive other than hot shot. And it just seemed like the natural progression to try and support the UK. Hence the Union Jack. Actually won concourse with it yesterday as well, which was pretty cool. But yeah, never owned one back in the day. But I love it. It's an incredible car.
So I think the third or fourth version of the Schumacher Cat after the front-wheel drive and then the XLS that Masami won. Yeah, let's pop the body off and put it down on the table and we'll have a little look at it. Belt drive transmission, 2 belts at the rear, 1 at the front. Anything non-standard on this car, or is it all pretty much as it comes?
Other than a bit of carbon fibre here and there, it's pretty much out of the box. Yeah, it's. I don't think there's anything. Standard shocks, standard drivetrain. Yeah, it's pretty much standard really, and it's performed fantastic.
That classic crashback front end suspension that folds out of the way in the case of an accident. Have you had to put that to the test?
Several times, yeah. It works well. It saves me a lot of time. Yeah. It's
my camera's gone slightly crazy on me there. That's we might. I don't know who's upside down. What are we doing? There we go. There he is. I found him. I was going to ask you to demonstrate that crashback suspension. We'll go back on track while we sort out our camera here.
No worries. Thank you.
Malaria having some issues as well. So Luke Button does take the win here. Simon Healy will come home in second, Lee Nelson in the 3 spot. Tim Marino coming home in P5. There's Chris Camilleri just struggling to the line. That car's sounding a little bit sick. So that is a wrap here for heat number 13. Race number 13. Heat number 5, a 5 for 89 to 93s. Luke Button taking the win. Drivers making their way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please. Or drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall.
Up next, race number 14. 94-00. 4W 1 of 2.
All right, so just a reminder here, I've been told as well, just a reminder, drivers, this goes for everyone in pits and also on track at the moment. Please call out your crashes as well, especially on that back straightaway. We don't want any big crashes. We don't want any of our rare cars here getting destroyed. We know the parts can be difficult for a lot of these cars here today to find new or replacement parts. Please, if you do crash on the driver's stand, yell on out. We'll help your other drivers and may save your car as well. All right, so up now, race number 14 of 15, 94 to 2000 now. On the 1 we'll have Tim, on 2 will be Andrew Abbott, on 3 will be Marshy, on 4 will be David Watson, on 5 will be Jensen Spencer, on 6 will be Jason Millward, on 7 Paul Shannon, on 8 will be William, on 9 Anthony Deventh, on 10 will be Theodore, on 11th will be Paul Sims. We got all of our marshals out there by the looks of it, looking pretty good. All right, so drivers. Actually, we could do with one more over here, guys. We could do with a couple more out there. If we can get a couple volunteers, guys. If we can get a couple volunteers quickly to help us out. We're missing about 3 over the right-hand side here. We don't want Luke Button running around like a madman out there. Thanks, young man. Legend, thank you. Love on the back straight. We need one more just on this bottom right corner here. Thanks, mate. There we go. We are looking great. Thank you so much, guys. It is really, really appreciated. All right, we are good to go racing now. I really appreciate those volunteer marshals. Marshals, watching your corners. Drivers, watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Oh, the rail slide down the back straightaway. That was beautiful. A bit of 50-50 grind there. So everyone works their way through the hip jump. Keep it nice and clean, please, guys. Keep it nice and clean. Everyone off and running. First race we've had with no transponder issues. Nice work, guys. Love it. So out front, we've got Paul Shannon lead in this one. So we watch a bit of a replay coming from the very start here. We see a car 50-50 grinding the back straightaway. Oh, it's so good. Paul Shannon out front, Jensen Spencer in 2, David Watson in the 3, Paul Sims in the 4. The good. Oh, the rejection on that one. Who was that? I think it was David Watson. Paul Shannon out front, still leading this one though. We got Jensen Spencer in 2. Gap between those two is 4.5 seconds. We'll see if Jeno can close on in. But not far behind him will be David Watson. No, it'll be Paul Sims. Oh, Jeno to the wrong side of the pipe. Keep going. There we go. He found his way back on. Caution the timing line. Oh, caution just after the timing line. Keep it clean here, guys. Keep it clean. So, Paul Sims now in front of Jeno. Caution back straight. That'll be all clear. So we follow along with this big battle pack working their way through onto the back straightaway. The JC straight onto the Speedy RC straight away. Oh, Jeno now in the sights of Marshy. So we got a battle going on between Nathan Marsh, Andrew Abbott and Jason Millward. Oh, that car does not sound or look very good out there. Issues there. Now have Andrew Abbott in front of Marshy. These two still trying to close on in on Jensen as Andrew goes for a roll though. Marshall's making their way over. That does allow Geno back in front to try and close back in on Jensen Spencer. So Marsh now back up to P4. Nathan Marsh going big there. Working their way through the tabletops. They now work their way down the back straight away. They still got Paul Shannon out front. Paul Simpson 2. Jensen Spencer in 3. Jason Millwood in the 4. Anthony Devon in 5. Andrew Abbott in 6. Nathan Marsh in 7. David Watson in the 8 spot. William in 9. Minute 15 left on the clock here. Geno across the line there at 27-6, looking for Jason Millwood. Across the line there with Anthony Devon, Andrew Abbott all right there. So a great battle going on over the hip jump into the roller. Onto the front straight away. Looking up the inside, Anthony Devon there. Couldn't quite make it work. Jason driving the double X4. Oh, there's contact onto the back straight away. Getting a bit of push and shove going on out there. Paul Shannon now moving in through this battle pack as well. 30 seconds left on the clock out there. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. 30 seconds to go as they work their way through the tabletop. A great battle pack going on. Oh, caution after tabletops. Works themselves out. So Paul Shannon out front, Paul Sims in 2, Jensen Spencer in the 3, Jason Millwood in 4 as time expires here. Everyone will be making their way to the line. Jason Millwood still trying to close down on Jensen here. We will run out of time as Paul Shannon comes home with the victory, almost putting a lap on the field. Caution at the timeline, that'll be all clear. Paul Shannon taking the win. Paul Sims will come home in 2nd. Jensen Spencer will come home in 3rd. Jason Millwood in the 4th spot. Anthony Devon rounding out your top 5. Marshy just outside looking in. So drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall. Thank you very much all the marshals at the last one and volunteer marshals. It is appreciated. Thank you, volunteers. So we are into our 15th and final race of this round. There will be a short break after this. There will be a short break after this race as we prepare for the 2nd round of racing. So we'll get all of our drives from the previous race out to Marshall this race up. Race number 15 of 15, 94 to 2000s, heat number 2. Off the front row, we'll have Alvin on 1, Anthony Miller on 2, Jeff Primer on 3, Scott Lang on 4, Chris V on 5, Chris Schoenfish on 6, who's not here. Scott in the 7th spot, Jeff Kirby in 8, Devon in 9, Brent Jeffries in 10, Scotty Giles in 11, and Simon Healy in the 12th spot. Looking for our marshals out there. One making his way over. We're looking pretty good. Who are we missing from number 1? Tim Bramstead. Tim Bradenstead. Should be on number 1. We've got Tim out there.
4 and 6 are gone missing too.
4 and 6 as well. No, 4's here. 6 is there. We're just looking for number 1. Should be Tim Bramstead. Alrighty. We're going to kick things off. A couple of cars missing for this one. Should even it out a little bit. Just a reminder, drivers, after your race, you are to go out to Marshall. Alright, so Marshall's watching your corners, please. Drivers, watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And we are off and running here. Our final race of the round. Very short break after this race. And of course, there is a transponder that has an issue. There was only one race in the round. Hopefully, it'll be sorted for the next round. So everyone off in this one. Jeff Primer out front. Scott Pettit in the 2 spot. Simon Healy straight up to P3. So the battle on down the front straight away as we fall on board with Simon Healy. Simon being quick all weekend long. He'll try to get into this battle between first and second in front of him. Jeff Primer and Scott Pettit. Caution tabletops, caution tabletops. Battle going on here between first and second. Jeff Primer and Scott Pettit. Those two working their way onto the front straight away. Jeff in the top spot. Scott Pettit in 2. Simon Healy starting to close on in the 3 spot. Down the JC back straight away onto the Speedy RC straight away onto the timing loop. They work their way around the first corner. Simon Healy right there now putting down a hot lap of the heat. As he works his way into this battle down the front straight away. Your top 3, bit of a gap back to Jeff Kirby in the 4 spot. Our final race of the round here shaping up to be a great one. Jeff Primer, Scott Pettit over Simon Healy down the back straight away. They go through the S's. Still the same order. Even space gaps though, 1.2 between the 3 of them. Or issues for Pettit, he goes for a roll. That releases Simon Healy now into the 2 spot, trying to capitalise on that one with Jeff Primer about a 1.5 seconds in front now. Closing right on in the battle down the back straight away between Jeff Primer and Simon Healy over the line they go. Through the step on, step off, through the hip jump there onto the front straight away. Thank you very much. Great driving. Simon has a look up the inside. Nothing there yet. Into the tabletop. Simon with the speed. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go at the halfway mark. Mistake there from Jeff Primer. Might have just caught the grass. Goes around for a spin. So that allows Simon Healy now on into the lead. Jeff Primer to the 2 spot. Scott Pettit in the 3. Couple of seconds behind, but still in the hunt. Scotty Giles, the man with the fake last name, in the 4 spot. Jeff Kirby in 5. Devon in 6. Anthony Miller in 7.
2 minutes left. 7.
The old leader Simon Healy coming to the line here. Jeff Primer hanging on in there. The battle closing back on in. It's less than a second again between the top 2. Scott Pettit and Scotty Giles. Right there as well now. So 4-way battle slowly but surely shaping up here for our final race of the round. Short break after this one. Simon over Jeff, Scott and Scott. The 2 Scots having a little battle there. Jeff Kirby just on the outside. Caution through tabletops. Oh, Scotty Giles upside down. Gives a little wave to the crowd as he was waiting as well.
6.
Some say Scotty's so tall, the weather conditions are different at his level than everyone else's. 3 minutes 45 down, 1 minute 10 left on the clock. We've got Simon Healy out front, Jeff Primer in 2, Scotty in the 3 spot. He's got Giles in the 4. Battle between top 2 still there or thereabouts, 1.4 in it between first and second. Simon Healy still not out of the woods yet, the gap not quite big enough. As Jeff Primer puts his best laps forward, last couple of laps around, close that gap on down just a little bit. Down the back straight away they go. 45 seconds left on the clock. Simon to the line here. Jeff Primer coming to the line, has a better line across the timing loop. Scott Pettit now. He starts to close in on Jeff Primer with 30 seconds left on the clock. Even gaps between the top 3, 1.5 all round. 20 seconds to go. They should go for one more lap out there. as they work their way down the JC straight into the Speedy RC, straight away into the St Ives S's. Coming to the line here with 10 seconds left to go. Simon across, Jeff across, Scott across. 1.3 seconds in between the leaders now. Simon keeping it clean out there as time expires. Finish the lap you're on, you'll be done. Through the tabletops. Nice line through there. Oh, mistake there from Jeff Primer. Should allow Scott Pettit on through for the 2 spot. Simon coming across with the win there. Scott Pettit coming home in second. Jeff Primer and Scotty Giles still to the line here. Scotty looking for the inside. Didn't quite get there though. Jeff Primer coming home in third spot. Scotty Giles in the 4. Jeff Kirby in 5. Devon Middleditch in the 6. Anthony Miller in 7. And just a reminder, drivers, short break here as a little bit of track maintenance goes on before we go into the next round.
Four-wheel drive day continues here at the Vintage Bash. We're taking a short break between round 1 and round 2, so we thought we'd take you for a little look around the pits to see what's happening. We're going to start right here at the front of Knight Customs because, as we had on Friday with the two-wheel drive World Championship winning cars, we've got a collection of almost all of the first 10 years of IFMAR World Championship winning cars. I'm going to get Matt to show you some of these cars. We're missing one at the moment, but just in case we don't get back to show you a little later on, these cars, many of them perfect replicas. So this one, first one we're looking at, the Yokomo, driven by Gil Losi Jr. to the World Championship win in 1985 in California. The event that kicked off IFMAR, and the IFMAR World Championships, of course, continue today from an off-road perspective, of course. They had already been on-road. The second car along, driven by Masami Hirosaka, famously to the win in the UK in 1987. Schumacher producing the Cat first of all in quite a short wheelbase version, then they released this long wheelbase version, provided it to Hirosaka on arrival in the UK. He'd never driven the car, a relative unknown on the international scene, drove to the first of his many, many World Championship wins, an extraordinary performance. Shortly after that, he made the move from Schumacher across to Yokomo, and this is the first of his World Championship wins that came with the Japanese manufacturer right here in Australia, 1989. Have a look at this car, particularly want to point out the cell layout. So 2 cells down the left-hand side, 4 cells down the right-hand side. And the KO CX3 speed controller, KO producing speed controllers back in those days, now better known for radios, of course. That's the YZ870C, driven to the win by Hirosaka. They swept the podium with a couple of the American versions of the car running a monoshock front end in second and third. Then we don't have in front of us at the moment the 91 car. There is a version of it here, and we'll try and find that for you a little bit later on. Driven to the win by Cliff Lett in Detroit at Freedom Hill. Remember that incredibly loamy, rough, bumpy track made famous over there in 1991. The IFMAR Circus regathers then in England for the second time in Basildon in 1993, and it is once again Hirosaka on top. Oh, here we go. We're just going to drop in to the middle here and have a quick look back at this Cliff Lett version. So the version of the car driven by Cliff Lett, and you can kind of see the development of the car over that period. So this, the 1991 version driven by Cliff Lett to the win in Detroit. Lumpy, loamy, bumpy, incredible racetrack. I'm glad I wasn't there. It did not look like a whole lot of fun to drive, but Lett, his only World Championship win, but an extraordinary figure through that period, and went on to work with Team Associated in the decades that followed. So that's Cliff Lett's car. We did have a quick look at the Hirosaka 1993 winning car there, not fitted out yet with electronics, but a close replica of the car that he ran in 1993. And then the 1995 championship winning car of Mark Pavidis. That event taking place in Japan at the Yatabe Arena. To nobody's surprise, Yokomo coming out on top. To everybody's surprise, it was not Hirosaka. So Pavidis getting the job done. We'll see if we can get a close-up front tyre shot here. One of the things that happened in that era was that there weren't a whole wide range of front tyres. So the rear tyres were cut down. And if you look closely, we might be able to see the cut mark in the middle of this tyre here, where the rear tyre's been cut, a strip taken out of the middle of it and glued back together. These cars are built so nicely as replicas that they've repeated that process here. But that's the kind of lengths that people like Hirosaka went to win World Championship races back in that era. Where there were not tyres, they made tyres to suit. This car, of course, the car of Mark Pavidis from 1995. The other thing I want to show you down here is actually in a two-wheel drive car, but I'm going to spin Matt around. We were looking at this car yesterday, the car, the body shell driven by Brendan Coleman, but I wanted to have a look at the speed control here, the Tekin 410K. We talked about this a little bit on the stream yesterday afternoon. A development that came out of the US, but a prior development done here in Australia by the Purge company, producing the Purge Force, and there was another one in the range. The first really microprocessor controlled speed controls with adjustable current limiting, all those kinds of things. Noel Lavisa headhunted from Purge in Australia to go to Tekin, and the result being that Tekin 410K. This is a beautiful example of the Losi cars of the era, and that Tekin 410K, the Sanyo SCRC cells, game-changing cells that changed the game for all of us in RC. For the first time, we had a robust battery and some runtime to play with. Let's go for a little walk, Matt. We'll see who else, see if we can find a couple of interesting cars and people to have a little chat to. I did want to actually grab Scotty Pettit for a quick chat. He's taken the wheels off that car. Can I borrow you for a second? We're going to have a quick chat. Grab your car as well. I've just interrupted Scotty in the middle of changing tyres here, but so we'll give him a chance to rip the tyres off. But one of the reasons I want to look at this car is that we've just looked at the first 5 World Championship winning cars, 6 from 85 through to 95. Right, awesome, yeah. This is a pretty close replica of what drove to the win in 1997 in the US, right? Yeah. So tell us about this car.
Yeah, so this is the Rubriks car, which, as you say, Scotty, is a reproduction of the Masami winning car from the 97 Worlds. It's made by Rubriks, and it's an absolute weapon. There's a couple of different iterations of this car. Mine is the OG car, which has the original kind of shock setup on the top plate, which gives you a bit of adjustable flex in the car. But yeah, Masami drove this car to World Championship 97. I was lucky enough to be at that race as well, so I've got a bit of affinity with this car and a bit of connection, so it's a real pleasure to drive it. And Ruben and the Rubriks guys have done a killer job with the car. It's a real weapon.
Tell us some recollections from that 97 race. You were there, you saw it, you watched it unfold. I mean, that Losi won in two-wheel drive, and Masami again in four-wheel drive. The Shoemakers were on the podium in four-wheel drive as well. Yeah, there was lots to like about that race.
Yeah, look, it was a fantastic race. I mean, you had the classic associated Losi rivalry back in the day, and it was pretty intense back then. The teams were huge, both on the AE side and the Losi side, and the rivalry was next level. So it was good to be a part of that and to be exposed to that. I think there was some shenanigans at the warm-up race as well, with Losi kind of backing things off a little bit. They found something in the car, didn't want to show their hand at the warm-up, gave Associated a false sense of security, and then rolled out with Kinwald for the win in two-wheel. So that was pretty special. Masami winning four-wheel, but also the Shui guys, Timu Leno and Stanari were incredible. My other recollection was William Mitchum with the Predator. I think he drove that car to fifth, which on that track was remarkable, because that was a pretty rough track. It wasn't mega traction. It wasn't the kind of track that you would expect the Predator to be successful on, but it was awesome to watch, and William did an amazing job with that car.
He was perhaps an underrated figure, wasn't he? Because I think he was on the podium in 1993 over in the UK with Ben Sturnham. One of those two's got disqualified, I think, from the four-wheel drive finals. Might have been Sturnham, some kind of motor issue, something
your
like that.
recollection's better than mine, Scotty. But some of those guys back in the day, Mitchum and several others from the UK, they were really doing well on the world stage. So it was good to be a part of it in '97. Long time between drinks, since then. But it's good to be driving this car here today.
The secret to being is just to stay it with confidence. So I'm saying it with confidence. That's what happened.
Exactly.
I have no idea.
Makes it much more believable.
How's your weekend going?
Yeah, mate, it's fantastic. Really enjoying it here at the Vintage Bash. My third bash. I missed the first one, but I was here for 2 and 3, and now here for 4. It's just a great vibe, here in the pits, everyone hanging out, reminiscing about the old days when we were a lot younger and a little bit faster. Maybe not a lot faster, but no, it's good fun. It's a great vibe. It's good to see everybody here. A lot of support for the race, a lot of love for vintage racing. So, yeah, it's just great to be a part of it.
Thank you, mate. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Good on you. Thanks, Scotty. Appreciate it.
That's Scotty Pettit there with that 1997 replica car. I'm going to jump in here. We did have a little chat with these guys yesterday. Oh, that car looks like it's in a lot of pieces. I was going to say we had a chat with you guys yesterday, well, with Darren at least on Friday.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about this project, this Pitbull project that you guys have been working on together.
Yeah.
Actually, first of all, introduce yourself. Tell us your name, where you're from.
Well, Michael Harlow. Used to be Geddes. But yeah, I started racing with a Bulldog in 1985. Yep. It was my first car. So I've always sort of had an affinity with it, and wanted to get it going again. And the originals you can't really race. The plastics are a bit weak and everything. So I decided to start redesigning it. Yep. So so everything's pretty much 3D printed, even the outdrives and everything, and the pulleys and everything. And you don't really need a donor car as much to be able to do it now.
So we're having a little look at the car of Bob Burbage that ran in the Nationals. I think it was 1986, wasn't it, that this car ran? Was it 86? Am I remembering that right?
He ran his in 86, 87.
Yep.
He was still running the Bulldog when everyone else had gone to the shoemaker, so he kept racing it. So he... 86, myself and Andrew Bolton were first and second in stock in 86 with the Bulldogs. And then and Bob kept running it. So, and Bob was in the A final in 87. I was running the Cat in 87 down in Melbourne. Yeah.
You had quite the career. Let me ask you about, you ran at that World Championships in 1989 in Sydney, in St Ives.
Yep.
Just reflect on that a little bit, what that experience was like to run in a Worlds on home soil. And I think my memory is you did all right.
Yeah, I made the B final in the Worlds. Qualified 15th in the world, so not too bad. I was in heat with Jay Halsey, which was fun. In that heat, he qualified into the A. I was in the A. I was 5th in the A for a while. And I had batteries being thrown at me saying, here, use this. And as I dropped down, they kept coming back and taking the batteries back. That was quite funny. I had Novak coming over and saying, what speed you see you're running, you want to run this and that. And it sort of, as you slip down, it sort of gets taken away.
Having had that experience, how cool to see the reenactment of the two-wheel drive final from St Ives yesterday. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, and apparently I've got a Guernsey for this afternoon in it. So
you and me head-to-head, mate.
Yeah, awesome. Let's go.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Harlow. Michael Geddes was known back in the day, B finalist at the Worlds in 1989, and now one half of the team that's producing this or reproducing the Mugen Bulldog, the Pitbull. We'll look forward to seeing that go on the market not too far from now.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we'll definitely have the cages going and at least have a backbone done so people can just bolt. If they've got one already, they'll be able to bolt the parts on and use it. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, mate.
Yep. No, thanks.
We're going to keep going for a little bit more of a look around here and see what we can find. On-track action just getting ready to go again, but we'll have a couple more minutes. Might just duck in here and find a random person to have a chat to. Going to stand up and have a chat with me. Let me get you to invite you to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Paul Shannon from Blacktown, Western Sydney, and mainly race at Castle Hill and St Ives.
Mate, give me some bash history. Is this your first time here? Have you been a couple times?
Third time here.
What is it that keeps bringing you back to the bash?
Just enjoy running the old cars, much more fun than the modern.
And are you running the XX4 today, but what are the kind of favourite old cars for you? What are the ones that you really enjoy?
Top Force Eva, I like that.
Yep.
And mainly anything two-wheel drive RC10 stuff.
Yep. How'd you go yesterday?
Yeah, did all right yesterday. Had a good day. Hot. Otherwise, all good.
Hot and had a good time, right?
Yep, correct.
And how's the double X4? These things are absolute weapons, aren't they? Particularly when it gets bumpy, which it is here today.
Yeah, it's definitely good to drive, easy to drive and fun. Yep.
Thank you, mate. Enjoy the rest of the day.
No worries, thank you. Thanks.
That's Paul Shannon there running the Losi double X4. Speaking of Losi's, he's just not at the table at the moment. I was going to grab Jeff Primer, but we might have a quick look at some of the cars he's got on display here. So Jeff Primer, one of the famous Losi names. Oh, there you go. That's why he's not here. Be out marshalling. The JRX Pro, the Double X, or the JRX Pro SE, and then the original JRX2. We saw these cars on track yesterday, and Jeff's running the Double X4 again today. We also saw Brent Jeffress out there a minute ago running the Double X4, rip the front end right off that thing. So that was not so good. I'm going to duck around behind Matt. We'll go and find one more person to have a chat to before we go back on the racetrack. Again, I'm just looking for someone I haven't spoken to yet. Here's a man I haven't spoken to yet. Come and talk to me for just a second. I want to have a look at this. Just let me invite you to introduce yourself. Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Kane Hendy. I'm from a little town called Naddymuck, which is about halfway between Melbourne and Adelaide.
Very nice. How's your bash experience been this weekend?
Awesome.
Pretty good.
Having a great time, yeah.
And we're running a Yokomo today. Tell me about the car that you're running today.
So this is a Works 93 reproduction. There's about 3 or 4 Yokomo parts on it. Everything else is all aftermarket. And this is its first run.
I also want to ask you about this. Let me get you to hold that up for us. Is this your radio?
No. Well, actually, it once was my radio.
Okay.
And I sold it to my friend who's racing with me here today. I remember buying that brand new from Arnold at Zigzag.
All sorts of little secrets, aren't there, behind the doors? If people haven't seen these old school radios, if you're newer to the sport, all of the adjustments in there, endpoints and brake and travel and all of that we used to play with?
Yeah. It's pretty much, all the stuff you can get, well, some of the stuff you can get on a digital radio now, but in analog form. And this was my first radio with endpoint adjustment. It was very exciting.
And the high-tech digital multimeter on the right-hand side to keep an eye on battery level, right?
Yeah. And it came with a very handy
the
frequency chart. Yeah. And it was actually the first time I learned that the receiver crystal is quite a different frequency to the transmitter crystal.
Yeah.
Normally there's a sticker with just the actual number on it. That's fine. But if you've lost that sticker, this will be printed by the manufacturer on there, and it's been very handy.
And every time our car went crazy, we'd be yelling out, "Who's on 24? Who's on 28?"
Yeah. My friend went and got his peg today, and he said, "I think I'm the only one with a peg."
So for those who might not have been around, this is how we did it in the old days, changing these little plug-in crystals to get a different frequency. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the chat. Enjoy your day.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
I better give you that back. Thank you, mate. So that's a little bit of what's happening in the pits here at the Vintage Bash. We'll go back out on track with Mitch as we work our way into the day. We're in round 2 now of four-wheel drive. Racing is continuing to go head-to-head. Something to look forward to not too far away. Round 3 of our 1989 World Championship final reenactment. That's coming at the end of round 2. But for now, let's go back with Mitch as round 2 of four-wheel drive continues.
And thank you very much, Scotty. A big welcome back to our on-track action here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. We've got Andrew Cook out front in this one, Dean Evans in 2, Nathan Marsh in 3, James Knight in 4, Luke Button in the 5 spot. The battle on at the moment between Dean Evans and Nathan Marsh. Those two working their way down the back straight here. Coming to the line here. Dean Evans still in front of Marshy, but not by much. Up and over the hip jump. Onto the front straight away. That is the battle to watch. They work their way towards the tabletop. Marshy trying to close in on Dean Evans for the 2 spot. Through the tabletops. Marshy getting a little bit out of shape there. Having to catch it a couple of times. 1 minute left on the clock. Dean Evans and Marsh coming to the line there. On the step on, step off to the hip jump. Down the front straight away. Cookie, he's checked out in this one. He's got 3 seconds in hand over these two, battling it out behind him. Then again, last time by, Dean Evans putting down his hot lap of the race. 27.9, closing that gap on up on Andrew Cook with 35 seconds left on the go. They should get this one and maybe one more as Cookie comes to the line here. Working his way through a bit of traffic now. Dean Evans only 2.5 seconds behind with Marshy hot on his heels. Those two working their way down the front straight here. Marshy having a look up the inside. Gets it done. A great move there from Marsh. Tries to fight it back. Working their way onto their back straight away. Cookie might just sneak through for another one. Not so sure on Dean Evans and Marsh. It'll be tight. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, Dean Evans caught to the line, so it's up to Cook and Marsh now. Oh, Marshy on the wrong side of the piping. Finding some traction on the grass. As they work their way through the tabletops, Cookie just needs a clean lap from here. Marshy is pushing it hard as they work their way down the back straightaway. Oh, there's another car in between them as well. Cookie coming to the line. Marshy coming home in P2. All right, so we get our drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall.
I think that's the secret, to just like slow down enough to get close.
All right, so we get all those drivers out to Marshall, please. All those drivers making their way out to Marshall. So the order of this race, heat number 2 of 5 for pre-87, race number 2 overall, round number 2 of for racing here at Knox. We got Patrick off 1, Heath Murray on 2, Rob in 3, Stephen in 4, David Boland on 5, Hayden Tasker on 6, Dave Bradshaw on 7, Mark Watton on 8, Lucas Hodgins in 9, and Chris V on the 10 spot. All right, we're looking pretty good on the marshalling side of things. We got marshals ready, watching your corners, please. Marshal drivers ready, watching your cars. We're going racing on the Tone. And away we go. Oh, a bit scrappy as they head off the start line. They all sort themselves out, working their way around first few corners. All right, so out front of this one, we got Rob leading the way. Hayden Tasker in 2, Mark Watton in 3, Chris in the 4 spot. Battle going on down the front straight away, side by side between Hayden and Mark. They're working their way through the tabletops. Our pre-87, 5 heats of pre-87s, incredible amount of entries for these old school vintage cars. Caution at the timer line, that'll be all clear. That was Chris and Hayden coming together there. Ooh. Beautiful little breeze blowing through here. Ooh. So Rob out front, Mark in 2, Chris in 3, Hayden in 4, Lucas in 5, David Boland in the 6 spot. 2 down, 3 to go. We got Rob out front. Mark closing on in the 2 spot. Chris in 3. Hayden in 4. David rounding out your top 5. Mark 1 across the line. Rob across the line. Chris right there now. So a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd. Those two working their way through the hip jump onto the front straight away. Not too far behind your leader of Mark Wadden. In through the tabletops goes your lead 3. The battle on between Rob and Chris. Onto the back straight away to the JC straight. Onto the Speedy RC straight away now. Through the St. Ive S's. Battle going on between Chris and Rob. Chris in that 3 spot. Rob just ahead of him in 2. Mark still not out of the woods yet. He's only a 1.5 to 2 seconds in front. As 2nd and 3rd around onto the JC straight away to the Speedy RC straight. Over the Rubik's tabletop, battle going on between Rob and Chris. Oh, caution turn 1. That's all clear now. All clear. 1 minute 45 left to go. Drivers for race number 3, please be ready. Mark Wadden across the line here. Puts his best lap in then. 28.7. Chris over the line. Rob over the line. Battle still on between 2nd and 3rd. Top 3 drivers all with clear air in front of them. Caution before the tabletops. Now to be all clear. 1 minute left to go. Gap between 1st and 2nd is 2.5 seconds. Slow lap here for Rob. Drops him down to P4, P5 even. Hayden Tasker now up to the 3 spot. David Boland up to 4, Rob to 5. Your leader working his way down the JC straight away into the Speedy RC straight. Cross the line there with 30 seconds left to go. This should be their final lap around. Chris is closing in here on Mark Wadden. Mistake there by Mark. His battle is on down the front straight away now. They work their way around into the tabletops 1st and 2nd. Over the tabletop, Mark holding the lead from the get-go in this race. Chris wants to change that up on the last few corners here. Down the front straight away. Mark struggling down the straight. Chris closing on in. Looking at the line here. Mark Wadden will hold it tone to tone. Chris closing down with 0.3 of a second at the line. That is done, guys. That is done. Hayden Tasker coming home in P3. David Boland in 4. Rob in 5. Dave Bradshaw in the 6. That is all drivers done, guys. All drivers are done. All drivers are done. So drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Straight out to Marshall, please, drivers. Up now, pre-87, heat number 3 of 5. Race number 3. Get all those drivers from the previous race out to Marshall, please. All drivers from the previous race out to Marshall. All right, so race number 3 on track. We got Ant Howard off the top spot. Chris in the 2. Clint in 3. Dominic Blackman in 4. John Perkins in 5. Jason Curtis in 6. Mark Fisher in 7. Alexander Marks on the 8. Carlo Rigney on 9. Lee Nelson on the 10. Jason Melwood in the 11 spot. All right, we've got all of our marshals out there by the looks of it. Thank you very much, marshals. We are ready to rock and roll it here. So, marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Oh, broken from the early stages. So everyone working their way around. First lap by. Coming to the line here, Chris Kirikow up top. John Perkins in 2. Mark Fisher up to 3. Ed Howard in 4. Minute down, we've got 4 to go. Chris still out front, trying to pull a bit of a gap now, out over John Perkins. Chris, JP, Mark Fisher in the 3. And Howard in 4, Curtis in the 5 spot, Carlo in 6, Dominic Blackman down to the 7. Dom going for a roll, shaking the head on the stand. At least he's still got some cool shades on. Minute and a half down, 3.5 to go. So Chris Kirikow leading the way. John Perkins in the 2. Fisher's starting to close on in. Last time by between John Perkins and Fisher was 1.8 seconds. JP putting down a 27.6 that time by, so spreads that gap back out to Mark Fisher to 2.9 seconds. Big closes in on Chris Kirikow. Down to 2 seconds between first and second. Those guys making their way onto the JC straight away. Oh, JP having issues there before the tabletop. That should allow Mark Fisher on through to 2. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Chris up front. Fisher coming to the line here. He'll have JP now in tow, so that should be the battle to watch between second and third. As Chris Kirikow trying to run away with this one. He's got 6 seconds in hand. A great gap, biggest lead we've seen so far. John Perkins closing in here a little bit on Fisher from this lap. It was 1.3 seconds late. Hit the line last time by. We'll check the gap this time as Fisher coming to the line through the St. Ives S's. JP in tow. Across the line this time by. Gap remains at 1.3. Up and over the hip jump they go. Our leader working his way through a bit of traffic here onto the back straightaway. Over the line there with your leader. The battle to watch though in this 2 spot. Here we go. The 2 Queenslanders, Fisher and JP. Oh, mistake there by Fisher. JP straight on through. Easy pass there from Fisher. Oh no. It goes from bad to worse for Fisher. Looks like an issue in the front left. Struggling to get around. He's got a minute still left on the clock. We'll see if he can bring it home. JP now back up to the 2 spot. Needs to find about 6 seconds to close in on Chris Kirikow. With only a minute left on the clock. Chris cruising around out front. JP in 2. Mark Fisher still in that 3 spot. Fisher trying to bring it home with a damaged front left. Looks like it might be a suspension failure or something. Still looks to be working okay. Final 30 seconds left on the clock. How far back is Jason Curtis? Can he take advantage of this? He's got 10 seconds to find to close in on Mark Fisher, so Fisher can just roll around from here to take third. Final 10 seconds to go. Your leader comes around for another lap. JP should get another lap as well. He'll be tight. Gets across the line there. Fisher will get caught at the line, probably what he wants. So Fisher coming home in P3 with a broken buggy. Chris Kirikow still working his way around here. Final couple of corners to take the win. Oh no, issues here for Chris. Right on the very last corner. John Perkins also doesn't finish. You haven't finished either Chris or John. John stuck into the cone. There we go. So John ends up coming home in the top spot. Chris stopping before the line by the looks of it.
Oh, I did it. All right, cool.
All right, so drivers from that race making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please.
I'm here. So you said anyhow to Marshall, I'm like, here.
All right, so we should have our drivers making their way out to Marshall. All right, so our drivers in this race, we should have Robbie on 1, Michael Harlow on 2, Yuzo on 3, Christian on 4, Anthony Miller on 5, Dean on 6, Phil Martin on 7, Ryan Bradshaw on 8, Devon on 9, Atsushi Hara on 10, Mark Rogers on 11. So just a reminder, drivers again here, the finish line is in front of race control, just in front of me here, the painted white line here. Make sure you go all the way around to the finish line on the last lap. We've got all of our marshals here. Everyone looking ready to go. There we go. We're set up now. So marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the Tone. And away we go. Race number 4 on track. Hit 4 of 5 for 87. Pre-87 forward drive. Everyone crashing in the first corner here. Oh, there is chaos out there in turn 1. Everyone working their way around. We had Atsushi Hara and Mark Rogers from the back of the order. We'll see how far up they go in their first lap around. South from we got Michael Harlow in the 1, Mark Rogers from 11th on the grid up to the 2 spot. Atsushi Hara there as well. So Atsushi Hara and Mark Rogers making moves from the very first few laps out there. Yuzo to 4, Devon Middleditch in 5. Michael Harlow out front, he's got 5 seconds in hands though. Mark Rogers with work to do. We'll check the gaps as we go through, but Michael with a good lead over Mark Rogers in the 2. Atsushi Hara on a slower lap here in the 3. Yuzo now up to the 3 spot, so Atsushi Hara in 4. The battle to watch going over the hip jump at the moment. Onto the front straight away. So battle on for 3 and 4, Yuzo, and it's Tsuchihara down the back straight away. It's Tsuchihara looking for a way through here. Yuzo in front, oh, it's Sushi up the inside. Caught him napping there. In through the hip jump now, we have it Tsuchihara up to P3. Mark Rogers in 2, Michael Harlow in the 1 spot. Michael Harlow with a very healthy lead over Mark Rogers in the 2 spot. Tsuchihara putting his hot lap in that time by trying to close in on Mark Rogers. The gap between those two is 6.8 seconds. Oh, a slight mistake there for Hara. Finding the pipe on the inside. Didn't cost him too much time. There's Rogers coming across the line there. That's Tsuchihara working his way around to the line here. Over the line he goes, using all the curbing there. Oh no, the body getting tucked up on the left wheel. He's got a body tuck, Marshall, quick. It's like on road. Back on the road now. Hara with a quick fix there. Yuzo wasn't quite close enough to capitalise on that one. Everyone fairly evenly spread out with 1:30 left on the clock. Michael Harlow over Mark Rogers at Tsuchihara in the 3 after a quick fix up there. Yuzo in the 4, Devon Middleditch in 5, Ryan Bradshaw in 6, Christian Foran in the 7, Phil Martin in the 8, Robbie in the 9, and Dean rounding out your top 10. 1 minute left to go, drivers. We got 1 minute left on the clock. Michael Harlow and Mark Rogers, 8 seconds between them. At Tsuchihara putting his best lap in there at 27.9. He's still 9 seconds off the back of Mark Rogers though. Oh, another body tuck there for Tsuchihara. Marshall on the case a second time. Knows the drill. So we got 20 seconds left to go. Michael Harlow over Mark Rogers at Tsuchihara in 3, Yuzo in 4, Devon Middleditch in the 5, Ryan Bradshaw 6, Christian in 7, Phil Martin rounding out your running cars in the 8 spot. As the timer starts to tick on down here, Mark Rogers goes around for another lap. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. Cross the line, you will be done. Michael Harlow out front by 10 seconds. Working his way around on the back straight away. Coming to the St. Ives S's. Crossing the line with a comfortable win there for Michael Harlow. It's Tsuchihara coming home in P3. Yuzo coming across shortly, hopefully in 4. There, no, that's Ryan Bradshaw, Devon Middleditch in 5. So Yuzo end up dropping down to P6. Mark Rogers comes home in 2nd. That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. So drivers making your way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please. Drivers off the stand and out to Marshall. All right, so we should have all of our marshals out there. In this race, we will have off 1 spot, we'll have Sam Hind. On 2 will be Nick. On 3 will be Jason V. On 4 will be Jeno Spencer. On 5, Aaron DeFinner. On 6, David Hurst. On 7, Scott Marks. On 8, we'll have Jose. On 9 will be Mark DeBono. On 10 will be Darren Johnson. On 11 will be Dean Fisk. We have all of our marshals out there. All right, we got our marchers out there, marshals, watching your corners, drivers, watching your cars. We've got racing on the tone. And away we go. Heat number 5 for pre-$87 caution at the line. Caution at the line. Caution at the line. Cars left, right and centre there. Everyone sorts themselves out as they work their way into the hip jump onto the front straight away. Oh, wing coming off. We've lost a wing. So everyone working their way around on their very first lap. All right, so caution on the after the loop. Caution after the loop, guys. Oh, we got a body coming off one as well. Chaos on track at the moment. So what we're going to do, we're going to throw it over to Scotty for a very special interview here. Take it away, Scotty.
Thank you, Mitch. We talked a lot yesterday about some of the history of the sport here in Australia, and one name came up a few times. That was the name of Brendan Coleman. Brendan Solar was driving that Brendan Coleman body shell. We remember that from yesterday. We talked about the Coleman Cup that is held in Brendan Coleman's memory all these years later. Lou, we've got something very special happening right now. I'm going to give the microphone to you. Okay. You tell us what's happening. Introduce the folks that are with us. Tell us this story.
Sure thing. So we had intended to do the massive concourse on Friday, but of course we got rained out. We had to push the program through yesterday, and we had 550 plus cars on the track. One thing I wanted to do is we had a little award because there's a lot of guys here that raced with Brendan back in the day, and we all remember him. I've asked the guys to the Coleman family to pick out a car for us, and they picked out Damien's car. Now, call it a coincidence, but have a look at this. And have a look at his car. So I'm not sure if Brendan had a part in this, but Damo, this is a very special award that we're going to give you. This is Brendan's choice. So the Coleman family wants you to have this trophy for your car.
Oh, wow.
So I hope you, I hope you enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
Hope you know what it means. Super cool. Yep. Yeah, yep. So this is Ron, Julie, and your mum is?
Robin.
I was going to say Jane. No, Robin. I knew it was Robin. I was just joking. Yeah. They're absolutely ecstatic that we still remember Brendan, and he'll be with us forever. That's all. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in. I'm just going to ask Julie. We were just chatting before, but Julie, what does it mean to you as a family that, you know, that Lou and the club here continue to honour Brendan?
Well, I sent a random email earlier this year just wondering whether the Coleman Cup was even still going, and it's been actually humbling. We were here 2 weeks ago, and the number of people who had raced with Brendan that are still racing is unbelievable. And the vintage, the fact that I love about the vintage is that people are actually getting back into remote control racing because they actually come along and actually race in this event. And the fact that it's worldwide, it's global, is unbelievable. So we're thrilled and so very touched that everyone is still recognises, remembers Brendan. He was a great race driver and a great guy, and we just are really thrilled. So thank you.
I'm thinking next year you need to race in the Vintage Bash. What do you think?
I don't know about that. I'll give it a go.
Lou, you've got. There you go, Lou.
I know where there's a car.
Lou's got 12 months to get you going. We could get you on track maybe later today. I'm sure we can do that. Damien, I mean, this is a pretty special moment. What does it mean to you to be chosen by the Coleman family for the way you've presented the car?
It's really amazing because I was here for the Coleman Cup recently, and it is a huge event, and it's really special. I actually got goosebumps about it, so it's a big deal, yeah.
That is a very special moment here on what's been a special weekend gathering for the Vintage Bash. So kudos to Lou and the whole team. Thank you so much to the Coleman family for joining us, for choosing this beautiful car. I think, Lou, you're right. The Scorpion sticker with the Scorpion stickers on Brendan's body from right back in 1993. We saw that car on track yesterday. We're going to go back to Mitch. It's a special moment here at the Vintage Bash 4.0, the presentation of the inaugural Brendan's Choice Award.
On all four for this final lap. Should have it over Geno. Final couple of seconds ticking on down in this race. Race number 5 of 5 for pre-87. Jason V getting caught at the line. Geno will be caught at the line in P3. Mark DeBono coming around on a victory lap out there. He's got the track to himself as he worked his way onto the back straight. Coming to the line here. And just one more still coming around. Jose should still be live. That will be all drivers done. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers making their way off the stand and out to marshal, please. Off the stand and out to marshal.
Hey, Derek.
All right, so we should have our drivers from the last race out to marshal. Up now, race number 6, heat number 1 of 3 for pre-89 four-wheel drive. Pre-89 four-wheel drive, your order will be off 1, 11 Far. On 2, Christopher. On 3 will be Dean Fisk. On 4 will be Justin. On 5 will be Hayden Palmer. On 6 will be Chris S, that one. And on 7 will be Connor Deventh. On 8 will be Aaron DeFina. On 9 will be Jason Curtis. On 10 will be Grant Salter. On 11 will be Jason Mole. So all of our marshals should be in position. Thank you very much, guys. Everyone getting sorted. Looking for one on position number 4. So we should have Scott Marks on 4. Have we got Scott Marks out there marshalling? Yep. All right, there we go. Alrighty, so drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. Caution at the time and loop, caution time and loop. Clear now. Out front, Christopher and Justin straight into battle territory here. Caution back straight, caution back straight, caution back straight. Still there, still there. Caution back straight still. Clear now, clear now. Battle going on between Justin and Christopher. Those two working their way onto the front straight. The two white cars. Down the front straight, coming to the tabletops. After that, we'll have Jason Moll in the 3, Jason Curtis in 4, Aidan Palmer in 5. So Justin and Christopher working their way through the hip jump here. Oh, mistake there by Justin. The battle on now down the front. Straight away we go. Justin with the slight mistake. Christopher closes the gap right on up into the tabletops. On to the JC straight away. They drop down into the Speedy RC straight away. Under pressure here is Justin and Christopher. Right hot on his heels. They work their way around turn 1 over the timing loop. Into the hip jump. To the front straight away. Down the back straight away they go. The battle on first and second. Justin and Christopher to the line. Justin with a better lap that time over Christopher. Now they come into a whole heap of traffic. Working their way through this traffic into the tabletops. Caution after tabletops, caution after tabletops. All right, we're going to throw it on over here to Scotty Guide with a very interesting conversation about the starting of RC. Take it away, Scotty.
Someone just asked me if this is wise, but I'm going to introduce Mr. Les Bone. Les, welcome to the Vintage Bash.
Well, thank you very much. It's not the first time I've been here.
First time this year?
Oh, heck yeah.
Mate, tell me, we were just talking off air, but you were involved right at the very beginning of RC in Victoria and in Australia, in fact. So where did this all begin?
Oh, actually, we're about a couple of years after Kilo, and I had already bought a car and I was going to race, and I watched what they did at Kilo, so then started Melton. But I was telling you before, I think my wife bought me a car, I drove up and down the street, and it was boring. So I advertised in the local newspaper, and I said, 32-year-old guy wants to drive my car. I got 17 guys turned up on the first morning on Sunday, and we built a track in a figure of 8. And we all learned very quickly you don't drive figure of 8. Second rule, if there's somebody on frequency 16, you don't switch your 16 on while he's out on the track, and so on. And then it grew, and then, we hired some ground, we built the ground, and we went, then we had the nationals, we had the on-road nationals over the years. It's what you do.
You're also, I think, involved in the formation of the Australian Association, or the, Orca Australia, Orca Victoria. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, it's just because we were, it sounds arrogant. Melton was a force to be had. So if you went to Bendigo, you went to Kilo, you went to Knox, there were big groups. And so when everyone says we need a group, we need some Victorians in Orca, everyone else stood back, and I didn't step back quick enough. So, so I was on there with, Gary White was on, and all the other states. And that was long before we had Facebook, and long before we were able to meet online. So we would meet whenever there was a group on.
Good memories from those days for you?
Oh, brilliant. I was just looking back through, some of my old magazines, and there is one where we had a 3-hour enduro. Now that one's a 2-hour. That was the very first dirt and track, by the way, and that was the second dirt and track. But there was in here, I was a regular contributor. Unfortunately, in the first one, I was using the U-Butte charge leads, and I put the charge leads on the Volvo, and I went in the house, and we heard a thump, and that was the tires of the Volvo blowing up, and the house on fire, and the Volvo on fire. That wasn't a good time, but I wrote about it. There was a time when we had the Enduro on, but it was my wife was in hospital having a baby, and I couldn't go there because I had to be there with the car. I managed to get down in the afternoon when it was not all over, but it was happening. So, photograph in there of my daughter with a brand new baby while we were at the track.
I was a little confused there whether you couldn't get to the berth or you couldn't get to the Enduro. Which one was it?
Well, it was the berth. I've seen one before. No, I got to be with the cars.
You were involved in Dirt and Track magazine. You just held one up there. You know, what was that like to be a part of the magazine over all those years?
It was not humbling, and I've spoken to Tony Gray about it and a few others, that afterwards people come up to you at a track and say, so tell me, how's my suspension? Well, how should it be? I don't know. I got a car, I built it, I'll give my opinion, but I'm not a specialist. I don't know how to set it up. But people, you're not guru, but you are deemed to know what you're talking about. And it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, I met a lot of people doing it. Yeah.
I think I understand that you've been involved in full-size motorsport for quite a long time as well in different ways. I'm curious about, you know, what the comparisons or, you know, what you learned here that might be interesting in full-size motorsport.
I've got a Lotus. I've got a couple of Caterham type cars, PRB Birkin. I've been racing them for about 23 years. My son drives one now, and it's exactly, to a pin, exactly the same as on-road cars. I still, with my cars, I still go to the rear, just like I had with the Schumacher. You lift it up, you plop it, and you feel the suspension plop. I do that with my car. It's only 520 kilograms, but you can push down and you can say, yeah, needs a bit more oil, needs a dampening effect. You can do exactly the same thing. And you know, after the years of learning how to drive a Schumacher cat, or you've driven a Kyosho, you know that the diff's not working. So you can fix the diff on the full-size car. So it's all I'm driving is a 1-to-1 scale car. No.
Last question for you. To come back here to this vintage bash all these years later and see so many people here driving the old cars on a racetrack that's been here for 40 years, you know, celebrating the history of the sport. You know, just reflect on that for me for a moment.
Oh, brilliant. I told my son, who is now 42, he was racing here when he was about 10. And he said, oh, you're going to Knox. Do you remember the time when someone testing their car in the car park happened to drive out and this wonderful little old lady drove her Hyundai and crushed the car? And he went wild at this woman, and everyone said, just a minute, she's in the car park. So sadly that was it. But no, just the good times, the Birtles and Collings and the brand name people who were around in those days. Great memories. Great memories.
Les, thank you for the chat. Les Bone, one of the founding fathers of the sport here in Victoria. Great to see you.
No problem. Thank you again. Anytime.
We're going to go back to Mitch, continue with on-track action here at the Vintage Bash.
And a big welcome back. A great chat there from Scotty Gott. Talking to the people that were instrumental for the hobby down here in Victoria. In this race, though, we are into race number 7 of 15, the halfway mark of round number 2. Heat number 2 of 3 for pre-89. Out front, we got Greg Brooks leading the way. Jeff Primer in 2. Darrell in 3. Stephen Pegum on the 4 spot. Michael Harlow now taking that 4 spot off him. Good battle going on between Jeff Primer and Darrell. That's the 2 and 3 out there. Greg Brooks really building that lead up now over Jeff Primer in that 2 spot. Darrell in 3. Good battle going on between 2nd and 3rd still. Two minutes 50 now. We got 2 minutes to go. Drivers got 2 minutes left on the clock. Greg Brooks, your leader. Jeff Primer in 2. Michael Harlow in 3. Darrell in 4. Good battle going on between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Michael Harlow now up to the 2 spot in front of Jeff Primer. Those two working their way through the hip jump. Darrell not far behind at all. Greg Brooks, he's well and truly out front. He's got 10 seconds in hand over these guys. He's working his way through a bit of traffic at the moment. Across the line here with Michael Harlow. He's now built a bit of a gap up over Darrell and Jeff. We've actually got Yuzo now up to the 3 spot. Jeff Primer and Darrell still battling it out in 4 and 5. 30-second left on the clock here with Greg Brooks out front, Michael Hollow in 2. Yuzo in 3, Jeff Rimmer in 4, Daryl right there in 5. Greg Brooks taking a win in that one. Looking for Michael Hollow and Yuzo still to come across the line. Michael on a slow lap here. He hasn't crossed the line yet. There he is. Yuzo coming still to the line here.
Just a quick announcement, folks. Food is ready at the Gourmet Cafe. So lush food is up. Come and enjoy.
That was fun, mate. Thanks for doing that.
Up next, race number 8. Ford F-150 Grand Prix.
All right, so we should have our drives from the previous race out. Marshalling up now. Our heat number 3 of 3, pre-89s. Race number 8. Out front, we've got Damien Tolan 1, Ashley Copeland 2, Michael Vogt on 3, Lucas Hodgins on 4, Chris Howard on 5, Alex Smith on 6, Rob in 7, Gino in 8, Adrian on 9, Dean on 10, and Gavin Floyd on 11. Looks like we are ready to rock and roll here for race number 8. Marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And we are off and running. Oh, caution onto turn 1. Caution turn 1. Bit of a breeze coming up through here. So out front we got Gino leading the way. Adrian in 2, Lucas in 3. Gino, one of our incredible track crew here. Been doing so many hours of work getting this track in such a great condition for us to go racing. So coming down the front straight away is your leader. We follow on the battle between 2nd, 3rd and 4th through onto the front straight. So Gino out front in 2 spot. We'll have Lucas Hodgins, Michael Vogt in 3, Ashley Cobble in 4, Chris Howard in 5. 2 down, 3 to go. Gino out front. It's got a healthy gap as well. Lucas Hodgins in 2. Ashley Cobble under pressure with Lucas there in 2 and 3. There we go, Gino out front, Lucas on 2, Ashley on 3. Battle going on between Ashley Cobble and Lucas Hodgins. Those two working their way over the hip jump now. Working their way through a bit of traffic at the same time. Hodgins going for a bit of a barrel roll through the tabletops. Made it work though, stuck the landing. 2 minutes left to go here. 3 down, 2 to go with Gino out front. Ashley in 2, Lucas in 3. Gino still with a 12-second lead over Ashley. Ashley across the line. Lucas across the line. So gap between those two now at the 3 seconds. So Gino having a great race here. 13 seconds on the rest of the field. We mentioned before, the amount of work that he's put into this track, was awarded a hot shot for all of his efforts. A very well-deserved gift from the club. Gino working his way down the back straightaway. Over the line there, catching up on a bit of traffic. He works his way through that traffic, through the hip jump. 1 minute left on the clock. He's got 15 seconds in hand. Can cruise around from here. Just needs to keep a rubber side to the dirt. So he worked his way through the tabletops. Around the left-hand side onto the J Concept straight away. Drops down to the Speedy RC straight away with 45 seconds left to go. He should get this one. And one more afterwards. Gino, your leader, through the hip jump. Onto the front straight away. Has had tools in his hand almost all weekend long now. Has a controller in his hand and showing us how it's done. Through the final corners here. Would sneak through for another lap. Will probably be the only driver to make it through for another lap. So Gino across the line as the timer starts ticking down. Has got 23 seconds in hand. He's flying over the hip jump. Professional line there. Caution coming into the tabletops just here. Sneaks around that car as time expires. Everyone else to be done as they hit the line. The track all to Gino here. So he works his way down the Speedy RC straight away into the final corner. A great win here for Gino. Tone to tone. A well-deserved win. Lucas coming home in second. Ashley in third. Michael coming home in the 4 spot. Chris in the 5. Gavin Floyd in 6. Robin 7. Dean in 8. Alex rounding out the field. That is all drivers done. So our drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Drivers off the stand and out to Marshall.
Sorry, Dean. Someone had turned the power if I got across the racing straight after another, so I can't run the two cars. I just want the Kyosha mid to north of east. Blue and white one. The blue and white one. Blue and white? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we should have our drivers from the last race making your way out to Marshall. This race up, our race number 9, heat number 1 of 5 for 89 to 93s. We should have Lee Nelson out front. On 2 will be Chris Camilleri. On 3 will be Kim Slape. On 4 will be Gavin Floyd. On 5 will be Hayden Tasker. On 6 will be Sam Hind. On 7 will be Matt Oxford. On 8 will be Jose. On 9 will be Chris. On 10 will be Rory Cull. On 11 will be Jeff Kirby. On 12 will be Kane Hendy. All right, so we got all of our marshals out there. Last car coming to the grids here. All right, we are looking set, ready to rock and roll here. Marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the Tone. And away we go. Lee Nelson with a bit of a rock from the start there. So we got 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left on the clock. We got Chris out front, Hayden in 2, Jose in 3, and a dog walks past the stand. Oh, we're going to throw it on over to Scotty here.
So 4-drive day continues here at the Vintage Bash. We are in race number 9, our 89 to 93 category. I caught out of the corner of my eye. There he is just over the hip jump in the middle of the track. We'll see if we can catch up with him. The white and purple of Rory Cull, the Yokomo, just working his way to the left side of the track now, doing battle with a yellow mid-Optima. And he works through the double jumps and now out onto the back straight. So that's Rory Cull's, I think it was a 1991 or 92 European Championships Yokomo. He brought it here a couple of years ago straight from the track. I think it was in Germany. I can't quite remember the details he was telling me, but all the electronics proceeded to give up the ghost over the course of that first Bash weekend. It's fitted out now with some modern electronics, but still the old car. We talked with Rory a couple of times yesterday. He ran in that 89 World's final reenactment, and he's got the Yokomo going nicely down the back straight here. This running the US style YZ10 body shell. Not the monoshock front end that some of the US drivers preferred in that kind of era or a little earlier in the 89-90 period, but the YZ10 style body shell still available, I think, as a re-release from Yokomo now. The YZ10 and the YZ870C, pretty much the same car under the body shell, but the YZ10 US style shell that Rory is running. Just jumps clean over the top of a Kyosho laser, which actually reminds me that it's the first time to talk about a laser. So we'll switch focus to the blue and white car as he runs down in front of the driver's stand, works the left side, chasing Rory Cull. Kyosho releasing that laser in the late 80s. I think they ran the cars at the 89 World Championships, a car that followed on from the Mid-Optima and all the variations of the Mid-Optima that we talked about a little bit earlier this morning. The long wheelbase cars, the custom, the special, the mid-custom, special, fantastic. Just to add an adjective, there was a Mid-Optima of that variant. This is the laser, and there were, over the next few years, quite a few different variations of the Kyosho laser, and we're following on board with that laser at the moment. Or I think we might still be on with Rory. We are still on with Rory. Working his way up to what looks, I just was about to say the car in front of him, might even be a Pro Cat or a Boss Cat, but that car's gone upside down. Let me check what's happening as we go inside the last 10 seconds. Chris Vautier holding the lead in this one. Hayden Tasker, Matthew Oxford, Jeff Kirby, Gavin Floyd. That's time, drivers. You'll be finished as you cross the line. Rory finishing off there in the YZ10. That brings race number 9 to a close. A reminder, at the end of this second round of races, we're going to run A3 of our 1989 Worlds rerun. So those who are involved in getting those cars ready, those who are involved in driving them, that'll be right after race 15. We're at race 9. We're about to start race 10. So 5 more races here in the four-wheel drive category, and then we'll rerun A3 of the 1989 World Championship two-wheel drive final. I'm going to go back to Mitch as we continue with four-wheel drive day here at the Bash.
All right, so we'll get our drives in that last heat out to Marshall, please. Or drives in that last heat out to Marshall.
Up next, race number 10, 89 to 93, 4WD 2 and 5.
So up now, race number 10. Heat number 2 of 5 for our 89 to 93 four-wheel drives. We should have all of our drives in the previous race making their way out to Marshall. In this race, off P1, we'll have Mark DeBono. On 2, we'll have Anthony Devon. On 3 will be Brett Todman. On 4 will be Ashley Cobble. On 5 will be James Waldy. On 6 will be Adam Rich. On 7 will be Craig Boeing. On 8 will be Atsushi Hara. On 9 will be Luke Button. On 10 will be Dominic Blackman. On 11 will be Jeremy Williams. And on 12 we'll have Carlo Rigney. We'll get our Marshall over the left-hand side as we can as well, please. We're looking for one more over the left-hand side. Shouldn't be missing Marshalls, guys. We should not be missing Marshalls. All right, we're looking better now. Marshall's out of the way. Thank you, guys. All righty. James is on his way up there. Head on over there, James. Quick, quick, quick. All right, so we got all of our Marshalls ready. Our drivers getting ready here as well. So drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. 12 car field here for heat number 2 of 5 for our 89 to 93s, or caution turn 1. Caution turn 1. Back on the way here. Everyone on track. Once again, Atsushi Hara down the order a little bit. He'll be working his way through pretty quickly. So they all work their way through the tabletops. Hara getting a little bit caught up there. Luke Button getting on through. Those two now switch places down the back straight away. Coming across the line here. Brett Todman, Ashley Cobble, James Waldy in the 3. Anthony Deventh in 4. So Brett out front, Ashley in 2, James in 3, Anthony in 4, Luke Button now up to the 5 spot, Jeremy Williams in 6, Atsushi Hara in 7, Dominic Blackman in 8, Carlo in 9, Craig Bowering in the 10, Adam Rich in 11. So we're watching on board with our top 5 drivers all battling it out. They're working their way over to the tabletops. Brett Tobin still leading the way. Second spot will be James Waldy. Luke Button now up to the top spot. So battle still going on between Ashley Cobble and Luke Button. Luke now to the top spot. Ashley to 2. James Waldy in the 3. It's Sushi Hara coming through the pack now. Down the back straightaway. Hara coming over the line. Will be in the hunt for this one. As they work their way through the hip jump to 4 cars. Oh, Luke with a mistake there. Cobble tried for the inside. Somehow managed to hang on to that top spot. Hara on the hunt. Not far behind. We'll have Brett Tobin there as well. Down to the line here, Luke Button. Oh, big crash there. Hara sneaks the gap. Oh, issue. Caution there. Caution at the timing line. So that allows it Sushi Hara on through. I think that one's dead. Hara on through. We'll see who comes out after that then. They work their way to the line here. Hara over Cobble. Luke Button comes out in 3. Brett Tobin up to the 4 spot now. 2 minutes left to go. So Hara out front making the trip over here to the Vintage Bash from Japan. Extremely well-renowned racer, especially in the on-road scene. Ashley Cobble in the 2 spot. Couple of seconds behind. Luke Button in 3. Brett Tobin in 4. Now we've got James Waldy up in the 4 spot. Brett Tobin down to the 5. So Hara coming to the line here. That time by puts down hot lap of the race at 23.869. Oh, gets it hung up on the pipe there. Oh no. No, Hara just playing with us now. So Hara slows it on down. Allows Ashley Cobble to close up a bit. Caution the timing line, caution timing line. Caution after the hip jump, that'll be all clear as well. .30 seconds left on the clock here.
You can take a quick chance here to go on board with Craig Bowering for the last lap or so. Craig, 1986 Australian champion, driving the then short wheelbase Schumacher Cat, here driving the longer wheelbase version. Craig, renowned as a 12-scale driver, winning the Nationals here, travelling and racing overseas. We're going to grab Craig for a chat in our studio early in round 3, so stay tuned on the live stream. We'll grab Craig for a chat early in round 3 of our four-wheel drive racing. We'll dive into some of that history, but that's Craig's Schumacher Cat on screen as we wrap this race and continue deep now into round 2 of four-wheel drive action. Just finishing off this one. Bowering coming around to the line. Nice to see Craig Bowering behind the wheel of a Schumacher Cat. Thank you, drivers. Straight down radios in the box and out to Marshall. We continue on with four-wheel drive. Reminder, at the end of this round of racing, after race 15, it will be the two-wheel drive modified A3 reenactment from St Ives, 1989, those 10 replica cars. So if those cars can be getting ready in the pits and those drivers who'll be driving them. So straight after race 15, we'll go on track with the 89 reenactment leg 3. Let's grid those cars up for the next one. We're sorting out a couple of little changes to the timing system here. As soon as we're ready, we'll get back underway. Beautiful afternoon here at Knox. What you might not see if you're watching on from around the world. Firstly, hello to you wherever you are in the world. Give us a shout out in the comments. But the breeze has been getting up here. So it is a warm, sunny day, but the breeze is getting up. So conditions a little tricky over some of the jumps. Beautiful afternoon. The track is fast. The grip is up as the track grooves up through the day. Just waiting on a little change here, and then I'll hand you over to Mitch to get this one underway.
All right, so we are into race number 11, heat number 3 of 5 of 89 to 93s. We have got all of our marshals out there. Thank you. The order will be Damien on 1, Sean on 2, Robbie on 3, Rob G on 4, Carter Sims on 5, Alvin on 6, Knight and 8 on 7, Paul Sims on 8, Patrick on 9, Peter Dunn on 10, John Perkins on 11, and Phil Martin on 12. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. So out front we got Carter Sims leading away, Paul Sims in 2, Robbie Norman in 3, John Perkins in 4, Sean Leggett in the 5. Oh, coming to the line there. Big old stack. So out front we got Carter Sims leading away. Paul Sims in 2. So the Sims boys 1 and 2 out there at the moment. John Perkins in 3. Not too far behind though. So John Perkins trying to change things up a little bit here. Robbie in 4. Sean Leggett in 5. Patrick in 6. Phil Martin in 7. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. Carter putting down a hot lap of the race there, 23.552. Flying out there at the moment is young Carter Sims. Caution at the line, caution timing loop, caution at the timing loop. That'll be clear. So we got 3 down, 2 to go. Carter right up front. We got John Perkins out to P2 now. Paul Sims going for a roll in that last lap around. Top three is Carter Sims, John Perkins, Paul Sims. Robbie up in P4, Sean Liggett in 5, Patrick in 6. We got 20 seconds left on the clock here. Carter Sims leading the way. John Perkins in 2. Paul Sims in 3. Robbie in 4. Sean Leggett now up to the 4 spot. Robbie down to 5. Final couple of seconds here. Time expires now. Carter Sims comes across the line. Taking a win in this one. Couple of laps up on the field. John Perkins should come home in second. No, Paul Sims comes home in second at the end there. John Perkins comes home in third. Sean Leggett in the 4. Robbie Norman will come home in 5. Rob will come home in the 8th spot. Oh, broken as Robbie. Something wrong with that front shock. So get all those drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. All drivers from that race off the stand and out to Marshall. So up next we have race number 12, heat number 4 or 5 of 89 to 93 four-wheel drive. On the grids we will have Glenn Grincher on 1, David Boland on 2, Dean on 3, Scott Marks on 4, Simon Healy on 5, Sean on the 6, Greg Brooks on 7, John on 8, Anthony Miller on 9, Neil Kovacs on 10, Daryl Johnson on 11, and Wayne on 12. We're going to throw it over to Scotty for a bit of a trackside interview before we kick this race off.
We're here with Japan's Atsushi Hara. Mates, I just want to check in with you because this day does not look like it's going very well for you.
It's some mechanical issues, plus something like a looking mistake. The first one I forgot tight the motor screws and then motor move, and the second one I think car everything's okay, but the end I think it's belt or Leah something gear broken, so I didn't finish the race. But it's still fun, yeah.
You were saying the other day how much you'd been looking forward to driving this car in particular, the Optima. It looks really good out there.
Yeah, it looks. I drive so good with this car. So I didn't finish the round, but still I can feel the car how good it is. So I'm still happy.
And how's your Yokomo, your 834 going in the early class?
Yeah, Plea 87 Wonder Dog Fighter. I forgot a tight wheel nut, and then the tire came off, and then the second one's okay, but body tack. Some reason, like all the time body tack, so the car doesn't move. But also, you know, and back then I never see that Wonder Dog Fighter on the track, so it's really fun to drive.
Every time I go past your pits, I hear a brushed motor singing out or the lathe is running. Are you having a good time playing with some of that old gear?
Yeah, I just make a noise. Maybe I don't need to run, I don't need to break in, but I know many people want to hear it, so maybe I do. I keep doing that the whole day today, so.
We'll come over with the microphone later on and you can play that to the world.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Thanks, mate. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
So battle on down the front straightaway here between David Boland and Simon Healy. So watching a battle on a track here. Oh, up the inside there from Greg Brooks. Oh, they get caught up and Grubb just comes in and just sorts stuff out. He saw a mess and goes, I'll clean this up. Clean something up. So we watch a replay here of Grubb. Super Grubb coming in straight into the back of him. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. We got Simon Healy out front, David Boland on 2, Glenn Grinter now up to the 3 spot, the Super Marshal on track. Greg Brooks in the 4. Scott Marks to 5, showing on the 6 spot. So Simon Healy out front, he's got a decent little lead already now over David Boland. After David Boland making that mistake earlier on. Glenn Grinter and Greg Brooks still having a good little battle out there. So Glenn Grinter and Greg Brooks, they're working their way onto their back straightaway at the moment. Brooksy putting some pressure on the Grubb at the moment. Those two working their way to the timing line here. Grubb painting up some beautiful rims out there. He glued them up last night. Oh, he goes off track now. Brooksy up the inside of a stumbling, bumbling Grubb. So that allows Brooksy now up to P3. Simon Healy, David Boland, Greg Brooks. We'll see where Grubb comes out in the end from that one. Caution after the step on, step off. That'll be all clear. So Grubb comes out in P4. Scott Marks a little ways behind after that. So everyone fairly evenly spread out on track at the moment with 1:30 left on the clock. Couple more races still left in this round before we go to our third and final 89 Revival race. Oh, caution coming into this. That's all good. 1 minute left to go. Oh, 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute left on the clock. We got Simon Healy out front. He's got 8 seconds in hand over David Boland. Greg Brooks in the 3. Glenn Grinter in 4. Scott Marks in the 5 spot. Darren Johnson and Neil Kovacs having a little battle out there in 6 and 7. Those two separated by only 6/10 of a second as they hit the line last time. I caution back straight. Stay inside, back straight. Stay inside. Still there. Clear now. Caution go into the tabletops now. Caution into the tabletops. I think that might have been Brooks on his lid. No. To go. Order remains Healy, Boland, Brooks, and Grinter. Final 15 seconds left to go here. Timer ticking on down for race number 12. Heat number 5 drivers at 89.93 should be ready to go racing. You are up next. Cross the line drivers, you will be done. That is all drivers done. Simon Healy taking the win. Greg Brooks in 2. David Boland in 3. Glenn Grinter in 4. Scott Marks rounding out your top 5. Up next will be race number 13 of 15. We are getting closer and closer to our Revival race number 3. So we should have our drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. All drivers in the last race making your way out to Marshall. So all drivers in that last race should be making your way out to Marshall. Should already be out there. So we should have all of our marshals out there, guys. Shouldn't be waiting on marshals.
1 minute to the start of the race.
We had 11 drivers competing in that last race. We're missing two marshals. Drivers, the order will be Tim Marino on 1, Mark Fisher on 2, John in 3, Mark Watton in 4, 5 will be Daryl, 6 will be Chris, Jason will be on 7, Cam Sortel on 8, Jack Engel on 9, Mark on 10, Justin on 11, and Chris Howard on 12.
Drivers from the last race. We had 11 drivers in the last race. We are missing 2 marshals out there. There is 10 marshal positions. I'm not a mathematician here, but I believe that we should have more marshals than marshal positions. We should not be looking for marshals. Like I said, I'm not a mathematician. I'm not the genius. It doesn't take the genius to work out that we're missing marshals.
All right, so we got all of our marshals out there now. Thank you, guys. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone. Oh, Chaos on turn 1 here. So everyone on track at the moment, working their way around onto their second laps here. Caution on the front straight, caution front straight, caution on the front straight still. Oh, there's Chaos out there at the moment. Two minutes down, we've got 3 minutes left to go. We've got Cam Sortel out front. Chris Kalpoglu in the 2. Mark Fisher up in P3. Mark Watton in 4. The battle of the marks out there in 3 and 4. Cam Sortel coming to the line here. Finally got a working transponder in this car. He's showing us how to do it. He's got Chris Kalpoglu in the 2 spot, closing on in. Mark Watton in 3, not far behind. Mark Fisher in, Jason Mole and John all in 4, 5 and 6. They're having a great battle as well. This one's a great race here. 2 minutes 1:15 left on the clock. Cam Sawtell over Chris. Jason Moles starting to catch up here on Mark Watt, and Mark Fisher drops right down the order there, down to P5 now. Rough lap there for Fisher. Oh, caution at the timing line. Caution timing line, that's all clear now. Oh, caution at the timing line again. That's all clear. So Cam Sawtell, your leader, coming around over the first corner. Oof. So battle still on here between Cam and Chris. 1 and 2. Those two working their way through tabletop. Onto the JC straight away. They drop down onto the Speedy RC straight away. Gap between them last time by was 1.2. Cam comes across the line. Chris across the line. Gap back out to 1.7 now. So they work their way onto the front straight. Who follow on board with a battle between Mark Fisher and Jason Mole. That's a ding-donger out there at the moment through the hip jump onto the front straight away. Fisher and Jason Mole nose to tail. The two Queensland boys, the Chargers RC boys. Oh, Fisher face plants in the tabletops. Down the back straight away they go with 45 on the clock. Mole now up to the 3 spot. Fisher will be hot in his heels. The gap between the leaders has spread out quite a bit. The battle to watch going on to the front straight away. Oh, I think that might have actually been Chris upside down. So Jason Mole in the fight for the 2 spot now. Right in front of him, a mistake again. Oh, catches Jason. Fisher now into the fight as well. We got a 3-way battle for second, third and fourth going down the back straight away. With 20 seconds left on the clock, this will be the final lap around here. Jason up to the 2 spot. Chris in 3, Mark Fisher in 4. Through the hip jump they go. The black of Jason Mole getting a little bit nose down onto the front. Straight away they go. Into the tabletops. Another slight mistake by Mole there. So they work their way through the tabletop. Chris not quite close enough to capitalise. Fisher now up the inside of Chris. Stumbling, bumbling onto the last few corners. Jason Mole down the straight. See if Fisher has anything for him into the last corner. Coming to the line. Oh! Oh no, what's happened here? On top of all that, Mark Fisher has come out in the top spot. Cam Sawtell drops all the way down to P4 on the last lap around. So Mark Fisher coming out on top. Jason Mole on P2. Chris coming home in 3rd. Cam Sawtell in the 4th spot. I knew it was going to be a ding-donger. The Barnstormer. A great finish there. Mark Fisher doing a bit of a Bradbury. Coming out on top. All right, so drivers from that race making your way out to Marshall, please. Some more of that, please. We'll get a couple more good races here. All right, so up now, we are into race 14 of 15. 94 to 2000 four-wheel drive, heat number 1 of 2. In this race, off P1, we'll have William. On 2 will be Jeff Kirby. On 3, Scott will be 4 on Paul Shannon. 5 will be Chris Schoenfish. Not here, unfortunately. And 6 will be Devon Middleditch. On 7 will be Alvin. On 8 will be Jensen Spencer. On 9 will be Simon Healy. On 10 will be Scotty Giles. On 11 will be Chris. And on 12 we'll have Scott Lang. All right, we are looking pretty set to go here. We've got all of our marshals out there. Thank you, marshals. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Oh, caution at the line, caution at the line. Chaos at the line. Everyone working their way around. Oh, issue onto that back straight away there. To the line here, we'll see who's out front. Paul Shannon over Scott Pettit. Oh, there's a big battle pack coming across the line there. 5 cars all nose to tail as they work their way through the hip jump. It turns to chaos. Give a clean out there, guys. Work with each other. Be patient. So we got out front, Paul Shannon leading the way. Scott Pettit in the 2 spot. After that, a bit of a gap, and we got a great battle going on between 3rd and 4th. Geno in the 3. So Paul Shannon still leading this one. Scott Pettit in the 2. Oh, caution on the step on, step off. Caution, step on, step off. $2.15 down. We've got 2:45 left on the clock. Paul Shannon out front. Scott Pettit in the 2. Scotty Giles up to P3. Simon Healy in 4. So we got 1 minute 15 left on the clock. So we got less than a minute on the clock here. Paul Shannon out front. Scott Pettit in 2. Scotty Giles in 3. Geno Spencer in the 4 spot. Chris V in 5. Jeff Kirby in 6. Simon Healy in 7. Devin Middleditch in the 8 spot. Jason Millward in 9. William in the 10 spot. Battle going on at the moment between Scott Pettit and Scott Giles. So battle on down the back straight away now. Giles and Pettit. Pettit under pressure here. Oh, Giles, he gets on through there. Made it work. Got up the inside in the final corner. Oh, mistake there from Pettit. Still in the fight though with 10-second timer ticking on down. Needs to try and get to the back of Scotty Giles. Trying to put him under a little bit of pressure on this final lap around. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. Paul Shannon takes the win. Scotty Giles wraps it up in the last few laps. Scott Pettit in 3. Geno in 4. Simon Healy in 5. Chris in 6. Jeff Kirby in 7. Devin Middleditch in 8. Jason Millwood come home in the 9 spot.
Have a look at my Facebook profile picture from the
So drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Off the stand and out to Marshall. All right, so all of our drivers from that last race out to Marshall, please. All drivers out to Marshall in this race. Race number 15. You know what that means. Find a race around, but even better, the next race up will be our 89 Revival race. This race up out from P1 will have David Watson. On 2 will be Anthony Miller. On 3 will be Tim Bramstead. On 4 will be Paul Sims. On 5 will be Anthony Devonth. On 6 will be Jeff Primmer. On 7 will be Brent Jeffries. On 8 will be Andrew Abbott. On 9 will be Nathan Marsh. And on 10, Theodore Theodore. We are looking pretty set to go. Alrighty, drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Race number 15. We're going racing on the tone. Oh, issues on turn 1 there. Oh, chaos around turn 1 in the end. Thought it was going to be a clean start. Didn't quite work out. Everyone working their way around now, though. See who comes out in front from first lap. So first lap around, Anthony Devonth up to the 1 spot, Paul Sims to 2, Andrew Abbott in 3. Brent Jeffries in 4, Jeff Primmer in 5, Marshy down in the 6 spot. Oh, issues at the timing line. Thank you, mate. So Anthony Devonth out front. Paul Sims starting to close on in. Those two working their way onto the back straight there. Coming to the line here. A battle on our hands. Anthony under pressure. Paul Sims right there now. Battle also going on between 3rd, 4th and 5th. Through the tabletops, your leaders go. Side by side as they hit the loop, just about down the back straight away. We got a drag race on our hands. Anthony holding off from Paul Sims. They hit the line there. Nothing separating him in 2 tenths at most. As Anthony goes a little wide on entry, Paul has a little look. Down onto the front straight away here. They'll come up on a little bit of traffic shortly. The battle on our hands between Anthony Devonth and Paul Sims. Into the tabletop they go. Over the tabletop onto the JC straight away. Thank you very much. Great driving. Down that speedy RC straight into the S's onto the turn 1. Slightly better lap that time by for Anthony Devonth, pulling a little bit of a gap over Paul Sims. Caution the timing line. That's all clear. So Anthony under pressure from Sims. Mistake there from Anthony. Coming out just in front still of Sims. They work their way onto the back straight, a little bit wide there. Sims had a little sneaky look up the inside. Couldn't quite make it work. So they work their way to the line of the halfway mark here. Sims again looking up the inside. Has to check up. Anthony under pressure here from Paul Sims. Working their way onto the front straight away. Anthony running the orange and blue. Paul Sims in the all white. Black stripe on it through the tabletops. Anthony goes nose down. Managed to get away with it though. Down the back straight away. St. Ives is onto the timing loop. Mistake there from Anthony Devonth. He gets back on his wheels though, quickly away. Factory roll there. So Paul Sims now to the lead. We'll see what Anthony can do from behind here. They work their way down the front straight. Up and over the roller. Oh, mistake again there from Anthony. Scotty Giles on the case. Back and away he goes. Probably loses about 3 seconds or so. The battle's still raging on behind them between 3rd, 4th and 5th. will be Andrew Abbott, Brent Jeffries, and Jeff Primer. Those three still battling away. Nathan Marsh not far off that battle as well. Brent Jeffries putting a whole heap of pressure on here as we jump on board now with Andrew Abbott and Brent Jeffries. Down the front straight away, the battle to watch at the moment. Lead battle starting to heat back up though. Paul Sims and Anthony Devon starting to close back on in. The gap now down to 7/10 of a second. Race on our hands down the back straight away at the moment over the timing line. Oh, mistake there from Brent. Puts him back down to P5 now behind Jeff Primer. He's going to try and fight it back. Final 45 on the clock. Through the S's comes our lead two drivers. They've got a whole heap of traffic here. $20 seconds left on the clock. Still got Paul Sims out front. Anthony hasn't gone anywhere though. Less than a second into last time by. Gap this time by 7/10 of a second. Oh, Anthony going off the track there. Manages to save it. This will be their last lap around here. Paul Sims with a gap in hand. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. Paul Sims in front. Anthony trying to close on in. It's getting closer out there. Only a couple of corners to go though. Paul with one more corner here will get the job done. Anthony steaming on through. Couldn't quite get there in time. Still got a battle on our hands coming to the line between Andrew Abbott and Jeff Primer. Those guys working their way to the line here. Jeff coming home in P3. Andrew Abbott's going to come home in 4th. Brent Jeffries rounding out your top 5. So that is a wrap to round number 2 here. We will next have our 89 revival race. So we are going to have a short break here, so don't go anywhere, guys. We've got a heap of entertainment still to come up. We'll be right back with you just after a short break. Alrighty, so up now we have our 1989 two-wheel drive A-Main Revival race. We'll get our A-Main Revival drivers and cars to start making your way over, please. All of our A-Main Revival cars making your way over to the track, as well as our A-Main Revival drivers. Just for anyone watching that wasn't watching on board yesterday, this is a revival, or pretty much what we would call a redo of a reenactment of the two-wheel drive World Finals A-Main. So we have all of our two-wheel drive World Final A-Main cars on grid here, each driven by a different person each race. Someone that has contributed probably pretty heavily or has been within the hobby for quite a long time, so each of our drivers for this race. So in this race, Masami taking the TQ. This one will be driven by no other than Nathan Marsh. Oh, there's going to be some pressure on Marshy for this one. In P2, we'll have the Jay Halsey car driven by John Perkins. In P3, oh no, I've already messed it up. It will be the number 2 car will be Mike Dunn, driven by Michael Harlow. The Cliff Lett car in P4 will be driven by Andrew Abbott. The 5 car for Rick Velo will be driven by Craig Bowering. The 6 car, Craig Drescher's car, will be driven by Scotty Giles. The 7 car for Jamie Booth will be driven by no other than Scotty Guyot. The 8 car, Joel Johnson, will be driven by Geno. The 9 car, Jack Johnson car, will be driven by Jeff Primer. And the 10 car, the Ron Rossetti car, will be driven by no other than Darren Johnson. Some notable figures within our hobby from that. We have got all of our cars checked in here. We'll get everyone to start making their way to the grids. We are looking for a couple more volunteer marshals out there, guys. We can get a couple of volunteer marshals to help us out with this race. All right, so we should have all of our cars ready. We need a couple more marshals out there, please, guys. We can get a couple more marshals out there to help us out over the left-hand side. A couple of incredibly notable names within this race. Andrew Abbott, a multi-time national champion. Mike Harlow as well, an 89B finalist. Craig Bowering in 1986 was a national championship winner. Scotty Guide up there, one of our very own Action RC people. He's part of the media crew here today. Has done an incredible amount of media throughout RC racing over the last few years. Scotty Giles, a man with a fake last name, multiple state title wins to his name. All right, I think we are pretty well set to go here. We are looking pretty good. Alrighty, we're going to have a bit of co-commentary here as well. We got Louis Solar in the booth. Louis, you looking forward to this one?
Absolutely. Some big names from our RC history here at the moment. All these guys have had multiple state and national championships to their name. Some of the guys were actually at the 1989 World Championships either as a competitor or a observer, which was pretty cool.
Alrighty, with that in hand, we are ready to kick things off here. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Masami will lead them away. Oh, caution at the timer loop. Oh, everyone somehow sneaks on through. Masami with a great start being driven by Nathan Marsh. He's going to have a clean run through the first couple of corners. The Jamie Hall car looks to have made a few spots being driven by Scotty Guyatt. We'll see as they come back around to the loop though. Down the back straight away, Masami driven by Marsh out front. Down the back straight through the S's. Over the line here. So Masami over Jay Halsey now up into the 2 spot. Jamie Booth to 3. We'll have Craig Drescher in 4, Cliff Lett in 5, Joel Johnson in 6.
Ron Rossetti and Rick Vilo on the back of the pack as they go through the Hobbies Direct straight and the Blockhead Motors doubles. Now they're through the carousel onto the back of the J Concepts back straight through the Pine Beach sweeper into turn 1. We've still got Masami in the lead, followed by Jay Halsey, followed by Craig Drescher. Craig Drescher on the outside pass. Masami fighting back.
So a change for the lead there. They work their way into the tabletops. Masami down to the 3 spot now. We'll have Jay Halsey, Craig Drescher getting on through. Now, mistake there. Can't quite see who it is. Upside down, coming to the line here. We'll check it over the line. We have Jay Halsey. Oh, with a slight mistake there. Gets away with it though. Masami's still in 2. Jamie Booth in the 3. In the 4 spot, we'll have Mike Dunn. Jamie Booth, driven by Scotty Guyatt. He's in the fight here. Right behind the Masami car. Oh, mistake there from Scotty. A little bit of commentator's curse on him maybe. We've been told to put the pressure on him. He'll have a big smile on his face from this one. Your order remains Jay Halsey, Masami, Jamie Booth, Mike Dunn. All drivers working their way over the line here.
All right, so on board with Jay Hazley. Jay Halsey, car 3 in P1, Masami Hirosaka, our TQ in P2, Mike Dunn in P3, that's car 2, so it's car 3, 1, 2, that's your top 3, with car 7 and 6 rounding out the top 5. Joel Johnson, Jack Johnson, Ron Rossetti, Rick Vilo and Cliff Lett rounding out the top 10. We might have had a bit of a bust-up. I think Lett might have a DNF in this one, ladies and gentlemen. We're about 2.5 minutes left to run. Here in the commentary booth, you're live with the Hungarian Hitman and Mitch on the mic. And we've got Senor Luis Sola, the Argentinian ace, all the way from Buenos Aires. He's giving us some moral support, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's see who's coming down the main straightaway. Jay Halsey, Mike Dunn, there's absolutely nothing in it. Looks like Dunn's going to make a move on Halsey as they come over the tabletop onto the Masami straight. It's maximum power down the Masami straight, ladies and gentlemen, Halsey and Dunn. They come into the double tabletop, or the double Ds as we call them. That's after the J Concepts tyre, of course. So down the main straightaway goes Halsey and Dunn. And having a look back further down the field, you got Booth, Drescher. They're circulating around in a good battle between Jack Johnson, Joel Johnson and Ron Rossetti. The man with the shorts, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we got a visual. There goes Masami, so he's car 1. Masami's dropped back to 8th position. So we should have the leaders coming up soon. It was Jay Halsey in first, so he's still got it. And Dunn's putting the pressure on him. So it's Associated leads Losi. It's not, a bit of a bust up there, ladies and gentlemen. Well, no dispensation given. So it's between Halsey and Dunn. Dunn's got the moves. I think he's just gonna hold off and see who comes up behind each other down the main straightaway through the Sue's Shed S's. So there goes Halsey, there goes Dunn. Absolutely nothing in it with 40 seconds to run, ladies and gentlemen. Blue Groove conditions developing here today at Knox. With the J Concepts tyres, one of our event sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. And probably some JC wheels out there. So a real vintage revival here at Knox. And I think there's been a lead change down the main straightaway with 20 seconds to go. I think Dunn might have taken the lead from Halsey here. They're all 9 laps down. Okay, so Dunn's got the lead there with the Losi. They're coming up to some lap traffic. Ooh, Halsey with the taking the shortcut, as we call it. We don't call it cutting the track. We just call it the shortcut. Everyone gets a dispensation here at the Vintage Bash, and that's time. So I think Dunn's out in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. He's going over the step down and down the main straightaway. So I think Team Losey's going to take the win. Is this is Q2? So Mike Dunn. Look, might be Drescher in second position, ladies and gentlemen. Craig Drescher takes P2. Jay Halsey in P3. Jamie Booth, the Schumacher Top Cat, in P4. Jack Johnson rounding out the top 5. So some awesome level of excitement here at Vintage Bash 4.0, hosted by the Knox Radio Control Car Club. We're celebrating 41 years here. So it's not just a vintage race meeting, we're also a vintage club, ladies and gentlemen. Sponsored by the Gourmet Cafe. And Hobby Wing, we've got Hobby Wing on board. Outsiders RC, Team Associated. Angelo's got a few words. I'll pass you over to Angelo.
Thank you, gentlemen, for all the support. Thank you to Lewis, the hitman, Neil, and everyone who's made this event a real success. Andy Cook and everyone else. Thank you very much for having me here. Really appreciate it. On behalf of Hobbywing, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelo, and I'll hand you back to Mitch on the mic.
Thank you very much, guys. That was awesome. That was really cool. So we will have a very short break here, guys. There will be a very short break before we go into round number 3. Very short break here before we go into round number 3.
I've got Nathan Marsh here, who just drove the Masami Hirosaka 1989 World's winning replica. Mate, how was that?
8th. No, it was fantastic. Cookie set up a really great car. It was really easy to drive, and it was just fantastic opportunity to drive with these fellas and help add to that for the people here today.
It was pretty cool out there, wasn't it? I love being behind the wheel and hearing Hirosaka, Booth, Lett, Velo, all of that kind of stuff. It just brings back so many memories.
Yeah, all those legends. I don't know who you were driving. Which one were you driving, Scotty? I think you were at
the Jamie Booth, the Top Cat.
Yeah, very good Top Cat. I mean, seeing the Mike Dunn, that was brilliant to watch. I've watched the other two prior to this race, and I was like itching to get in. And when they gave me the call up this morning, I was like, oh yes, please. Even though I'm a second-rate driver, I just thought I'm not going to bin this, and I led for at least 1 lap, maybe 2.
Nicely done. I did notice that I went past you. Maybe you're on the grass or upside down, but that doesn't matter. You got to beat Masami just for a couple of minutes.
That's true. I'd like to say none were my mistakes. I did get landed on, and then flipped over there. But yeah, no, it was good fun. It's all about the fun. So yeah, it was fantastic, mate.
Beautiful. We were going to have a chat with some other of the drivers, but they've all run away. So we'll take a short break. Marshy, why don't you sign off for us? Tell them we'll take a short break. We'll be right back after this.
We'll take a short break and we'll be right after this. See you soon.
And a big welcome back to everyone. Here we are into round number 3. Third round here. We got one more round still to come after this one. Big day still to come. Lots of action. now cards still to come. So up now we have race number 1, pre-87 4-wheel drive, heat number 1 of 5. All cars on track, lined up, gridded up, ready to go. Marshals, watching your corners please. Drivers, watching your cars. We're going to go racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. The breeze starts to blow on up here as we go into our third round of racing here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. Straight back into pre-87 action. Heat number 1 of 5. Bit of chaos at the top of the hip jump. Bit of chaos coming onto the straight. Bit of chaos coming off of the straight. Chaos everywhere out there at the moment as they work their way through the tabletops onto the back straightaway. Dominic Blackman, your leader. He works his way around, had a feather in his cap as he works his way over the timer loop, still leading this one. Oh, goes off the track. He had the lead for the first lap, taking first lap honours, but he starts to drop down the order from there. He'll blame his bad driving on a lack of sleep, possible snoring in the background for sure. So down the back straightaway we go. Change of lead. We should have Michael Harlow now to the front. And it is Michael Harlow out front in the 2 spot. We'll have Ryan Bradshaw, Dominic Blackman to 3, David Boland into the 4 spot. So the battle on between 3 and 4. Boland putting Dominic Blackman under pressure down the front straightaway they go. Big breeze blows on through. On to the back straightaway now. Ryan Bradshaw. Under pressure here as the wind starts to blow on through. Bradshaw under pressure from Blackman. David Boland falls off the back of that pack now. So Dominic back into the fight for P2. Coming on to the front straightaway here. The feather on top, giving Dominic all the luck that he needs. Mistake in front of him. See who comes out in front. So still got Ryan Bradshaw in P2. In 3 will be Dominic Blackman. Down the back straightaway. The feather holding strong at the moment. Over the timing loop. 2nd and 3rd. Into the hip jump they go. Dom hot on the heels of Ryan Bradshaw. They work their way down the front straight. Coming into tabletop. Caution on the back straightaway. Stay inside and back straight. Clear now, clear now. Michael Harlow still out front, right in 2. Dominic Blackman in P3. Ryan with a little bit more of a gap now over Dominic Blackman. The gap at 1.4 seconds. Dom's still in the fight though. Down the front straightaway they go. 2nd and 3rd. Dom starting to catch on back up here as Ryan works his way through the tabletop with Dom Blackman hot on his heels. Down the back straightaway into the JC straight. Down the step down into the Speedy RC straightaway. Through the S's on to the timing line. The gap this time by less than a second. So Dom closes up by half a second on that last lap around. Michael Harlow's built up a massive lead. He's checked out, gone from this one. 2nd and 3rd, the battle to watch at the moment as they work their way through the tabletops with 1:30 left on the clock. On to the JC straight, the step down again there. Coming to the line here. Ryan starting to pull that lead on out. Dom shortcutting that first turn. Right up and over the curbing. So we follow on board with Ryan Bradshaw. Starting to build that gap on up. Dom working his way through traffic. 1 minute left to go out there. 1 minute left to go. Race number 2, drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Running order remains Michael in 1, Ryan in 2, Dom in 3, David Boland in 4, Mark Wadden in 5, Rob in 6. 30 seconds left to go here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ryan has started to get caught back up here by Dominic Blackman. Those two working their way through the tabletop. Last time by, Dom put his hot lap of the race in. Trying to close the gap on up. This will likely be their final lap as they work their way down the back straightaway. Ryan just needs to keep it on all four around the final couple of corners. Through the S's there, Ryan Bradshaw coming home in P2. Dominic Blackman in 3. Michael Harlow comes in just behind them, but taking the win in the top spot. Still waiting on David Boland and Mark Wadden still coming across the line here. Mark Wadden still yet to finish. That'll be, we're looking for Dean. Only Dean still alive. Looks to be out. That'll be all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, Marshall's drivers. Making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. All right, so we're going to drive to the last race. Out to Marshall, please. All drives to the last race. Out to Marshall. Up now, race number 2. Heat number 2 of 5 for pre-87 forward drive. All drivers making their way to the grids. The order will be 1 will be Mark De Bono. 2 will be Carlo Rigney. 3 will be Mark Fisher. 4 will be Patrick Wadden. 5 will be Nick V. 6 will be Phil Martin. On 7 will be Devon Middleditch. On 8 will be JP. On 9 will be Chris Kay. On 10 will be Dean Fisk. And on 11 we'll have Jose. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here. Race number 2, round number 3. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Everyone working their way around, first lap by. Everyone past the tabletops onto the back straightaway. Out front in this one coming across the line there. We got Mark De Bono leading the way. Devon Middleditch up to 2. JP in 3. Carlo in 4. Chris in the 5 spot. Marshall at the timeline. We need one on the timeline. Thank you. Oh, another one over. So out front, we've got Mark De Bono leading the way. Devon in 2. JP up to the 3 spot. Oh, issues for one out there. Broken by the looks of it. Mark De Bono still holding the lead, but JP now up to the 2 spot. Right Honda's heel. Chris Kirikow in the 3 spot. These two starting to close in a little bit on Mark De Bono. Battle going on between 2nd and 3rd at the moment through the tabletops. This is starting to close on in for a 3-way fight here as they work their way down the back straightaway. De Bono just ahead of them on track. The gap last time by was 2.6 seconds as JP and Chris come to the line here. Check the gap. Down to 2 seconds now. They are closing in on De Bono as they battle it out for 2nd and 3rd. JP over Chris Kirikow. Down the front straightaway. Looks like Chris might have made his way back through on John Perkins now. De Bono only 2 seconds up the road as they work their way around the left-hand side onto the back straightaway. Down the drop down onto the Speedy RC straightaway they go. Around over the hip jump onto the front straight. So they work their way through the tabletop. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. So we got Mark DeBono out front, Chris into Mark Fisher now up to the 3 spot. John Perkins has dropped on down, so battle going on between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Carlo drops off the back of it a little bit. Two minutes left to go. So we got Mark DeBono out front, Chris Garrick out in 2, Mark Fisher in 3. Carlo in the 4 spot. Still a decent battle going on between Chris Garrick and Mark Fisher for 2nd and 3rd. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Coming onto the front straight away now. We got a battle between Chris and Mark Fisher. Into the tabletops to the left-hand side. Oh, slight mistake there from Chris. Mark right there looking for an easy pass. Down the back straight away they go. Mark DeBono only 3 seconds in front of these guys. There's Mark over the line. Chris and Mark Fisher across the line. It's starting to close on up here now. The top 3 working their way down the front straight away. DeBono under the most pressure he's had so far. The gap down to 1.2 seconds. They work their way through the tabletop. DeBono over Chris. Mark Fisher there as well. They work their way down the back straight with 30 seconds left on the clock. They'll start coming into a bit of traffic here. Chris up the inside there. Oh, there's traffic everywhere now at the moment as they work their way around. Oh, down the back, the front straight away. I think we'll have Chris up to the top spot. Mark Fisher now to P2. I think we'll have Mark DeBono down to the 3 spot. So they work their way down the JC straight away to the Speedy RC straight. We should get one more lap out of this race here. Coming to the timer line now. Chris up to the top spot. Mark Fisher to 2. Mark DeBono to 3. Mark DeBono gets caught at the line. Everyone else still alive. There's a race going on down the front straight away. Fisher often comes out on top in these situations. Chris Garrick up in the top spot at the moment. Fisher, goes for a roll. I put the mocker on him. We've broken the spell surely. Chris Garrick coming to the line, taking the win there. Fisher is going to come across the line in P2. Good race there. Mark DeBono in P3. Carlo coming home in P4. Devon in 5. Jose in the 6 spot. Dean Fisk in 7. Good race there. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. All drivers making your way off the stand and straight out to Marshall. Up now will be race number 3. All right, before we go into race 3, we're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guide over in the studio with a very special guest. Take it away, Scotty.
Welcome back to the studio here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. We did this yesterday. For those of you who joined us online, we had a nice chat with Mr. Gregory Collings of Performance Hobby Supplies. Today I'm joined in the studio by Craig Bowring. Craig, welcome.
Thank you, Scott. Great to be here.
How's your weekend been here at the Vintage Bash?
Yeah, good. So up until a broken drive shaft, so in the last race. But yeah, look, having a great time. So, and that's what it's all about. I'm not trying to win anything. I'm just trying to have some fun. So
you've been around this sport on and off for quite a long time now. We're talking early 80s or late 70s maybe. When did it get started for you?
My first nationals, 12 scale, 82.
Yep.
Sydney Horton Pavilion.
Horton Pavilion?
Yeah, at the showgrounds.
Wow.
A little kind of shoebox. I think it was a cattle sale arena, which they converted into a little track. So
I know Horton Pavilion because it was the famous place for Midnight Oil concerts, but now I'm hearing it's a 12-scale Nationals venue.
Not the full Horton Pavilion, probably a part of it.
Yeah.
So, but,
how did you get started in 12-scale?
There was a hobby shop near where I used to live in Blackburn called Brian Andrews Hobbies, and he had an associated car in there. and I always wanted it because I had some aeroplanes and things like that, but always because Dad was into Austin 7s and various other things. So I wanted a car, so I got one for a birthday or Christmas, and it was a RC12E. And then proceeded to rip it up and down the avenue in Blackburn where I lived, and got very proficient at entering into the driveway at full tilt. And then we learnt there was a track at Old Orchard Shopping Centre. The old fire hose type timber track. So I started going there. And then progressed to Chadstone, which was the Tamiya track, painted in the car park on the corner. And then,
that Tamiya track was painted in car parks all over the world.
That's right, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, absolutely. So it was very good, very kind of multiple options. So yeah, it worked well.
12 scale was so huge then, it's hard for us to understand now. I mean, it really was the class. The off-road wasn't a thing yet. There was 8 scale nitro, but 12 scale was huge all over the world.
Yeah, exactly. It was probably relatively cheap. Minimal equipment. But probably the hardest to drive out of all the categories, and especially when the evolution of cars came in because they got so fast. So
I think I've managed to interview quite a few racers around who were around over that period, and almost all of them started in 12 scale. People like Rick Howard, Joel Johnson. They all kind of got their start in 12 scale. What's it like to drive a 12 scale car? We'll get to off-road in a minute, but tell me what it's like to drive a 12 scale car in that period.
Oh, interesting question. It because we didn't have anything else, so it was very hard to compare it. But comparing now, they were still fast back in the day. Very minimal traction. There's stories about people putting Coca-Cola on racetracks, to get the grip
sugar
up.
Water.
And it did absolutely work. But very precise. And the track design, the Chadstone track was the only forgiving track. But the old plough disc on the corner, would launch the car into the air, but better than hitting a bit of 4x2 board bolted to the ground. So, a lot of fun. A good group of people.
Super competitive too in Australia, wasn't it? Over that period, we talked to, we were talking about this yesterday. Names like Rodney Denning, for example. Super fast. Barry Korf, Jonathan Borthwick. Some of those kinds of guys. Are they some of the names that you were contemporaries with?
Oh, absolutely. Jonathan has been a great mentor for years. I still talk to Jonathan. I caught up with him a little while ago up in Brisbane. We always talk about the old stories. When I was a kid, I used to catch the bus, I think back in those days, to Queensland for Melbourne and stay with Jonathan. And then he'd take me to the track and, we'd have a heap of fun. Running at the Queensland tracks, and the same for Sydney. Catch the bus and spend some time with Ray Wood, which was always good fun.
Man, you're dropping some famous names in the history of Australian RC, that's for sure.
It was good. I was just a kid. I can't think I was going to say I'm 48, but I'm not. 58. So.
Let's go with 48. 48's fine.
Exactly
That'll make
right.
me 44. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, good to go.
You won a stack of nationals. I've tried to get the records as best as I can, but there's big gaps in them. But is there a number? Do you know how many nationals you won over the period?
82 junior, 83 junior, 84 I think overall. 85, 86, 12 scale, and then the RC10 came out, so Associated gave me one of those, and then we won some stuff with that. It's hard to remember. And then the Schumacher Cat come out, and through Greg at Performance Hobbies, we gave us one of those, and we were very successful with that as well.
We're going to unpack a whole bunch of that. So we're chatting with Craig Bowring here at the Vintage Bash 4, while racing action continues in round 4. We're at race 3 at the moment. Our pre-87 four-wheel drive cars, some incredible machines that we've been so privileged to see out on track. As I look out the window and see an SG Coyote running around, Kyosho Optimas, a Mugen Bulldog, these incredible cars, and the guys so committed to running them. So we're going to continue to kind of chat with Craig. We'll keep that picture on screen so you can see what's happening out there on the track. So talk to me a little bit about, Craig, the relationship with Associated and Reedy. You started with a 12E, but at some point that obviously turned into, some sponsorship relationship with Associated. Tell me about that.
That was probably through Jonathan, because I was running an Associated car. And being in the heartland of Melbourne, we had AYK. The mortal enemy. So I could never.
This is like the Ford Chevy, right?
Associated
AYK in that period.
And Greg's, again, been very supportive over the years, and I did try one at one point, but it was a very overcomplicated car at the time, and it just didn't work for me. So then Jonathan introduced us to Dawn Trading and Ian Bannister. Banno, as he was known. And then that progressed into going to the 84 Worlds in Denmark, and then the direct relationship with Team Associated. Mike Reedy, Gene Hustings, Roger Curtis, the team drivers back then, Mike Lavico, Kent Clausen.
Tell me about the first World Championships, about arriving there in Denmark, and as I look up and worry about whether our shelter is about to blow off from over our head. Folks, wherever you're watching around the world, it looks really lovely on screen. It's blowing a gale right here at the moment. So if we disappear, it's entirely because we've been blown away. Denmark, so you arrived there for the World. What's that first World Championship experience like?
Absolutely amazing. We turned up not knowing anything. It was Dad and myself, still a kid. And we went to the track, and I've still got pictures taken on the old Instamatic type camera. It's pretty fuzzy, but I'll give you a copy of those. Again, carpet track, first time ever on carpet, running 12i, I would have thought back then. So knew nothing about carpet. So then we met the Team Associated guys, and we only had a few sets of wheels. So then I was trying to get wheels and tyres off the guys, which they were more than forthcoming to give us. And they gave us motors and everything else. But the track was very difficult, technical track. Still managed, and I have no idea where I finished. But we still finished. The car was in one piece, but did hit quite a few boards. So
it's really hard to find records from those races that list the full field. I've searched and searched and searched for those particular World Championships, 82, 84, 86, and it's really hard. Let's say you came second. We know who was the champion, but let's say you came second.
So it's like the old story. Where did you come at the Olympics? Always fourth. There's no everyone only ever knows first, second, and third.
Just missed the medals.
It's exactly.
Just missed the medals. Let's talk about off-road. You talked about when that the RC10 came out. I think we were in 84 when that comes into production, or early 85 maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah. Did you gel with off-road straight away? Were you excited to try it, or did you kind of get dragged to it? It
was something new. I had a sand scorcher as a kid. So that was always a lot of fun, but didn't race it or anything. But then when the Associated came out with the RC10, let's get one of those. And that was the start of the Templestowe track, which was originally off-road as well. Pretty much set up by Todd Cameron. And then we lived in Blackburn, pretty close, so we started doing that on a regular basis, and that took us Queensland and Sydney and everywhere else. As many places we could go and race, we did.
Just a born racer, right? Just
exactly.
Have car wheel race.
Yeah, exactly right. So
my father taught me when I was a young man, if it's got four wheels, it's meant to be raced.
Absolutely.
That is a life motto to live by.
And Dad was a car guy as well. Raced Austin Sevens. Different stage of his life. So he just put all his effort into building the cars. So the cars are always very reliable and very well built.
We're here on Vintage Bash 4 Drive, spit it out, chatting with Craig Bowring here, one of the legends of the sport here in Australia. Racing continues on track, and we're picture-in-picture now. I think we're at race 4 at the moment. We'll keep an eye on what's happening out there and bring you anything in particular we need to, but we'll keep chatting. The Schumacher Cat arrives in 1986. That first super short wheelbase, super twitchy, like a 12-scale car in some ways?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. What did you make of that?
Again, never driven a four-wheel drive car before, apart from driving Greg's 12th scale AYK four-wheel drive killer.
We forget about those four-wheel drive 12-scale cars.
Oh yeah, they were dynamite. Absolutely.
If only they had batteries.
And Ballarat was a great example, slippery track. But that was my first driving a four-wheel drive car. So then we got the Cat and built it. Tracks were very different. They were more like a dirt circuit, not very big jumps, not very rough, so to speak. So the Cat was quite good, and I always remember they'd four-wheel drift everywhere. So if you pointed it and hit the power at about the right time, you were okay. But any jumps and things like that were, probably a bit treacherous for the old Cat.
If we find videos of tracks from those days, you're right. Like there were no big jumps, nothing like modern racetracks today.
Exactly.
I'm guessing you didn't actually have the car all that long before the Australian Championships rolled around in 2006.
Wouldn't have thought so. No. I think they were. Greg got them probably from Schumacher direct. I had one, Greg had one, Rick Bartolozzi had one. There's probably a few others, but that was about it. And then, were they just better than anything else at the time? Probably. We were pretty successful with them. So
Did you hear that, folks? Shoemaker were better than everything else of all time. No, I am biased. I own that bias completely. Nationals in 2006 in Australia are in Sydney in a football field. The track is literally carved into the field. Tell me about that event. What do you remember from it?
I remember driving up, and it was a special meeting for us because Mike Reedy came out.
Okay.
So we'd picked Mike up.
So Mike Reedy's first trip to Australia wasn't the Worlds in '89.
No.
He came out in 2000 in '86.
Yeah, '86 he was here. So, and I don't know who organised it. Probably Dawn Trading. So Mike's come out, to wild Australia, so to speak.
Quite a trip in 1986 to get to Australia.
Absolutely.
Not quite as easy as a single hop across the Pacific, I
Correct.
don't think.
So, and he's probably not the youngest guy even back then. But he had a great time. And he did all the tuning on the motors, and arguably my car was fast. Regardless of what the car was, it was always going to be fast with a Reedy motor. That's for sure. And he was great. And we got some motorhomes for that event, which was great because it was similar to this hot. And
Formula One style motorhomes.
Yeah.
Flying the Motorman out from the US. This is serious business in 1986.
And Dawn Trading actually paid for those, so maybe they, still outstanding. Who knows?
There's an invoice unpaid somewhere.
Exactly. But we didn't have to pay for it.
No.
But without Dawn Trading and Associated, we couldn't race. Without that sponsorship, it wouldn't have been possible for us.
The famous story, and we heard this story told by Gregory Collings yesterday, is you top qualify right before the final. Speed control lets out the smoke.
You're
sitting there with a broken car, about to, having TQ'd, about to start the final. Tell us your version of the story we heard from Gregory yesterday.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to compare. So I always remember, I'm at the driver's stand, we're all there. Dad's plugged the car in with the Dean's plugs or whatever, and that was all over at that point. Too late to fix it. Then Greg's drive my car. No, I'm not going to drive it. Doesn't matter. So I took it, and it was all over. First corner gone from memory, so just drove around. So and his car was still pretty good compared to mine, but still winnable for me. So,
not quite as good as yours, but close.
Yeah. I've always my car was always the best, if you ask me. But Greg had said his car was always the best as well. So
how does winning that off-road nationals compare to some of the other nationals you won? Early in your entry into that discipline of racing, you haven't done a lot of time on the car to show up and to win that event.
It was good because that was the first major off-road from memory. Because it's always been on the on-road area, so with 8 scale as well. But it was great, and then that was kind of probably the incentive to think about going overseas. The different aspects of the RC car racing. So it was good. So it sort of opened us up to what else was out there.
So let's talk about that in a second. I'll just remind us, folks, we're chatting with Craig Bowring here at Vintage Bash 4 in the studio. This event brought to you by J Concepts. Keeping an eye on what's happening on track. We're in Heat 4 now, still in the pre-1987 category. So still in that era. We've talked about this earlier today, the battle for supremacy between belts and chains and shaft in terms of transmission. Cars from Marui and Hirobo and Mugen and Kyosho and Tamiya and the beginnings of the Shoemaker cars, the PB Mustang that we spoke about earlier. So that's all continuing on track. There's two more heats, one more heat of that pre-87, and then we'll continue through. Craig, 2006, Reedy's out here. You win the Nationals driving the short wheelbase version of the Shoemaker Cat.
86.
Sorry, did I say 2006?
Yes.
Yeah. You won in 2006 as well. Well done. 1986. Shortly after that, you're in the US. How do you come to be racing in the US? How does that happen?
I think it came from 86 world titles Vegas.
Okay.
So went over there with Jonathan, Barry Korf, the Australian team, and did pretty good from memory.
Yeah.
I think it was C main. Jonathan and I were in the same qualifier.
Yeah.
And I'm just have this memory of C main. Where no idea. So
you won the C main.
Correct. Yeah. So and then talking to Associated and Mike and they said, can you change your travel plans and come back to California?
Okay.
So hell yeah.
Sure.
So changed the flight, went back to California, and and stayed with Mike for about
Hang
3
on.
or 4 days.
Sorry, just say that again.
Stayed with Mike Reedy. So
Say that again.
Mike Reedy. Stay with Mike. Great guy. So
He does have, for all the people that knew him and worked with him, and obviously, sadly passed now, but he just seemed like an extraordinary character.
Absolutely, yeah. Very generous, very quiet man.
Yeah. And smart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
So he was very, very supportive. Come all the way across the world.
Yeah.
Said, no worries, come and stay with me. He was a quiet guy.
Yeah.
So that was his older apartment. That was the old associated building at the time.
Yeah.
So I went there for a few days and learned a lot. And then went back. So I had to go back to Australia.
Okay.
And then that started that direct relationship. So obviously met, Roger Curtis as well, Gene and Midge.
Yeah.
So it's more associated with Mike and Gene.
Yeah.
So then, and that came back, and then it was just how do we get back to the US? I've got to go back and race. So and then Mike had the open invitation. Sort yourself out and come over. So that's exactly what we did. And then a few things sorted out. We're trying to get work permits, but impossible to get at the time, especially from Australia. So we ended up booking a one-way ticket to the UK.
Okay.
And LA was a stopover, so I just got off in LA and didn't get back on. So we got fairly grilled by customs. So we got through and then settled in. And again, that was the second stay with Mike. Mike had a new apartment, beautiful.
Yep.
One of those. It was in Costa Mesa from memory.
Yep.
And it was got a swimming pool, and his apartment was right beside the swimming pool. It's absolutely magnificent. So no reason to leave.
Why would you?
Yeah, exactly. But then Mike was at work a lot, and I was associated every now and again, but not a huge amount. But then with living arrangements, I couldn't really stay there. So that precipitated the move for further inland. So. And then I decided to move away from Associated.
Okay.
Not for any other reason, just it was too difficult. And I couldn't move away and not work. I was offered a job with Twister Motors.
Okay.
With Mike and Cindy Walker. Mike Walker was good friends with Mike Reedy anyway. They'd share a lot of components. Always remember driving with Mike down to Associated to pick up boxes of Yokomo motors. Because
I think Associated were importing the Yokomo motor blanks, weren't they?
Correct.
So anyone who wanted them kind of did that through Associated.
Yep.
So what was the job with Twister? What were you doing with Twister?
We were obviously promoting on-road racing. Twister at the time was big in dirt oval.
Okay.
Very big and very successful.
Yeah.
So we took Mike, the Twister Motors, into the on-road sector and did very well with circuit racing in California or wherever the nationals were, and Whippoorwill.
So we're talking Lake Whippoorwill, the famous oval, tri-oval, banked concrete oval.
Yep.
Huge.
Absolutely.
Huge scene around that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was 1988. Invitational. We were invited for 12 scale and 10 scale. So, and all the Californians went down there and saying before we went 2 laps faster than the locals. And I recently found a Twister ad with it in there with the lap and saying what it was, and it was fast. Probably took a while to go faster, but then the cars were specially made. We were running only slightly modified on-road, circuit cars, and then they developed the cars with the batteries on one side and different tyres. But it was great fun, running NASCAR bodies, ripping them around this oval. And if you made a mistake, you'd take the side off the car. But it was great fun. So we TQ'd 12 scale, and I think I finished 6th or 7th in that. And we were in the A main for 10th scale invitation as well. But I think 6th or 7th again in that. Fantastic.
What a cool experience for a young man to be, living and racing professionally, semi-professionally in the US.
It was great.
Yeah, a couple of years you were over there?
Yeah, just under 2 years.
Yep.
And then, kind of, since I did having a work permit, they knew where I was. So, so I had to comply, couldn't overstay.
Thank you, Homeland Security.
Yeah, exactly. No, they're very good. So there was no real issue. So, the 88 Nationals, Detroit. I think I qualified 3rd in the A main, finished 7th. I've been recently kind of looking it up on the internet and got the Gene Hustings videos. There's lots of results in there, which and I'd forgotten. And Jonathan reminded me of the
just casually qualified 3rd at the US Nationals. Forgot.
lots have happened since then and
Since
now.
then.
So I've hit my head a few times.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's pretty much some great memories. And I talk to some old friends still from the US. So, but I've never been back to the US since 1988 when I left. So.
Amazing. What an amazing experience. That kind of brings almost to an end your RC racing career, doesn't it? You come back to Australia and then through circumstance you just don't have the opportunity to race again.
Yeah, exactly. I came back and ended up having a pretty bad accident, which took me out for 10 years.
Okay.
So and then, I thought I'd better, improve my education. There was no real market for an RC car racer, it's, unbeknownst to me.
What a surprise!
Yeah, so it's probably still not here. Then I just kind of did a few different things and ended up in the chemical industry, which I'm still in now. And that allows me to travel around and play with little cars and big cars as well.
Yeah. So you have done a bit of playing with big cars.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I've got a few cars, mainly historic racing. My current car that I play with is a 1977 Group C A9X Tirana.
Okay.
So it's a good fun thing.
Yeah.
So, it's not a car you're ever going to win a race in, but it's a car you're going to have a lot of fun in. So I've got some Commodores. I've had a lot of cars over the years and just enjoy that. Did the Adelaide Motorsport Festival earlier this year. But I'm not racing them anymore, just driving them at events and... recently, Winton Historics, I had Tabitha Ambrose drive one of my cars.
Okay.
Marcus's daughter.
Yeah.
And it was equally as much fun, having her drive the car as me driving it. So it's
I was chatting with Les Bone earlier, who was involved in the sport here in Victoria in those early days, and about what crossed over for him between RC, and he's been involved in motorsport as well, and what he learned in RC that kind of was applicable in full-size motorsport, driving. Is there anything that that comes to mind for you that crossed over?
The crossover is preparation. The racetrack is here to drive the car. Same with a real one. You don't want to be working on it. Driving it, real car, if something goes wrong, you're probably going to get hurt, or it's going to cost a lot of money to fix it. It's a bit of a risk versus reward, and how much money you want to spend with a real car determines how fast you're going to go. So.
We're chatting with Craig Bowring here as the action continues. Well, we've just finished that one. There was a whole lot of noise going on in my ear, so I think that might have been a pretty exciting race. Andrew Cook, Nathan Marsh battling it out all the way through.
I did see
Cookie,
someone...
that's what I heard.
Is that what it was?
Andy Cook dressed up in the Chon Margay outfit. I wish I had seen that. So we'll continue on. Chat just a couple of minutes more here with Craig as we continue through four-wheel drive. We're heading into the pre-1989 category now. There he is.
Good Lord. So.
Good Lord indeed, Craig.
There's a market for everything, as they say.
He's run away to hide behind the driver's stand. We'll see if we can get him on screen. I'm keeping an eye on screen. We'll see if we can drag him in here. he's I'm trying to wave him in. Andrew, come on. We've waved him in. Come around here behind us. Andrew Cook, what are you wearing?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
It's the hair.
Yeah. I'm getting a bit old, so yeah. Konnichiwa. Mr. Nore-san from Pine Beach Raceway in Japan has kindly let me use one of his samurai suits. We saw him in the gold jump suit. How do you describe that?
Better you in this than the gold jumpsuit.
Yes, that was... I couldn't do that. I'm pretty delirious right now with the lack of sleep and the heat, but I still wouldn't do the gold jumpsuit. But yeah, I'm doing this because it's cool. And Hara's here, and Noro-san's here, and Yuzu, and Mr. Kenji, and all Japanese guys have been super awesome. Going out of their way, obviously paying for themselves all to come out here to our Vintage Bash 4 event. Showing the support. We want to show the support to them in the future as well. Hopefully one day to Pine Beach Raceway or somewhere in Japan near Shizuoka. And so to come out, their attitude's amazing. They have so much fun. They sort of got the same, or probably better than us, but similar culture in terms of just having fun, enjoying RC, doing crazy stuff. And they definitely do more crazy stuff than we do. Oh, maybe not Craig. But who knows? So it's so cool, and that's what it's about. So just to enjoy it, have laughs, and with good mates.
Beautiful. Thank you, mate.
Cool. Thanks, Scotty. Thanks,
Cheers.
Craig. Brilliant.
So that is Andy Cook, one of the brains trust here behind the Vintage Bash. The full samurai outfit, courtesy of Pine Beach Raceway over in Japan. It's been fantastic to have the Pine Beach crew here, as Andy said. Jun Watanabe here as well from Blockhead at Tsushihara. The whole crew out here from Japan, and they've added so much to the Vintage Bash. So let's talk about the Vintage Bash. You kind of, you just spoke about having a whole bunch of time away and doing other motorsport and those kinds of things. But you've just been dragged back in the last couple of years just to dabble a little bit with some RC. What's that been like?
Actually, yeah, it's been good. I started to come back a few years ago, and I saw the events on, so I'd go and have a look. I'd go to Keilor and I'd sit right on the edge of the track and just have a watch. And I went to Keilor a couple of times, went to Lilydale. Well, that's interesting. And then...
Yeah, 8 scale track. Lilydale.
Yeah, I think it was 12 scale on road or
Okay.
10 scale
Oh, okay.
electric they were running out there.
Yep.
So that looks interesting, but still, nothing.
Yeah.
And then Aaron Defino, because Aaron's got some real cars as well.
Yep.
So I'd bump into him at hill climbs and things. And then I think he said, "Oh, come and drive my car" a couple of years ago. So that was a bit of fun.
It's Defino's fault.
There's a lot. It's a long list. Him and Tony Gray, so right up there.
Yeah.
And then and I still had most of my cars.
Yeah,
Still
okay.
had the original Cat,
Yep.
my original RC10,
Yep.
my 10 scale on road car from
Yep.
California. I didn't
Yep.
have the 12 scale car. Still got my 12i from the
Yep.
National 12IS, the independent front end car.
Yeah.
So we thought, we'll try and get some of them going. But they were pretty old. So Aaron's got the RC10. So and then this is not my original car. This is one I bought
Yeah.
locally, but it's still an old car. We've put
Yeah.
a few new bits on, but we will get the short wheelbase one going.
Yeah. Wow, that would be cool.
And give that a go.
Yeah.
And Tony painted the bodies, so I've got two bodies the same, one short and one long. So
Yeah.
technically, no one should know the difference, but probably
I
will.
think the
'cause
1 inch
short
wheelbase difference will be slightly visible.
Exactly.
Those
So-
things were tiny.
They're very small, especially when you put them side by side.
Yeah.
So
you've been enjoying it?
Yeah, no, it's good fun. So it's great. It's a casual thing for me. So I've had a bit of a go with the 10 scale on road.
I
stuff.
saw some footage of you driving a car down at Geelong
Yep.
one night at the indoor bitumen surface
Yeah,
track.
I want to go back down and
Yeah.
do a bit more of that. So it's good fun. So,
Have the guys got you behind the wheel of a modern 12 scale car yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Wouldn't mind to have a go at one of those. So
a lot more power and not so much runtime issues.
Yes,
I think would be the main thing, won't it?
Yep, exactly. So we'll head out to Velodrome next weekend. I think I might have a bit of a go out there as well. But I've got my Whippoorwill winning body or TQ body.
Okay.
So we've built with Cookie. I bought a 12 scale agitator from eBay.
Okay.
And we've made a few replicas. So we're gonna. Don't think it'll be ready for this one, but we'll get that going.
What's an agitator? Tell us what an agitator is.
Lucas Garnu, a guy in California, and I met Lucas when I was over there, and when I was leaving Associated, because I ran one of Rick Howitt's motors at the Raw Region 6,
Yep. Okay.
and Lucas had modified my 12L.
Okay.
At that point, and then that stage I was leaving Associated, to move.
Yep.
So I ran Rick's motor. We won the Region 6. Then I think Rick was second. And I've still got the trophy somewhere. I've got to find it. It was a clock.
Nice.
So, and I kept the plaque off the trophy because the Raw Region is you win a clock.
Okay.
Just a wooden clock, nothing too fancy, but still
Yeah.
good.
It's all right.
Yeah. And so then, and Lucas was this guy just, modifying
Okay.
cars.
Yep.
And so then he built cars for me. So basically, I'd turn up at the racetrack. Lucas would turn up with the car. We'd put the batteries and everything in it, and off we'd go. So hence
What
why
a pro racer lifestyle.
So it wasn't probably every weekend, but the big
No,
events.
no. Yeah,
But I kept the 10 scale car. I just had that, but I didn't bring the 12 scale car back. But so we've recreated them.
Okay.
So we'll
see some of those around the place at some point.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's quite different actually to a 12L.
Yeah.
A few little bits and pieces, but compared to a modern car, still very basic. So, but yeah, they're a good car.
Yeah.
So-
You talked then about the Velodrome next weekend. So Velodrome racing's been a thing here in Victoria on and off over the years. Have you done some Velodrome racing?
Yeah, I had a bit of a go last time
Okay.
with one of Tony's cars,
Yep.
but I think it started after I left Australia.
Okay.
So I don't remember going there.
Yeah.
But and it just because of Whippoorwill. Is bloody good fun. So
A little bit bigger than Whippoorwill. I
yeah,
think.
just
Yeah,
a bit.
Just a
So,
tad.
yeah, and Whippoorwill was a tri-oval.
Yeah.
But yeah, still good fun.
So we're talking about a bicycle velodrome, concrete surface.
Yep.
250 metres or something on the racing line, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
100 plus kilometres an hour.
Yep.
Don't make a mistake or big trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Rip half the car off. So, but no, it was good. So just go and have some more fun. Something else to do.
Yep.
So look forward to that. Look forward to a few more off-road events.
Yeah.
I think I need a bit more practice. I still have trouble seeing from the shadows to the sunlight. I think it's an age issue. But practice, definitely need practice.
You and I were up on the driver's stand for that reenactment of the 89 Worlds A final. Did you enjoy that?
I did, because I was actually at the 89 World Titles.
Okay.
I'd come back to Australia, and Dad and I drove up to have a look. Because I still knew all the associated guys, and Mike Walker was out. All those guys.
Yeah.
So it was great. Great to.
Were you ever tempted to drive in that event, or that wasn't practical?
I hadn't been driving off road in California, so I came back and I had a JRX2. But still. I don't know whether you had to qualify back then, and probably. So I wouldn't have qualified regardless. Reece Birtles and we had some pretty good guys back then.
Yeah, a couple of B finalists at the
Yeah,
Worlds.
exactly. So it's fantastic. So probably
one of whom's here today, Michael Harlow. Shout out to you, Michael.
So good to see. So then obviously the accident happened not long after that, and so then I was out for. Not for 40 years, but the 30 were by choice, I think. So
I was going to ask, were there moments in that, once as you recovered from the accident, were there moments where you kind of went, I could go back to RC, or it really was a kind of a just change of direction life-wise?
Yeah, it's just change of direction. It's interesting because there's a guy, Slaven, here. I've known Slaven through real cars, and he used to come to my house, and he's always kind of been out with RC, and he used to see my cars. So he kind of knew the history, but now I see Slaven here all the time. So it's interesting, but maybe if they pushed a little bit back then, maybe I would have had another go. Could have
been talked to.
Yeah.
Slaven's a wonderful character. Let's just quickly update you on where we're up to, folks, and then we'll wrap up here with Craig in a moment. So we're continuing with four-wheel drive. We're up to race 6 now. Yuzo out front in this one. Some big names from across the sport in Australia in this heat. Justin Vergunsten too has won a couple of national championships in touring cars back in the late 90s. An on-road racer turned off-road racer, or maybe off-road, then on-road, then off-road. Glenn Grinter, the Grob, is out there as well. So we're into that 89 kind of time frame now. So a lot of Kyosho Mid-Optimas out there. The first of the Shoemakers, the Cat XLS, a little like the one on the table here in front of us. Perhaps even some Pro Cats out there as well. Craig, we've talked about a few people along the way, people like Mike and, both the Mikes, Mike Walker and Mike Reedy. I'm just wondering if there's, any other names that kind of come to mind that you, I guess, want to say thank you to, or, kind of acknowledge all these years later.
Definitely the associated guys.
Yeah.
They're not associated, it's different now, but, I don't know if some of the guys would remember me. Probably a royal pain in the arse when I was there. But Mike Lavico, Bob Novak, gave me all the gear. Mike and Cindy Walker were always great. And just the other guys, Joel Johnson raced against Joel. I never really knew Joel. But Buddy Bartos, all those guys. And when you look at the results, and here's this one little Australian in with all these world championships. Tony Neisinger was in there. So it was looking back. If you knew what you knew now, you think, wow, this is amazing. But it was
incredible.
Just what we did. And it didn't seem anything special at the time. But, I was at an event a while ago and someone asked me, I said, I stayed with Mike Reedy. And 6 guys turned around and go, what? So,
you stayed with who? Say that again?
Exactly. But that's just what we did, and that's what Mike did. I think Mike would have done it for a lot of people, for sure. So, very generous guy. But, two associated, the Dawn Trading guys. Bano's not with us anymore. Carl Melvey at the time. And just, Greg Collings was always great. He was my competitor. But also, sponsored me with a Schumacher Cat. Jonathan always had, accommodation, for Queensland, whatever we needed. And didn't lead me astray when we were in Vegas. But kept me.
Didn't lead you astray. Thank you, Jonathan. I do talk to Jonathan every now and then. I'll check in on the truth of that statement.
It was interesting because Jonathan sent some pictures through from. There's me building my prototype 12L on the floor of the Tropicana Hotel. So, still with brown hair, not grey hair. So,
for the days when we had colour in our hair had hair.
Exactly.
There's one of the stories from the 2023 World Championships was won by a guy who literally built his car in the hotel room the week before the race. So that tradition continues on.
Yeah.
Before we go, we should just talk a little bit about this car.
Yeah.
What's inside? What's under the body? Are there any kind of period electronics and things under here? Or is
No,
it really
it's
just built with
all modern.
just the modern electronics?
Yeah. I had a Berserk do top plate and a chassis for it. Because when I bought the car, it was a one-owner car from this Nicholas, his name was. And he'd bought it new, and I don't think he ever raced it. He just probably ripped it up and down the street. So we just basically rebuilt it, put a modern tooth belt system in it, not the fine belt system.
Yep.
Other than that, not much else. Some modern electrics, a couple of new parts from the guys at Metro, which were great. But obviously we'll just go back with the warranty drive shaft issue now.
The warranty drive shaft, that's right. So we haven't really talked about this, but I'm just remembering now that the drive system in these Shoemaker Cats was incredibly complicated. That wasn't a single belt drive to a differential. It was a differential then with two belts driving
Correct.
to an integrator that
Yep.
reintegrated that drive.
Yep, that's
and
exactly
then all
right.
of that whole system drove a belt to the front.
Yep.
I mean, some kind of engineering genius.
Yeah, exactly. So it is quite complicated, but it does seem to work. So, we haven't had any drive issues, apart from me not doing the front diff up tight enough in the first race. But yeah, other than that, it seems okay. So plenty of go. Even though small battery, it's got a 17.5, I think, in it. Yeah. So I'd like to. It's a bit over-tied in the front, I think, but they're the only tyres we can get for this event. But that's okay. We'll sort that out as time
for
goes
next
on.
time.
Yeah.
We should actually remark on the 90th birthday of Cecil Schumacher just this week. Cecil celebrated his 90th birthday. The figure, of course, behind Schumacher, the designer and engineer behind the Cat series of cars, the 12-scar cars, the C car, all of those who would have been your competitors
Absolutely.
At one point. So, Cecil, to you and to the family and to the company, happy birthday, happy 60th, Cecil, and thanks for all that you've given to RC Vintage and over all those years. And you got to represent that brand here for a little while.
Absolutely. And we did actually meet Cecil in Denmark.
Okay.
The 84 12-scar Worlds.
Yep.
So, just coincidentally.
Yeah.
Yep.
They would have been there with someone like Phil Davies trying to win that event.
No doubt. So, Yep. So, yep. Absolutely.
I feel like I've kept you here for long enough. We should go back and check out some on-track action. So, Craig Baring, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For joining us in the studio. Might be a really good time to go before we lose the roof here. Except now we can't go because our producer has gone to rescue the tent.
Yeah.
So let's wrap that up there. We'll send it back over to Mitch. We'll keep up with what's happening on track. Craig, you and I will talk again soon, I'm very sure, and we'll get into some of these stories in a little more detail. And I am going to check about that story from Vegas and see whether Jonathan Borthwick really did keep you from getting into any mischief over there.
Maybe. So, you never know. So.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Thanks, folks. It's been a great chat here with Craig Baring, and we go back now to Mitch in this commentary booth as we continue with 4 Drive Day here at the Vintage Bash, thanks to J Concepts. We're clear. Thank you, sir.
And a big welcome back here to on-track action. Now you've been watching it in picture-in-picture while Scotty's been having an incredible chatter around the track there in through the pits. Back to on-track action. We got a 4-way fight for the lead here at the moment. Gino in 1, Greg in 2, Daryl in 3, and Hayden in 4. So we got Greg Brooks out front, Daryl in 2, Hayden in 3, Gino in 4. Battles going on between the front 2 and 3rd and 4th as well. Greg Brooks over Daryl in 2, Hayden in 3, Gino in 4. We saw Gino in the last round taking an epic win. Currently sitting in P4. Everyone works their way down the front straight into the tabletops. Our lead 4-pack. Greg Brooks across the line there. Second spot of Darryl trying to close on in. 1.7 seconds a gap last time by. So they work their way onto the front straight away. Oh, caution tabletops. Caution in the tabletops. Right in front of our leaders there. Caution tabletop still. They'll be clear now. Clear now. Oh, mistake by our leader. Oh, getting caught up in another one there. So, leader now getting relegated to the 2 spot. Darryl will move on through into the top spot. So, it'll be Darryl over Greg. Hayden will be in P3. Gino in 4, a second and a half behind. 5:45 on the clock here. As we have Darryl out front, Greg Brooks now back to P2, Hayden and 3, Gino starting to close in here on P4. The battle's shaping up late in this one. Everyone working their way through the tabletops. Gino right there on Hayden. Those two working their way through onto the JC straight away. Dropping down to the Speedy RC straight. To the St. Ives S's. Darryl over Greg Brooks. Hayden, Gino all right there. So the battle on. So Darryl taking a win in that one. Hayden in 2, Gino in 3, Greg Brooks in 4. So that is race number 7 wrapped up. Up next, we will have race number 8. Drivers from that race making your way out to Marshall, please. All drivers from that race out to Marshall. So we need our marshals out there, please. All drivers in the previous race should be out there to Marshall. Up now, race number 8 of 15. This is heat number 3 of 3 of pre-89 four-wheel drive. Our marshals all making their way into position. Our order will be Michael Blair on 1. On 2 will be Kim Slape. On 3, Levin Farr. On 4 will be David Phillips. On 5 will be Jason Mole. On 6 will be Dean Fisk. On 7 will be Michael Harlow. On 8 will be Chris. On 9 will be Adrian Monty. On 10 will be Lucas Hodgins. On 11 will be Jeff Primer. We got all of our drivers set on the grids there. All of our marshals are in position. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And we are off and running. Oh, issues there for Michael Blair, looks like it. As they work their way over the hip jump. Gino with the Marshall expertise there. As Kovac would say, a bit of gourmet. Everyone working their way down the back straightaway. Over the loop goes Yolista. That loop there. Chris Carrical over the line. Michael Harlow in the 2. Jeff Primer in 3. Oh, chaos as they go through the step on, step off. Up and over the hip jump. Like Kirikow might have gone for a bit of a roll there in the lead. So this might change things up. Michael Harlow now possibly to the lead as we'll work it out as they work their way to the line here. Minute down. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Michael Harlow to the lead. Goes for a rollover though. Oh, another change for the lead now. Christopher Kirikow now back up to the top spot. Jeff Primer not far off the back of these two. Top 5 drivers all working their way towards the tabletops. Caution back straight. Stay inside. Stay inside. Stay inside. Stay inside. Still there. All clear now. All clear. So Kirikow leading the way. In the 2 spot, we'll have Jeff Primer now. Hodgins in 3. Jason Moll in 4 as Michael Harlow. Think we have him broken, unfortunately, out of this one. Closing in on the 2-minute mark here with 3 minutes left to go. So out front we got Christopher Kirikow leading the way. Jason Mould now up to the 2 spot. Lucas Hodgins in 3. Jeff Primer in 4. Kim Slape in the 5 spot. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. We're at our halfway mark. Kirikow out to a fairly healthy lead. The battle on our hands though. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Jason Moll under pressure from Lucas Hodgins. And Jeff Primer right there as well. We pick up on that action down the front straight away. Battle going on between Lucas Hodgins and Jeff Primer through the tabletops. Allowing Jason Moll to run away just that slightest bit now. Down the back straight away they go. Moll across the line. I think we might have a substitute driver for the Jason Moll car. I believe it might be Watto. Minute 30 left on the clock here. We got Christopher over Jason Moll. Lucas Hodgins in the 3. Jeff Primer in 4. Those gaps spread out a little bit from that lap around now. So Watto driving the Mold car. So those two work their way onto the tabletops. We'll have Christopher Kirikow in 1. He's got a very healthy lead now. 11 seconds in hand over Watto. Hodgins in 3. Jeff Primer in 4. Kim Slape in 5. Dean Fisk in the 6 spot. Adrian Monty in 7. Michael Blair in 8. David Phillips in 9. Levin Farr in the 10. Final 45 to go here. Moll across the line along with Jeff Primer closing on in. Final 30 seconds left to go. Kirikow with a healthy lead out there. Primer trying to close back in on Jason Moll. As I say, that gets on past now. Here we got Jason Moll back into 2. David Watson racing that car. Watto into the 2 spot over Primer. Cross the line, drivers. You'll be done. Kirikow with a very healthy lead. The only driver getting to 11 laps for this race. Coming across the line there, Jeff Primer in the 2 spot. Jason Moll driven by Watto in the 3. Kirikow coming home with a very comfortable win there.
drivers are finished.
And that is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, Marshall. Drivers, making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please.
The race is completed.
All right, so up next we have race number 9. Heat number 1 of 5 for 89 to 93. All drivers making your way onto the grids. All marshals should be drivers from the last race out there ready to go. Looks like we are getting pretty close to ready. Looking for one of our marshals on the back straight away. So one of the drivers from the last race should have you on the back straight. All right, we are good to go here now. Looks like our order is set. You guys happy up there? Looks good. So we got our race number 1 of 5 for 89 to 93 four-wheel drive. Our marshals are ready. Marshals watching your corner, drivers watching the cars. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Everyone working their way around the line here. Big shout out coming in from the UK, from Seoul, 68. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us here today on a beautiful sunny day here down in Melbourne, Victoria. Quite warm conditions today, closing in on the 30 degrees mark. Bit of a breeze coming through. It's our only saving grace here. Maybe not so much for Matty up on the camera up there. He's pretty high up in the sky. He's been getting blown around quite a fair bit. Out on track though, we got David Boland leading the way. Scott Marks in 2, Darryl in 3, Simon Healy in 4, Mark in the 5 spot. They got David Boland leading this one. Scott Marks in 2. Simon Healy now jumps up to that 2 spot. Scott Marks on a slow lap here. Darryl gets past Scott as well. So three-way battle coming around into the hip jump. Oh, mistake there. Looks like it might have been Darryl going for a roll. That should allow Scott Marks and Mark Christensen now up to 3 and 4. Everything spreads out just a little bit. Still good battle going on between Scott Marks and Mark Christensen for 3rd and 4th. David Boland up to the top spot. Simon Healy into those two both putting their hot laps in. Simon Healy taking a second and a bit out of David Boland's lead. So Simon on a charge late in this race. 2 minutes left to go. So battle on over the loop there into the hip jump. Simon Healy Now right onto the tail of David Boland. Those two going down the front straight away, looking for the all yellow of David Boland. The mostly yellow of Simon Healy coming to the back straight away. Simon looking up the inside here, down the back straight away. A drag race to the end of the straight. Simon Healy comes out in front. David Boland to the 2 spot. They work their way into a bit of traffic here. David now starting to fight it back over the hip jump onto the front straight here. Healy, Boland, Scott Marks with 1:15 left on the clock through the tabletops. Boland goes for a roll. Down the back straight away. Oh, Boland with a rough one there. So we got Simon Healy out front, David Boland in 2, Scott Marks in 3. Good battle going on between Scott Marks and Mark Christensen. Those two working their way onto the front straight away here. Ten seconds left on the clock. Timer ticking down on to the end of the race here. So Simon Healy working his way down the back straightaway, has got quite a bit of clear air around him on the time at least. So he works his way to the line, taking the win here. Mark Christensen coming home in P3. David Boland to come home in 2. Darrell in 4. Ashley Cobble in the 5 spot. Dominic Blackman needed his feather. He comes home in 6th. So that is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Off the stand and out to Marshall. Onto the grids, please, drivers. Onto the grids. So, drivers, the order will be Jun on 1, Phil on 2, Martin Orton on 3, Glenn Grinter on 4, Rob G on 5, Sean on 6, Anthony Miller on 7, Niden Baxter on 8, Peter Dunn on 9, Chris on 10, Rory on 11, and Jeremy rounding out the field. Should have all of our marchers out there from the last race.
Once again, drivers, from the last race, you are expected to marshal for this race. We should not be looking for marshals. We are currently looking for run on the back straightaway. We should not be looking for marshals. Any quick turnarounds here, guys? We're wanting to get finished before 5 o'clock.
All right, we got cars set there on the grids. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Race number 10 on track now. Heat number 2 of 5 of 89 to 93. Oh, we got one off the front straight away here. Marshall in the front straight. Simon Healy. Oh, David's on it. Caution at the end of the front straight as well. Another one there for David Boland. So Young leading the way from the first lap around. Mark Wadden into Rory Carl from the back of the grid up to P3. Glenn Grinter in 4, Chris in 5. Caution after the tabletops, caution after the tabletops. That'll be all clear. Rory Carl now up to the top spot over Mark Wadden. Glenn Grinter in 3. John in the 4 spot. All right, so on track, we've got 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Rory Cole out front, Mark Wadden in 2, Glenn Grinter in 3, John in 4, Chris in 5. For anyone watching the stream, see me trying to catch a car that still is catching the loop. So if anyone that saw me trying to fishing rod a car there, I was trying to move it away from the loop. It turned out it was the wrong car. So good stuff. 1 minute left on the clock here. We got Rory Carl out front, Mark Wadden in 2, John in the 3 spot. We've got a good battle going on out in track in the moment between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. 45 seconds left on the clock. Rory out front in this one. Good battle coming across the line there. John, Chris, Mark and Glenn Grinter. Glenn up the inside there of Mark. Couldn't quite get it done. They end up tangling down the front straight away. John and Chris working their way into the tabletops. Just behind them will be Mark and Glenn. Down the back straight with 20 seconds on the clock. They'll get one more lap in here as they work their way across the line. Oh, Chaos, they hit the loop. Keep it clean, boys. John still holding on to that 2 spot. Chris getting into the side of him. Grub there, looking on the inside. Oh, goes for the Hail Mary. Didn't play out. He waited for him. So the battle now back on between John and Chris. They work their way through the tabletops. Oh, mistake there by John. Chris going to get an easy pass there. Rory gets an easy win. Coming to the line here. Chris gets on through. John in 3. Mark Wadden coming 4. Glenn Grinter coming home in 5. And Anthony Miller will finish up the race. There we go. There's Rob.
I appreciate that.
Race number 11.
All right, so on track now. We are into race number 11. Heat number 3 of 5. Out on track, we should have in P1, Hayden Tasker, Kim Slape in 2, Robbie Norman in 3, Sam Hind in 4, Wayne Edwards in 5, Anthony Deventh in 6, John Dennis in 7, Neil Kovacs in 8, Adam Rich in 9, John Perkins in 10, Paul Sims in 11, and Jeff Kirby in the 12. We should have all of our marshals out there. We shouldn't be looking for marshals. We're looking for one in the middle there. Number 10 should be Phil Martin. Okay, all good. Looking for one of our marshals. Thank you. Alrighty, so we're getting our final car lined up here. Kovacs making his way to the grid in the hands of Grubb. Alrighty, we are ready to rock and roll here. Race number 11, heat number 3 of 5, 89 to 93. Drivers, watch your cars. Marshals, watch your corners. We're going racing on the tone. Oh, caution the timing line. Caution timing line. All clear now. Underway here, race number 11. Hayden coming around in the top stop. John Dennis now up to P2. Neil Kovacs to 3. Jeff Kirby to 4. Battle going on between Neil Kovacs and Jeff Kirby. Those two working their way onto the front straight here. Jeff Kirby putting pressure on Neil Kovacs on to the back straight away. Neil and Jeff Kirby getting into each other. Paul Sims now back. Oh, up the inside there of Kovacs. A great move up the inside. Caution on the timer loop. Caution the timer loop. Clear now. I think there might be a hyena beside the race control. Hayden Tasker out front. Jeff Kirby in 2. Paul Sims in 3. Neil Kovacs in 4. All right, so we're at the 2.5 minute down mark. 2.5 to go. Caution the tabletops. Caution tabletops. Out front we got Hayden Tasker in 1, Paul Simpson 2. Jeff Kirby in 3. Neil Kovacs in the 4 spot. John Perkins in 5. We're going to throw you on over here to Scotty Guyatt. Going to jump on in the race commentary booth. Take it away, Scotty.
Thank you, Mitch. Just had a wonderful chat with Craig Bowring over the last half hour or so. So make sure if you're here at the track, you go back tonight, rewind that and watch it. We're on board with a Schumacher Pro Cat. And the thing about this car that caught my eye is that paint scheme mirroring the 1990s Formula One team, the Benetton Formula One team. Michael Schumacher, I think, drove for Benetton early in his career and famously had those colours, the United colours of Benetton. I think it was an Italian fashion house. But that Schumacher Pro Cat we're watching head up the back straight right now, carrying those famous colours. It kind of seems fitting that a car from that era is carrying the colours from that era. Beautiful looking Pro Cat. We were just talking with Craig about the development of the Schumacher Cat, the Cat XL, XLS, and how much it changed to the Pro Cat. A much simplified drivetrain compared to the earlier cars. That looks like a pretty nice example of the Pro Cat. Re-released by Schumacher a couple of years ago. They're continuing with their re-release program, come out with one new car kind of roughly every year. So most recently the Cougar 2 works. I did talk to Schumacher earlier in the year about what might come next. Would it be a Boss Cat? And they said, oh, we might keep you on your toes. So always waiting to see what comes next from Schumacher as we continue on with the Pro Cat. We're inside the last minute of this one. Hayden Tasker out front. Speaking of Schumacher, running the Cat 2000, Paul Sims, 14 seconds back last time across the line. We'll see if we can pick up Hayden and follow him for a lap or two as this one winds down. Let me spot him. Here he is at the start-finish line. So the Cat 2000, the next generation, a couple of generations after that Pro Cat we were just looking at a moment ago. The Boss Cat coming in between them. There's at least one Boss Cat here today. John Perkins running a Boss Cat earlier on. And we continue with Tasker. He's been pretty strong all day. I think was pretty strong here last year as well. Might have won a stadium truck class, I think, over from New Zealand. Paul Sims into the margin now, 17 seconds back as we count down Hayden beginning what will be his last lap for this round 3 of Heads Up Racing. This is race 11 of 15, round 3. 4 more races to wrap up round 3, and then we'll go into our final round for the weekend. Tasker continues. He'll be the last man across the line, I think, to finish this one out. The Kiwi, Schumacher aficionado, big fan. And there he goes, hiking the inside rear wheel as he brakes hard and turns off the racetrack. Thank you, drivers. Straight out to Marshall for us. We're going to continue to charge through as quickly as we can this afternoon. Time marches on, coming up to 3 p.m. now. It's about 2 hours around, so we're looking at a little after 5, maybe 5:30 finish if we keep focused, keep our way, working our way through. So race 12 on the driver's stand. You can move around to the start grid, please. We'll have our marshals out to get ready. So marshals out, drivers to the grid. This is the grid order. So grid order for this one, Craig Bowring 1, although I think Craig is out for the day. Gian Chiapara in 2, Jose in 3, Justin Vergunst in 4, Carter in 5, Greg Brooks in 6, stacked field, Damien Toll in 7, Kane Hendy, you'll be P8, James Waldy 9, Cam Sortel in 10, Chris Vautier in 11, and Lee Nelson in 12. That's the starting order for this one. Looking for my second marshal out in the middle. As soon as we've got that marshal out in the middle, we can get going. And on the back straight there, can we just make sure that marshal's vest is not hanging onto the track? Scotty Pettit, just near you. Just pull that marshal's vest up off the track right next to you. Just don't want it get a wheel caught in that vest. So just pull it up off the track. Thank you very much. All right, I think we're good to go. Yep, marshal's ready. Drivers, watch your cars. Let's go racing. All right, we're away at race 12, round 3 of four-wheel drive action here at the Vintage Bash. We're brought to you by J Concepts. Whole bunch of companies getting on board. Hobby Wing, of course, Hobbies Direct, Rubrics, Speedy RC, Coyote, Pine Hill Raceway, Blockhead, and of course Metro Hobbies. Among the companies helping us to bring this event to life. So huge thanks to all those that have gotten on board, the racers, the volunteers, the sponsors, everyone who's helped to make this event possible. James Waldy, it is out front at the end of lap number 2. Just let things settle down here and work out where we are. So Wald it is, Vautier, Vergunst, Brooks. Vergunst and Brooks, we might try and pick up those two. I think just heading to the left side doubles at the moment, the tabletops. The white Kyosho, the red, white and blue of Greg Brooks, the Yokomo behind him. I head down the back straight at the moment. In here past race control. So Vergunst it is in P3, Brooks in P4 as they work their way past an upside down car. That might have been Chris Vautier. We'll check the next time across the line. Hold one there, folks. So keeping an eye on Vergunst and Brooks, both of those winning drivers back in the day. Justin Vergunst, a couple of national championships in touring car. Greg Brooks, as he chases Vergunst. These two nice and close together, so that the Laser, the Kyosho I should say, the mid-Optima of Vergunst, they're now P2 and 3 with Cam Sortel in 4. Sortel not too far away, a few seconds back. So that's the battle we'll focus on for the moment. Greg running the 91 Yokomo. He did run for Associated and Yokomo for a period of time in the late 80s into the 90s. We were talking with him yesterday about how much fun he was having back behind the wheel of that Team Associated car from that period, the team car. Now today enjoying running the 91 edition of the Yokomo. We looked earlier on at some of the World Championship winning cars from 1985 through 1995 that were out front of the Knight Customs tent over in the pits. The 91 works based on the 91 World Championship winning car from that Detroit track in the hands of Cliff Lett. As Brooks starts to stretch away from Vergunst now. Starting to close in a little on James Waldy, just 1.9 between them last time across the line. We'll check that margin next time around as Brooksy goes a little wide to get around some traffic and onto the back straight. And that might have been our leader because Brooks now has gone to the front. So that's going to be 1 and 2 close together. I think James might be driving the green Tamiya. He's dropped now to P3 as Vergunst goes through. So 1, 2 and 3 changing order that last time around. It is Brooks in the 91 Yokomo. It's Vergunst in the Kyosho. And then Waldy, I think, is going to be P3 in that Tamiya Top Force. Popularised here in Australia, of course, by our very own Lou Solar. Making crazy modifications to that car, fitting a monoshock front end. Oh, Vergunst goes upside down on that centre table. That releases Waldy through to pursue Greg Brooks, but Brooks now sitting on a 1.5 second lead last time across the line. Looks to my eye to be a little more now as we go inside the last 30 seconds. We'll check the margin at the line. Brooks to the end of the back straight. We're on board with that Tamiya Top Force. Beautiful looking car. Tamiya always turning out spectacular cars, and there's quite a few Top Forces here with us today. Brooks just escaping a little bit from James, the margin 1.9 last time across the line. This will be their last lap, I think. Looks like it. We're inside the last 10 seconds now. Oh, is that James getting caught up on the doubles as I looked away? I think it was. Greg Brooks flashing across the line to take the win in that one, heat 12. 89 to 93 of four-wheel drive. It's going to be Justin Vergunst in 2 and James Waldy in 3. Chris Vautier in 4, Sortel in 5. Jose, Dean, Kane, Lee, the field in that one. Thank you, drivers. We can park those cars. Oh, we're waiting on a couple still. Cam Sortel, Dean, and Kane. Sorry, my bad. Lee. Spoke too soon. 2 or 3 cars still to finish. Oh, the Cat XLS Looks like it snapped the rubber bands on the front end. That crash back front end. Is that Cam Sortel's car? It might be. Maybe split some rubber bands here. It should just be a matter of putting some O-rings back on and fold it all back together. We used to replace those rubber bands with cable ties back in the day. Or you can disable them, that's right. Thank you, drivers. And we can get you straight out to Marshall. We'll have race 13 on track and around to the starting grid as we continue through four-wheel drive day here. Getting deep now into the third round of heads-up action. So a reminder for those folks watching online, it is all heads-up racing here. There's no qualifying, no finals. 4 rounds of heads-up racing, rotating grids, reedy race style. There probably are points somewhere, but nobody's too worried about that. It is really exhibition racing, demonstrating the cars, what they're capable of here at the Vintage Bash. That is the mantra. It is all about the cars, the stories, the friendships, the memories, not so much about who wins today. So we just wait for a couple more marshals to come out. We'll get this one underway. We're looking pretty close. Just need my marshal number 1 down there, just in front of the driver's stand. Might have been, no, Greg's over on the back straight. Justin's heading down there. You're going down to 1, mate, in front of the driver's stand. Thank you so much. All right, so I think we've got enough marshals to get going. Drivers ready. Watch your cars. Let's go racing. Oh, there's broken Yokomo 91 on the first corner. Looks like the Hearns Hobbies mobile is out. Brett T giving me the thumbs up. I think it should be the thumbs down, mate. That does not. What are you wearing on your head? I'm going to have to check in with Brett and see what he's wearing. It looks like it might be some Sean Mage style Japanese headwear. But the Yokomo 91 out. Might have a car in this one that does not belong in this race. We're just in the background here arranging for Mitch on the mic to have a drive in at round 4 and possibly a little sneaky media race driving the 1989 Worlds cars at the end of the day. We've watched 1,000 laps here and keen to have a little sneaky race at the end of the day. But Mark De Bono, I think it is out front in this one, in front of Jack Engel, Luke Botten. We call him Ralph. Mark Fisher. Just going to catch up with where we are on track at the moment. I think it's Engel who's gone to the front over Botten, Fisher. Let me just work out where we're at. We're in the 1989 to 93 category, 5th of 5. 2 heats left in this round. So we go forward into the 1994 to 2000 category after this one. We're waiting on Jack Engel and Luke Botten last time across the line. That is it. So they're right here in the centre tabletop section. Engel and Botten, Fisher not too far back, and Chris Howard. Almost said John Howard. There we are, flashing back to the 90s. So Engel and Botten going at it. They're close together out front. I'm going to take a little break here, hand you back over to Mitch on the mic to continue working our way through this 1989 to 93 category, the 5th of 5 heats in that category. Mitch, rescue me. Welcome back, my friend.
And a big thank you to Scotty there, taking over as I went for a little walkabout. So 2:45 down, we got 2:15 left on the clock. We got Luke Botten leading the way, Jack Engel in 2, Mark Fisher in the 3. Good battle out front in this one. There's Mark Fisher now across the line. So Mark with a bit of a gap into Luke Botten in the 2, and Jack Engel not far behind in 3 as well. So the battle. So Fisher out front, Luke Button and Jack Engel in 3. Fisher out front, Luke and Jack, your top 3. Chris Howard in 4, Chris Camilleri in 5. Tim Marino in the 6 spot, Patrick Watton in the 7, Mark DeBono in 8. Final minute on the clock here. Whoa, we got one into the media tent. Yep. Mentions.
That was very spectacular.
All drivers are finished. 7th Patrick Long done. The race is completed.
All right, so we get all of our drivers in the last race out to Marshall. Looks like we're all pretty much already out there. Thank you very much, Marshals. It is appreciated.
Up next, race number 14. 94-00. 4WD heat 1 of 2.
So on track now, we got race number 14. 94 to 2000. We're looking for one more Marshall over near race control here. So one of the drivers from our last race should be still out on track in this race. So on P1 we'll have William. On 2 will be Jason Millward. On 3 will be Scotty Giles. On 4 we'll have Anthony Miller. On 5 we'll have Scott Pettit. On 6 we'll have Andrew Abbott. On 7 Nathan Marsh. On 8 we'll have Theodore. On 9 will be Paul Shannon. On 10 will be Jeff Primer. On 11 we'll have Jensen Spencer. We're still looking for our Marshall near race control here, please guys. We can do with one more on race control. We still need one more near race control here if we get a volunteer. Got one coming. Alrighty, thank you guys. Alright, we got our marshals out there. Marshals, watching your corners please. Drivers, watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. All up and running here. Race number 14 of 15. We are any moments away from going into our final round of racing here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. It's been been an incredible weekend. We've still got plenty of on-track action yet to come. Right now on track, heat number 1 of 2 of 94 to 2000. Scotty Giles straight to the top of the order, the man with a fake last name, down the front straight away. As the wind starts to breeze on through. Through the tabletops goes your leader, Scott Pettit, right hot on his heels, down the back straight away. Scotty Giles with Scott Pettit. The battle of the Scots. Who comes out as the ultimate Scot in this race? I don't know what the ritual is when it comes to beating another Scot, but there's got to be something in it. Through the tabletops they go. Scotty Giles over Scott Pettit down the JC straight away. Drops down into the Speedy RC straight. Into the St. Ives S's. The gap last time by 1.1, this time by 1.1. Equal lap times between the two of them, only separated by 0.003 of a second as they hit the line time-wise. Into the tabletops, over the second lot of tabletops they go. Pettit looking a little bit closer this time as they work their way onto the straight. Giles over Pettit. Great battle going on between 3rd, 4th and 5th as well. Jason Millwood, Andrew Abbott and Paul Shannon in 3rd, 4th and 5th. The gap between 1st and 2nd, 1.4 seconds. Down the front straight away those two go. Our leaders now catching up on traffic. Yeah, that is all clear now. Coming across the line. Slight mistake there by Giles. Now we got a battle on our hands for the top spot as they work their way onto the front straight. Giles under pressure from Pettit. Into the tabletops they go. Battle going on behind them. Jason, Andrew and Paul all battling their way onto the front straight away, but the battle watch at the moment. Coming up to the timing line. Giles over Pettit. Those two working their way to the front straight away. Jensen Spencer rolls out of the way for him. Oh, caution the timer line. Cars left, right and centre at the moment. Still got Giles and Pettit. 1 and 2. The rest of the field starts to spread out a little bit. Mistake there by Gilesy. Pettit goes around the outside. Gilesy finds a little bit extra grip on the grass there as he works his way, trying to catch back up on Pettit now. 2 minutes left on the clock. This race is not over yet. Through the tabletops they go on to the back straight. Down the drop down to the Speedy RC straight away into the St. Ives S's across the line here. The battle is on. Gilesy closing right on in underneath the rear wing of Pettit now. The battle of the Scots down the front straight away. Who will be the ultimate Scot? So they work their way to the tabletops. 1 and 2. Pettit over Giles onto the JC straight away. Dropping down into the Speedy RC straight. At the end of the straight, they are hard on the anchors. Gilesy going long over the curbing there. So they work their way to their hip jump now. Giles right underneath the rear wing of Pettit down the front straight. 1 minute left on the clock as they work their way through the infield to the tabletops. Oh, caution, the tabletops go wide, go wide, go wide. They both go to the inside. They both collect each other onto the back straight away. We got Gilesy now back to the lead. A lead change here. Coming to the St. Ives S's. 1 and 2. See what Pettit has back in store for Gilesy. They work their way through the hip jump. A great race on our hands here. Giles back to the top step. 30 seconds left on the clock. Into the tabletops they go. They should get this one more time around. Down the back straight away with Gilesy and Pettit. Over the timing line. The gap this time by out to 1.2 seconds. What can Pettit do from here? He's lost a little bit of time through the last few corners. Timer ticking on down here. Gilesy just needs to keep it on all four. He'll have it in the bag for sure. Down the back straight away. Final couple of corners here for Giles. Just needs to keep it down and goes long to the line as well. Scott Pettit coming home in second, but your winner from that great race there, Scotty Giles taking a win In heat number 1 of 2 for 94 to 2000. Paul Shannon coming home in third. Andrew Abbott in 4. Jason Millwood rounding out the 5.
All drivers are finished. 9th Anthony Miller done. The race is completed.
All right, so drivers making their way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please. Off the stand and straight out to Marshall.
Race number 15. 94-00. 4 double leading 2 of 2.
Oh. All right, so we are into race number 15, our final race of the round. Should have all of our marshals out there. Looks like everyone is good. Thank you, marshals. In this race off P1, we'll have Tim Bramstead. On 2 will be Chris Schoenfish. He's not here. On 3 will be Alvin Chu. On 4 will be Brent Jeffries. On 5 will be Devon Middleditch. On 6 will be Anthony Deventh. On 7 will be Chris. On 8 will be Simon Healy. On 9 will be David Watson. On 10 will be Scott Lang. On 11 will be Jeff Kirby. And on 12 will be Paul Sims. We've got our marshals out there. Marshals watching your corners. Drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Everyone working their way around. Fairly clean start here. Nice work, drivers. Battle already up front here. Tim Bramstead as well as Alvin Chow and Brent Jeffries all battling it out, trying to get around for first lap honours. So Simon Healy up to the top spot already. Caution after the hip jump, caution after hip jump. Clear now.
First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. First.
Right, so out front of this one, we've got Simon Healy leading the way. Chris V in the 2, Jeff Kirby in 3. Paul Simpson 4, Anthony Deventh in the 5 spot, David Watson in 6. All right, we're going to throw it on over here to Scotty Guy with another trackside interview. Take it away, Scotty.
We've led Mitch astray. It's not a trackside interview at all. We're going to go for a little wander through the pits for a few minutes. There's a whole bunch of cool cars here and some interesting people. Let's go see who we can find. Come with me for a little wander. It is deep now in four-wheel drive day here at the Vintage Bash. And one little four-wheel drive that I haven't seen on track, but as I wandered through the pits, it caught my eye. So I'm going to duck in here and see if we can have a little look at this beauty. I'll get you to hold on to that. Let me ask you to tell us your name and where you're from.
Kim Slape from Adelaide.
All the way across from Adelaide. Welcome to Vintage Bash 4.0.
Thank you.
What's your Vintage Bash history?
Well, I was here last year just as a spectator. I've been collecting vintage kits for about 6-7 years now, probably from COVID on. And I thought I'd come and have a look, see what it's all about last year. Get the appetite a bit whetted and decided to come back and put some cars on the track this year. So
Nice. Tell me about this car that you're holding in your hands right here.
this one unfortunately won't be making it to the track, but it is just designed for the shelf, this one. It's a 88, actually it's a Riri Black Edition Tamiya Avanti.
Do you want to pop the body off for us? Let's have a look inside the Tamiya Avanti. It's the first time we've had the chance to look at the Avanti this weekend. This one resplendent in the Red Bull F1 style paint scheme. What can you tell us about the Avanti?
Well, it's quite an easy build. It's a lot of fun to put together. The only thing is it has about 3 million parts to it. So, although it's pretty easy to build, you think you're finished, you've still got 150 parts to go. So it's a beautiful car, slick looking car. It's incredibly over-engineered. Yep. And whether or not, I've had a burn of it up the street. It does go pretty quick, even with a sports tune in it. Yep. But I think this one's not really, it's a little bit too fragile for this kind of track, I think.
I'm looking at that front suspension and the way that those front, it's all just adjustable links, isn't it? So you could get yourself very lost on setup if you got some of those links wrong.
Those links look like they're easily adjustable, but they're not. You've actually got to tear the whole thing apart to actually adjust anything on the car. But I think it just is supposed to look mean. It's supposed to look intimidating. It is, I suppose. It's a very beautiful car. It was my poster car back in the day. Always wanted an Avanti back in the day. They were pretty rare even back then. They were very expensive. So if I ever had the cash, I was going to treat myself to one.
What's your highlights for this weekend? Now that you've come back to run, you just said this is your second bash, but first as a competitor. A runner, what's been the highlights?
Just the passion from everyone, the camaraderie, the friendships you make. I came here really virtually not knowing anyone, and I'm leaving with lots of friends today and memories I will have forever, I'm sure.
Beautiful. Great to have you here. All the best for the last runs later this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. I do love the look of that Avanti. Even actually this one as well. Looks like a version of the Optima, but in that United colours of Benetton, the Benetton Formula One colours. There's a couple of cars here painted in those colours. I found another new friend to say hello to. Do you want to stand up with me? Let me ask you to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Okay, my name is Chris Suhartono. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia.
Indonesia?
Yes.
Well, welcome to Australia.
Thank you.
Is this your first time at the Vintage Bash?
Yes, I registered for the Vintage Bash 1 and 2, but couldn't make it. I completely lost in the registration for the Vintage Bash 3, but this time I'm determined to come to Australia and be in the Vintage Bash 4.0.
And has it been worth the effort, worth the trip?
Wow, I took 9-hour journey from Jakarta to Bali and then transit 1.5 hours and then go to Melbourne. And I think it is worth the effort. Yes.
Good. Tell us what cars you've been running today. What have we got here on the bench?
Okay, today I'm running the Kyosho Optima Mid. This is the original one. It's already retired.
Yep.
I used this in my race year, I think in the grade 12.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I'm using the re-release of the Optima Mid.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And tell us a little bit about the racing scene in Indonesia. Is vintage, are there people racing vintage in Indonesia?
Yes, I'm one of the members of RCVA, Radio Control Vintage Action, the body that organizes the vintage race in Indonesia.
Okay.
Yep, we have quite a lot of vintage race in Indonesia. People come from Singapore to join our race. And in fact, on the 29th of November this year, we're going to have the year end for the RCVA.
Fantastic. Can we watch that online? Is there video or social media from the race?
Yes, I think there is a social media in Instagram. It's a Radio Control Vintage Action.
Radio Controlled Vintage Action Indonesia. Fantastic.
Well, we hope to have an international race sometimes in the future after I learn from the best. Yes.
What has been the highlight? What's been the best moment or the best thing for you this weekend?
Wow, a lot of things. First, I learned how to organize such a huge event like this. We are just a small community in Indonesia. And then I learned the Reedy race format. We haven't done that at all in Indonesia. Also, everything is new in terms of rules. We don't use the 21.5 in Indonesia for the two-wheel drive. And also we don't use the 60 millimeter tires in Indonesia. Mm-hmm. So I learned everything new in here. Mm-hmm.
Vintage Bash Indonesian edition. Maybe we'll come over for that one time.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to invite all friends from Australia to come to Indonesia and join the race sometime next year.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being so dedicated and making all the effort to come and be here this week.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Racers from around the world, thank you very much. coming here to the Vintage Bash. What a cool story. RC vintage action in Indonesia. I did get a little look at this car earlier on track. We talked about the PB Mini Mustang earlier. Oh, what are we watching there, Tony? Someone's heading out to race. Let's go for a little wander down here so we see who we can find. We might see if we can grab a quick chat with Gino. Gino's been one of the stars of the weekend. Gino, have you got a sec for a chat with me? That's all right. So I've grabbed Gino for a chat. Gino has been racing fast today, but also one of the volunteer team here at Knox that's been working really hard on the racetrack. Gino, how's the weekend been for you?
Excellent. Really, really great. I'm glad to see so many people here and the knowledge that everyone's got of their RC cars and RC world in general, basically. So it's been fantastic. Pity we had a bit of bad rain on Friday night, which sort of really killed the track Saturday. But it all come up pretty good today in that, so.
You've been working so hard on the track across the weekend. You must be really delighted with the condition it's in this afternoon. It looks fantastic out there.
So I hope people are getting a bit sunburned today, so watching all the racing and stuff like that, so it's been really good. So.
What about your own racing? What have you been racing today?
Been racing the Kyosho Optima Mid today, so been doing quite all right. I'm just doing an engine swap, so I had a 3510 crawler motor in it before. So I thought, and then Hayden was like blowing me down the straight, so I thought, I've got to do a change. It's the last race, why not give it a go, you know? So we'll see how we go in this last one. So have a bit of fun. So that's all it's about. So
good.
Bit of camaraderie with all the boys.
Yep.
Hear all the old stories, and yeah, it's just unreal how much knowledge the guys have got of all the cars and the eras and the types. And just the detail they can remember and things. I never got into it at that time.
Yep.
I did have brought a car in '87 when I first got a job and stuff like that, which was a Kyosho Assault, which was a gas-driven car. It was based off the Scorpion with the little gas motor on it. And I brought the Burns as it came out and things like that. But I was sort of involved in drag racing at the time with my cousin and things. So I was always using it for fun on the weekends and stuff like that. And in '90, as Lou said in the last podcast, in the '90s started racing Kyosho Cup and things like that. And that's where my racing started, more club racing and stuff like that. So,
pretty cool moment yesterday afternoon when you were recognised for all the work you've put in and awarded that Blockhead Motors Hot Shot 2, I think it was, wasn't it? That's pretty cool.
I was a little bit embarrassed, but I really appreciate the generosity and the appreciation. So it was really nice. So
we appreciate the hard work that you've put in, along with the whole crew here from Knox. It's been a team effort, hasn't it?
Nice meeting you all, and I hope you've had a great weekend and everything like that. So. Great to be here. Thank you.
Any weekend at a racetrack is better than a weekend away from the racetrack. Well done, Gino.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep going for a little wander, see who we can find. We've got this beautiful collection. Come and stand over here with me. I've picked up a guest here to have a chat with, and everyone around him said, Let me.
No idea what I'm talking about.
That doesn't matter. Let me ask you to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Yep, my name's Patrick. I'm from Quakersville in New South Wales. So I've been down here for the week. Come down with my brother and a couple of mates. Yeah.
What's your Vintage Bash history? Is this your first, or have you been before?
My third.
Okay.
This is my third, so I'm pretty much of a novice. Very much of a novice.
You've been at 75% of all the Vintage Bashes. You're doing all right. You're doing all right.
That's it.
Tell me about the weekend. How's it been for you?
Oh, mate, it's been fantastic. Just come down here, get with a group of guys I don't know, just having some fun. Yeah,
I'm loving the sartorial elegance that we've got going on here today. This seems kind of 80s style to me. Talk me through the outfit.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we went up to a holiday house for the Bathurst weekend with my daughter and son and nieces and nephews. My daughter said, let's go to Vinnie's. So we did every Vinnie's on the Central Coast, and that was her punishment to buy me this. And now it's stuck, so it's all good.
Possibly best dressed today. We might have a little wander around, see if we can find anyone else that challenges you. But I'm liking the combo of 80s style shirt, the basketball shoes,
the 90s, 80s,
yeah, everything.
All good. Keeps me out of trouble.
Vintage Bash fashion of the field. Currently, you're in first place.
Excellent. No worries, thank you.
Tell me about the cars that you've run this weekend here at the Bash. What have we got? The purple one, the one on the right there.
Yep, top fours. What have I got? I just race them. My brother builds them. I build them with my brother.
All right, I'm going to go talk to your brother.
He's
This is your brother over here?
No, you can talk to him at Squirt.
But I'll come and talk to this man, because what I'm liking here about this, stand up and have a chat to me. Let's start by asking you to introduce yourself. Tell us your name, where you're from.
I go by Squirt, but my name is Sam, and I'm from New South Wales, not far, about 5 minutes away from Patrick, and this will be my second vintage bash.
And you like pink?
Yes, my pink scheme started with my top force. It was white and pink, and then I realised that it looks a lot better with the pink and white, so that's my paint scheme, and that's what I've done on majority of all my cars. This is my little baby at the moment, which is a reproduction of a Jamie Booth egress. I've 3D printed all the parts and designed everything.
Can we whip the body off and have a look underneath? Yep. So yeah, Jamie Booth famously driving for Tamiya after he finished with Schumacher. We've talked a lot this week about how Booth made the world's final here with the Top Cat, then went on to Tamiya, winning European Championships. So tell us about this car.
Okay, so this car, so obviously the original egress, it has the arms which come here, and Booth wasn't very happy with it. So he put the top force or a TA02 front, and these original arms are actually moulded from Delrin, Tamiya made specifically, as well as all the aluminium parts. So I've just scanned some files and reproduced it, and then got them all 3D printed, and it's been about 3 months in the making of this car, and hopefully next year it will be running.
Next year runner, you heard that here, Vintage Bash 5. That tells me that you'll be back next year.
I will definitely be back. Yep, a lot more pink next year as well. Yep.
I'm looking at the outfit. I'm kind of going, I think he's still winning.
Yeah, he's winning. I didn't bring my special outfit today. I got my Santa shorts. So I was a little bit early for the Christmas, but no, it was fantastic. So, and we've got our pink, and we've all got our nicknames on the back of our shirts. So it's fantastic.
We're showing the folks at home that. Give me one or two highlights for you from this weekend here at VB4.
The main highlight is all of us coming down and meeting up with each other. A couple of the Kiwi blokes came over, and we made friends with them the last year, and it's just good to see everybody and just race together. Probably my highlight would have been the John McGee with the Hornet Evos. That was fantastic. It was so much fun, and they changed the track halfway through. So I was out with Patrick, and then all of a sudden they changed the way the route went. So we were going the opposite way when cars are coming. It was fantastic, and we had a bit of fun in the soccer as well. They had the Hornet Evo soccer over there with a couple of goals, and it was fantastic.
Beautiful. Delighted that you've been able to be here. All the best for last runs this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully I've broken some things. I think every time I've gone out I broke something, but they're all fixed. So hopefully the Top Force and the Thundershot will perform well. So.
Oh, you can't go past the Thundershot. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
What a great crew there is here from New South Wales, from New Zealand, as we just heard there. Oh, let me see what else I can find here. We've got, Tony, come with me. There's something pretty cool that we've just stumbled upon here. Who belongs to this?
My wife.
All right, I'm coming in there to stand between you two to have a chat about this. Just work your way along that incredible display there, Tony. You'll have to stand up with me. I just want to, I have no idea where this conversation is going to go, but I'll ask you first to introduce yourselves. Tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Rebecca, and I come from Nimitabel, a little country town. You can see the snowy mountains from my veranda.
Nimitabel.
Correct.
Oh, I spelled that right, pronounced that right. How about yourself? Name and where you're from?
Yeah, Nimitabel. I come with her.
And what was your name?
Rob.
Rob from Nimitabel.
From Nimitabel.
What's happening here on the table in front of us?
Rob brought his toys so that we can sell some.
Some of my toys.
A very microcosm of his toys.
Some of your toys. You've got a bit of a collection at home, I'm guessing.
Just a little, yeah. Just a little.
It's the motors that have caught my eye just for the minute as I walked along here and saw all these motors. I mean, we've got Lamoth 600E. I can see is it a 480T down the end there? Yes. There's all sorts of things. Tell us about a couple of these motors.
Well, probably the most popular there would be the Tamiya Dynatex. They're pretty popular, but my favourite are the Atlases. Yep. I just love them. Just love the way they look. They look like soda cans.
Yep.
And these are just a few spare ones that I thought I'd use to fund the trip. I had to pay for the petrol somehow.
Has it been a good weekend for you guys? Have you enjoyed your time at Vintage Bash?
Yes, it's been a lot of fun. Everyone's very, very nice.
Yep.
And they came to have fun.
You racing yourself?
No, I can't go in a straight line or sideways.
How about you? Have you been on track this week?
No, this is the first time here. I thought I'd come down, check it out. The wife was a bit nervous, but she says the boys are lovely. So we'll be back next year and we'll definitely be racing.
Very good. I'm in the hunt for a Losi Motown missile, if you can find me one of those.
I wish I had one.
Don't we all? Fantastic. Lovely to meet you both. Thank you for being part of Vintage Bash 4.
Excellent.
We'll look forward to seeing you both drive next year.
We will be.
I think that's what we want to see.
He at least will be.
No, come on. Hornet Evo. Bit of Hornet Evo soccer.
Race. You'll be right.
Okay, I heard is that the Hornet's Nest one? Yep. I can probably do that one then.
Beautiful. Fantastic. Welcome. Glad you've had a good weekend. We'll leave you to it. Incredible collection of motors, armatures. There's just loose armatures. Tony's showing us all sorts of things. There's a collection of old radios here. Oh, hello. We've just seen a crazy machine behind us, Tony. I don't know if we've got range to look at this, but I'm going to have to find out what's going on here.
This is my dyno I built.
My name's Dean. We'll just bring Tony over and we'll have a little look at what's going on here.
I'm about to do a purchase. If it goes good, take my money.
Excellent.
Go good, guys.
All right. So we're looking over Dean's shoulder here. He's built this dyno. He's about to plug it in, I think. Maybe we're going to do a little test run here. I see controls like old transmitter sticks mounted into the top of it. There's a slave motor. We've got Dean's plugs. We're looking for a motor of some sort, not one of those new ones. Maybe the Mabuchi 540. In the meantime, I've been distracted by a Wild Willie. Sorry about that, Tony.
It's going to be raffled off.
The Wild Willie's going to be raffled off the servo. Okay. There's a cool collection of cars here. We've got a Schumacher Cat. Is that a short wheelbase Cat?
That's an XL, yeah.
Oh, it's an XL. No, that's not long. That looks like an original short wheelbase. Tony, come and look at this. So if you've been on the stream with us for the last couple of hours, we were chatting with Craig Bowering a little earlier about how he drove this original short wheelbase Schumacher Cat to the National Championship win here in Australia 2006. After we finished, he told me that he thinks, as far as he recalls, it was actually the first National Championship win for Schumacher with the Cat anywhere in the world. In Australia here in 2006. The car had just been released. You can see how short the wheelbase is on that Cat. Much, much shorter than the later cars, the XL, XLS, Pro Cat that followed. So that right there is a piece of history coming out in 2006. And we've now got the kind of creation going on here. This is incredible television right here, folks, as we fire up this dyno. Going to give you the sound of it.
Grand. You're losing about 3,000 there. It's not too bad, this one. 21,000. Yeah, I think I'll buy that.
So what I think we've learned is he's come over here to test motors and decide which ones he wants to buy. Have you just come to test the motors before you buy one?
Yeah. I like to test. Tells the truth, this thing.
There you go. Bring your own dyno. Come over here and you can test a motor before you buy. Amazing. Absolutely unbelievable. Let's see if we can. We'll have maybe one or two more chats and then we'll go back to the racetrack. Might go over into the middle here, see if I can find someone I haven't spoken to yet all week. Here's a man wearing a Schumacher t-shirt. I'm gonna interrupt. Tony's gonna come and join us in a second. Oh, if you were watching along, you would have seen me coming your way.
I did, yeah. I would have, and I've got mum and dad at home, and they're watching.
Oh, there you go. Well, stand up and have a chat with me. Tony will come and join us in a second. We'll get you on the screen as well. But well, let's start with the traditional way of tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Cam Sawtell, and I'm from St Ives. That's my home club.
St Ives, home venue for the 1989 World Champs.
I was there as a spectator. I think I was about 10 or 11, and I walked the Philippines team around the track. So yeah, it was a part of it. Just didn't get to race. So finally got a run at Carso the other week. So yeah, it's good.
How was your Castle Hill World Champs experience?
It was fantastic. The event itself was run great. Your job, you guys did a fantastic job. Mum and Dad will kill me if I don't give you props. So, so they've been hoping I was going to get an interview here because I didn't get one at the Worlds. Sorry, Mum.
My apologies.
Yeah,
I don't know how we missed you, Cam.
Take it up with Len and Pete Sawtell. But yeah, no, it was the best. It was the best. And all this talk about 2027, I wouldn't be surprised and I wouldn't be disappointed because it's 15 minutes down the road from home. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So yeah.
Mate, how's your Vintage Bash experience been this week?
Two-wheel drive was really good. Loved the TRX1. Took a TQ in the last round with it. It was fantastic. This thing today, I've had a couple of DNFs. I had a transponder issue, and as you, I think I heard your commentary, the crashback system didn't work. I was actually using my daughter's hairband as the crashback system, but at the moment, so Mick Harlow actually came and gave me these things to fix the crashback system. They are used to castrate sheep. I kid you not. So he's given me a couple of spares just in case I come across a sheep or I have another issue with the XLS. But yeah, otherwise, yeah.
Anything to keep a vintage car running.
That's
Give me a highlight or two from the weekend. You know, what have you loved about? Oh, I'm assuming you've enjoyed yourself here, but what have you enjoyed about being here?
Yeah, look, just all the people, all the old cars. I mean, this is my first bash. So yeah, Paul Shannon over here dragged me down. But yeah, I'll be back for more. It's just great. It's so nostalgic and takes you back to being a kid and racing with the old man at St Ives and Ryde and Castle Hill and everywhere else. So yeah.
There's a bit of a vintage scene at St Ives too, isn't there? You guys hosted the festival there just, was it a month or so ago? I can't remember the dates now.
I believe they did. I wasn't a participant. I don't get to the carpet too often, even though it is still my home track. But yeah, they've got a bit of a vintage thing going up there and I really need to get to that. But yeah, it's yeah, anything vintage is good. So yeah.
I mean, the St Ives crew, and they did then run at Castle Hill for a long time, really got vintage racing going in Australia in a big way, didn't they?
Yeah, the vintage festival. So I think I was part of the first 2 or 3 vintage festivals, ran the Traxxas, blew it to 1,000 pieces. Thankfully there's some parts you can get for it. So yeah, but I'll be definitely keen to get back to more bashes for sure next year. Bring it on.
Just let me ask you about the Traxxas, because they're not that common, although there are 2 or 3 of them running here this weekend. I drove one for a couple of laps yesterday in the bumpy conditions in the afternoon. It was a weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. So I put 3 different cars out in the track. Got a Cougar 2 Works especially for this, RC10 Worlds car, you know, everyone's got one, and then TRX1, and it was truly the best car. Fastest, easiest to drive. It did, despite the, you know, the whole can't steer, it steered fantastically, so just made my job easy, and I had a massive, a really good race with Hara. And managed to pip him at the end. So yeah, I'll let this guy know for months, years to come.
Why is he pointing a camera at us? You know this is being recorded and on YouTube, right?
We're gonna be spamming each other at work all week about this week, all month probably about this event. So yeah, we always give each other a rub. So yeah.
Thanks, Cam. Thanks for the chat, and I hope the last one goes well with the sheep castration bands on the front of the Shuma.
I'm hoping so. So big thanks to Mick in advance. Hopefully they work. Hello again, Mum and Dad. You got the interview, so thanks for supporting me.
Hello, Cam's mum and dad. I'm sorry we forgot to interview him at the Worlds. I don't know how that happened. We did 300 interviews. I'm really sorry.
That's right. I was running away. I was busy hiding.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, we'll have a little wander down, what we've just coined the term of manufacturer row here. So we've got a few of our sponsors, some of the retailers and importers and distributors who are supporting the event. So we'll take you for a little wander down here and show you what is happening. We spoke yesterday to Jun Watanabe, who's here from Blockhead Motors, the collaborative project with Tamiya. He's here with Metro Hobby, so Metro, one of the sponsors of the event. Huge range, not only of cars and parts, but some of the Blockhead Motors shirts and hats and stickers and all sorts of gear that Jun Watanabe has been putting together. I'll jump in, and while we have a little look, I'll have a quick chat with BJ. Mate, you're here with Metro Hobbies. How's the week been for you guys?
It's been really good. It's been amazing. Everyone's enjoying themselves. You saw me on the first run yesterday morning. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely, like mud everywhere. Now it's all dried out. We've got a really hot day, but how good is it?
I've seen a photo of your Blockhead Wild One blown up to A3 in that muddy run. It's one of the best RC photos I've ever seen.
Oh, it's a money shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
After I saw that, I saw it last night, and I said to Toby, I got to get a copy of that. And he came with a copy. Yeah. And so it's fantastic.
Great to have you guys here.
Thank you. Great being here. We'll be back. Jun's going to be back. He said so.
Excellent. Jun's coming back for sure. We spoke to him yesterday about the upcoming Tamiya Festival he's doing back in Japan at the end of November. That's Jun Watanabe. That's one of his Blockhead Motors decorated Evo. And then there's the crew from Pine Beach Raceway over in Japan, just doing a whole range of bits and pieces of stuff and some incredible cars. And they've been out wearing the Chonmage outfits over the last part of the afternoon. Great to have the crew here, and there's some big events over there. We'll there's been some discussion about trying to get some of the team from here over to that part of the world for a race at Pine Beach Raceway. And then we're here with the team from Coyote Australia, who've been here running all weekend long. Brett,
Call me just as I'm packing up, Scott.
I've got you just as you're packing
Yeah,
up.
call me just as I'm packing up, because unfortunately I broke an arm on YZ91, and of course I didn't think to bring any spares, did I? So.
Are you not the Yokomo importer?
Yes, I know, but do you think I bought spares for myself? So anyway, but I had a great day yesterday. It hasn't detracted from my event at all. So yeah, I had a mishap in Q1 where I hit a car that was stranded on the straight, and that just pulled the sort of the arm over the hinge pin and cracked it. So I did super glue that. That was fine for Q2. Had a mishap Q3 and broke the arm completely. So that's all she wrote for today.
Sounds like you had a fun weekend, though.
Oh, how good is it, Scott? Like, honestly, on a scale of 1 to 10, there's been people in dress-ups, there's been characters, there's been a lot of happy people. The international guests are having an absolute ball. They're really enjoying this. They're calling it a movement, right? They're calling it an RC movement, what we're doing here. And the Pine Beach Raceway guys in particular, because what they're doing in Japan is considered a movement in Japan, right? With their RC soccer and the Chonmage style racing. So they're really happy, and we've got two-time world champ Atsushi Hara here, who I'm sure that you've had the microphone in front of. And even he's at the point where he's realizing we need to make RC fun. We need to get people in. We need events that are fun, festivals that are fun.
Make RC fun again. This
RC
sounds like a slogan for a hat.
It does, doesn't it? MAFA.
Thank you, mate. Glad to have you here.
Take care, Scotty. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming down, RC Media team.
Our pleasure, always. And then there's the rest of the Team Coyote. I'll go in for one last chat with Hara. We've chatted with him a few times across the weekend. Oh, Hara, can you run your motor? No, we'll come bring you out the front where we can see you.
Can I wear it?
You can wear that. I'm not wearing it, but you can wear it. Tell me about what is this headwear you're wearing? What is this on your head?
This is now getting famous, world famous Chonmage. So this is called Chonmage in Japan, like a samurai time. They do this like standard hairstyle. You like this one, huh? Yeah.
I saw Brett wearing it on the drive stand earlier. We've had all sorts of gear going on. It's just been a blast, a whole fun weekend, hasn't it?
It's fun and tired because of so much things happens, like drive, talk with the people.
We keep coming and harassing you for interviews.
No, it's just also the vintage car actually not so strong because it's a vintage car. So most of the time I rent in the car just to get fixed, because something breaks, something fall out. So it's actually, I come here not for looking for speed, but more wrenching time because of I have many mechanical issues and mechanical issues too.
Have you finished the race with the Optima Mid yet?
Not yet. I have one more run later.
You can do it.
I think I have to do.
Yeah.
I have to finish the last one.
Fabulous to have you here. Thank you so much. You're such a statesman of the sport and all about the fun.
Yeah, just all over the fun.
Great, thank you, mate.
Thank you.
That's Atsushi Hara. There was a man here I was going to chat to, but he's gone. So we'll wrap it up there. We're going to go back on track because I think there's something special happening. Mitch on the mic might get behind the wheel of a car in race 5, I think it is. So I need to jump back in and jump on the mic so he can go racing. Thank you for being with us for this little tour. We'll go back on track at the moment right now.
So on track now. We have our drivers ready. Marshals are ready. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We got racing on the tone. And away we go. Pre-87 four-wheel drive. Heat number 4 of 5. On track now. Everyone working their way around. Everyone working their way around on their first lap here. Jason Millwood out front, Mark DeBono into Sam Hind rounding out the top three. Caution the end of the front straight, caution end of front straight. Stay inside, stay inside. Clear now. So we got Jason Millwood leading the way, Mark DeBono in 2, Sam Hind in the 3 spot after the first lap around as they come back around now for the second time. Jason Millwood starting to come under pressure here from Mark DeBono. Down the front straight away, DeBono up the inside there of Millwood. Gets the pass done. A good move there from DeBono as they work their way through the tabletops. To the left-hand side of the track down the back straight into the JC straight away. They drop down. They'll make their way through the Speedy RC straight into St Ives S's. Across the line here, DeBono over Jason Millwood. Caution back straight, caution back straight. That'll be clear now, clear now. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. Mark DeBono out front. Mark Rogers in 2. Caution at the timing line, caution timing line, caution timing line. That is all clear.
2 minutes left. 5, 6. First.
All right, so we are 3:40 down, 1:15 left to go. Mark DeBono out front. Mark Rogers now up to the 2 spot. James Knight in 3. Jason Millwood in the 4 spot. Robbie Norman in 5. 30 seconds left on the clock here. DeBono with 4 seconds in the hand over Mark Rogers. There's DeBono over the line. Waiting for Rogers. He's been quick in the last couple of laps. Not so much this time around though. Slow lap here for Mark Rogers. Timer ticket on down. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. Jason Millwood getting caught at the line there. Mark Rogers looking to have some issues on the last lap around. Mark DeBono taking the win. Well, we're going to run away. I don't often see that in electric, a runaway. All right, we're going to chuck it on over here to Scotty to wrap this one up and take us into the next race.
I think that just about gets a run across the line. Sorry, Mitch. Oh, you've got the stick radio. Mitchell Pratt, Mitch on the mic, is coming out to race in this next one, driving a Tamiya Top Force 540 motor stick radio. I don't know if he's ever driven with a stick radio. This is his first Vintage Bash appearance. He spent the whole weekend on the microphone, so we've rewarded him with one opportunity to get out and have a run. While we get that organised, I've got an outdrive of some sort, a little silver outdrive, green front spring. If you've lost an outdrive from your car or a green front spring, come see me at Race Control. So we can get our marshals out, please. You'll need to keep an eye on that Tamiya Top Force. That's going to crash a lot. Never driven with a stick radio as far as I know. He's done half a lap of practice. What could possibly go wrong? Just get ourselves organised here. How's our marshals looking? Looks like we're pretty good. All right, grid them up. So let me... Oh, there we go. There it goes. All right, so the order is Phil on 1, Dave Bradshaw on 2, Patrick on 3, Alexander 4, Aaron Defina, is that Mitch? On 5, Heath Murray on 6, Chris Vortier 7, Dom Blackman 8, Dan Fisk 9, Rob Jeremiah 9. There's Mitch up there with his headset on, so not only can he hear the commentary, but we can say all sorts of things in his ears this whole run long. All right, thank you, marshals, and thank you, drivers. Eyes on your cars. Let's go racing. Race number 5. Oh, trouble on the run to the first turn. Mitch has banged walls a couple of times on his way down to that first run. Cool mix of cars in this one. I see an Optima, a Yokomo, the 834. I see a couple of different variations of hot shots. Mitch Pratt doing battle at the back of the field. I think he does not know how a stick radio works. Stick radios wheel radios didn't exist when he was born. I don't know. So let's get everyone across the line. We will keep one eye on Mitch, but we'll keep an eye on what else is happening in this race. It's race number 5, round number 4 here of qualifying. So we've got Dom Blackman out front. Mitch will love the fact that Dom Blackman is leading away this one. I can't wait for Dom to come and put a lap on Mitch. So we're following along with Pratt at the moment, I think. Pratt's catching up to people, but I'm going to keep an eye on Dom Blackman, who's way out front over the far left-hand side of the track. The Kyosho Javelin, I think it is, the pipe frame chassis, originally a chain-driven. The re-release version can be built as either a chain or a belt drive. And he's got the Yokomo 834B of Chris Vortier right on his tail, so Blackman, the Kyosho Javelin, Vortier, the Yokomo, working their way through the centre right in front of the driver's stand. As we continue to keep an eye on the progress of Mitchell Pratt, he's driving the Tamiya Top Force. It is a later car, unfair advantage in this race. The disadvantage, of course, stick radio, no track time. So we let him kind of have a chance here, and we'll follow along with him, keep an eye on his progress. So Blackman still out front, Vortier right behind him, nothing between them as they cross the line. So we'll pick up our race leader now at the centre tabletop. Blackman now in front of the driver's stand. He's got Chris Vortier on his tail. Mitchell Pratt, you're going to have to stop talking to other drivers on the driver's stand, please, or we'll give you a stop-and-go penalty. So Blackman and Vortier, that's the race we're watching down the back straight. Pratt has broken it. I think Pratt has broken the Top Force. There will be a big bill coming your way. He's ripped the front end off it. That means we don't have to worry about him anymore, because the race at the front between Blackman, that Kyosho Javelin, the Yokomo 834 of Chris V, right close together down the front straight. Chris starting to really apply the pressure to Dom. I hope Dom's not listening. He gets really nervous when we talk about him, when we name Dom Blackman, and talk about him when he's driving. One of the great crew from Chargers up in Queensland here this weekend. Real good vintage scene in Brisbane. They've built a purpose-built vintage track up there. And, of course, hosting the Chargers muster a couple of months back. And that looks to be bigger and better again next year. So if too much bash is not enough, Muster 2026 will be the one as we continue to follow on board with this battle for the lead. the Kyosho of Blackman, the Yokomo, Chris V. They worked the left side of the track and down the back straight. The margin last time, 0.5 of a second. Looks to be still about that at the moment. They're pretty even Stevens down the back straight. Or maybe Blackman's just edged away a little. The margin out to 1.1. Mistake from Blackman. There's a lead change. So Chris to the front now as they work the centre of the track to the driver's stand. The Yokomo 834B. How cool to see these cars back on track here at this year's Bash. Yokomo re-releasing them the last year or so. Fantastic to see these cars running. And Chris V now to the lead with Blackman stalking him. We're going to stay with this battle right to the end. 1:25 to go. See whether Blackman's got anything to come back at him. They come through past the number 2, the hot shot of Phil Martin. Super shot, I think it is. Thank you so much, Phil. I love a hot shot, a super shot. Fantastic to see them out here on track as well. Every variation of the Tamiya Classic on the track here today. Hot shots, boomerang, super shots, hot shot 2s. We're still keeping an eye on the battle for the race lead. They work the left side hairpin onto the back straight. Little lap traffic in between them now as Chris starts to edge away. 0.4 last time across the line was the margin. Looks to my eyes to be a little bit bigger. Oh, I've just been distracted because I've looked in front of them on the racetrack and I've seen a beautiful car. Have a look at this AYK in front of our race leader now. So race leader's going to put a lap on him right in front of the race leader, the orange wing. The AYK, I'm not sure which variant, whether it's a Pro Radiant or a Boost. Absolutely fantastic looking car right there tucked in behind our race leader. The white wheels, orange and black body, orange wing I'm talking about. But Vautier continues out front. There's 22 seconds left to run. This should be their last lap. Computer says they won't get through to another one. Oh, there's cars going everywhere, but Vautier sails through the middle of all of it as we continue with our leader. He got to the front halfway through, getting around that Kyosho Javelin of Dom Blackman, right around when we named Dom 4 or 5 times. I'm not sure if there's any connection there, but Vautier has done the business. Down the back straight for the final time. Mitchell Pratt's back in here with a look of shame and sorrow on his face for breaking the top force. Still asking me what are the sticks on this radio for. He has no idea. Thank you, drivers. You'll finish as you cross the line. So Chris taking the win. Dom in 2. Rob's done in 3. Alexander, Dave. Got a couple still to come. Patrick's done. We're waiting on Phil. That is Phil across the line. We're still waiting on Mitchell Pratt. Where is Mitchell Pratt? We're waiting for Pratt to finish. Oh, he broke it. Go and apologise to whoever owns that car. Grovel. Grovel. Thank you, drivers. Straight out to Marshall Forest, please. We're going to charge on through as quickly as we can to get this four-wheel drive day done. It's the final afternoon here at Vintage Bash 4.0 on the back of 4 days of awesomeness. Even the rainy Friday, there was so much good stuff happening in the pits. If you've been with us online, watching along, wherever you are in the world, a big welcome to you. We've seen people check in from the US, from the UK. We had a visitor in with us from Sweden earlier this morning. I think it was Tony. Fantastic to have you wherever you are in the world. Drop in the comments. Let us know if you followed along this week. What have you appreciated the most? What car have you loved seeing the most? So if you're online, you've been checking out the action, drop us a comment. Let us know you've enjoyed it and what car you enjoyed the most. For me, it's hard to go past a Mugen Bulldog, Hirobo Zerda, that AYK Boost or Pro Radiant that we just saw. All right, we've got our drivers on the grid. So just to confirm the starting order for this one, Hayden Palmer in 1, Gino in 2, Dean Fisk in 3, Dean K, Kaufman in 4. Jason Moll will be 5, 6 is Chris Suatono, 7 Connor Devitt, 8 Daryl Nuzzi, 9 Jason Curtis, Lucas Hodgins is 10, Stephen Peckham is 11. We've got marshals. I'm going to start this one off and then I'm going to give Mitchell the microphone to issue a grovelling apology for breaking that car. Oh, we're still waiting for marshals. Who's my marshals? Mitch, you might have to marshal. Mitch is going to go marshal. He was racing, he broke it, so he's going to go marshal down there at the far end of the driver's stand. Need one more down the end of the driver's stand. So it should be Chris V, you were 1, Dom Blackman, Rob Jeremiah, Alex Marks, Dave Bradshaw, Phil Martin, Patrick Watton, Aaron Defina, Heath Murray, Dean Fisk. We don't want to have to hold this up, guys, but we do need one more marshal down the end of the driver's stand. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. We got one. All right, we're good to go. Marshals, watch your corners. Drivers, watch your cars. Let's go racing. All right, we're getting away here. We'll let everyone sort themselves out over this first lap. We'll pick out a couple of cars to talk about, a couple of drivers to talk about. See where we get to. I'm spotting Chris Suetono on the driver's stand all the way over from Indonesia. He's tried 4 times to get here. This is the first time he's been able to make the trip. We just chatted with him on a pit area walkabout, so I'm going to spot his car in a second. He's running the Kyosho Mid. I'll work out which car is his. We'll follow him online. He's just in front of the driver's stand at the moment. One of those 2 cars together. We'll work out which one it is. That is Chris telling us there's a really active vintage racing scene over in Indonesia. He's tried for 4 years to get here. 2 years couldn't make the trip. Last year missed out on the sold out event. This year determined to get here. Fantastic to have Chris here with us. He's just crossing the line here now in the maroon, yellow flames, white front. The Kyosho Optima car number 6 sitting in position 4 at the moment. Big scene up there. They've got a vintage race at the end of November. They've been learning lots while he's been here about the way that vintage racing is run in Australia to see whether there's anything useful to take back home to Indonesia to adopt into the scene there. So big shout out to everyone who might be watching online from Indonesia. Looking forward to making the trip over next year to Indonesia for the Asian Buggy Championships. But pretty cool to hear there's a big active vintage scene as well. Chris continues in P4. It's Hayden Palmer meanwhile out front. Jason Mole in 2. Let me see if I can spot those guys. I think that's them working their way down the back straight. Just get them across the line here. I reckon that's a pretty close battle. We might switch over to this battle for the lead. Just crossing the start-finish line and working to the centre tabletop. Hayden Palmer running the Kyosho. Jason Mole running the Shoemaker Cat XLS. They're on screen now. Ever since Shoemaker re-released that car, it's been fantastic to see a few of them getting around. One of the all-time classic four-wheel drives, 2nd ever World Championship win going the way of the British manufacturer. So Mole chasing Palmer. It is Palmer in front, the margin 0.5 last time across the line. They're working through a little bit of lap traffic. A PB Mini Mustang. Love to see a PB Mini Mustang getting around. There's a couple here. Haven't seen anyone running the 2-speed gearbox in that car. That would be cool to see them go down the back straight and shift gear. We continue with Palmer, Mole, the margin 0.3 at the line. Has there been a change at the front? Have we got Mole to the lead? I think we might. As I looked away, no, I tell a lie, it's still Palmer out front. So we work the center of the track. Perhaps there was a change and then there was a change back. So Palmer and Mole, that's the battle for this one. Kyosho v Shoemaker. Lucas Hodgins is out there as well. He's 12 seconds back in car number 11. Let's see if I can spot Lucas. He might be running one of those Tamiya beauties, I reckon. But the battle at the front continues. Mole just looking to try and close back in a little bit again. As Palmer had skipped away, now it's 0.8 the margin between the two of them over the center tabletop. The hip jump, we've been calling it, right in front of the driver's stand now. Nothing between the pair of them. Mole looks to the inside. They just touch wheels in the air, a little bit reminiscent of a certain World Championship final back at Castle Hill a month or so ago. The two cars side by side through the air, banging wheels. Mole getting the better of it, getting the better bounce. Hard from my angle to see if it was all fair in love and war, but that is the upshot. Mole to the lead, Palmer in 2, Hodgins still in 3. Chris Suetono, we talked about him a minute ago. He sits back there in P4, just with Connor Deveth right on his tail. So it is the Shoemaker Cat, the XLS of Jason Mole, who skipped away at the front. Jason, one of the crew from Chargers, heavily involved in the running of the vintage scene and the club in general up in Brisbane. Biggest 10-scale club and track in the Sunshine State. 2 tracks side by side, one modern high grip track, one purpose-built vintage small clay track, a little bit of a bull ring. Who did we talk to this morning? Maybe Nathan Marsh described it as intimate, an intimate racetrack up there in Queensland. Everyone should get up to Chargers to the vintage muster next, probably August. Mole continues. 15 seconds to go in this one. He crosses the line for what will be his last time. He's just going to put a lap on Chris Suetono, our Indonesian visitor. So Mole just working his way through, continues to lead as the timer counts down. It will be race done for everyone next time you cross the line. Looks like Mole will do enough to take this one Lucas Hodgins sideways in the Tamiya across the start-finish line. There is no better way to do it. Chris trying to go sideways across the line, getting into the spin. Thank you, drivers. You'll be finished as you cross the line. Waiting on Connor and Jason and Dean and Stephen. Stephen might be out, I think. That's his car over in the centre. Thank you, drivers. That is race 6 done and dusted. We move on to race 7 as we continue in our pre-89 category here. The final round of four-wheel drive action, head-to-head racing, Vintage Muster 4.0. What did I say? Oh, look, what would I know? Did I say Vintage Muster? My apologies. Vintage Bash 4.0. Drivers, please don't go slack on the marshalling. We've just got 10 races left to go, 9 races left to go. So straight out to marshal for us, please. We want to keep going through the afternoon. We don't want to lose time waiting for volunteers and tracking you down. We've had a fabulous weekend. Everyone's been straight out there. Stick with us for the next hour. We'll get this done. Mitch Pratt, welcome back. Race 7. I'm going to hand it over to you, buddy.
Scotty, who's this Mitch Pratt fella? Thank you very much, Scotty. Yes. We had a good, fun race there until I broke it. I'd like to apologise to my family that I have let down. And we'll come back bigger and stronger for the next one, baby, because we're going to have a media race later today. I'm going to flog these media boys. So, up now. So on track now, we got race number 7. We should have all of our drivers from the last race out marshalling. All of our drives from last race should be out to marshal on track right now. Race number 7, heat 2 of 3 for pre-89s. On 1, we'll have Aaron DeFina. On 2, Levin Farr. On 3, Chris Howard. On 4, Adrian Monty. On 5, David Phillips. On 6, Ashley Cobble. On 7, Gavin Floyd. On 8, we'll have Christopher Kirikow. On 9 will be Dean Evans. On 10, we'll have Rob. And on 11, we'll have Yuzo. We need one marshal over the left-hand side of the track. We need one marshal over the left-hand side. A volunteer if we can, please, quick as possible. We need one marshal over the left-hand side on the back straight. Quick as possible, please, guys. Thanks, matey. Much appreciated. So, drivers, eyes on cars. Thank you very much, mate. It's been helping out in the kitchen a lot today as well. Just a heads up on that one. Well worth a round of applause. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. So we are off and running. Oh, mistake there from Christopher. It's going to put him down the order a bit. So we'll have Dean Evans now out front. Christopher Kirikow out in the 2 spot. Will drop down to P, probably 7 or 8, I'd say. He should work his way back through pretty quickly. He's been quick all weekend long. Gavin Floyd will bump up to the 2 spot. Chris Howard should be up in 3. We'll check as they come across the loop. Dean Evans across the lines there. Gavin Floyd is up to P2. Christopher Kirikow already up to the 3 spot. We'll keep an eye as he works his way back into this battle. Down the front straight away with Christopher as he closes in on Gavin Floyd just ahead of him. Over the tabletops. The leader on the back straight, Dean Evans in 2nd spot, Gavin Floyd. Christopher Kirikow closing in here. Minute 30 down. Now the battle on our hands, 2nd and 3rd, Christopher Kirikow. Right there. Looking at the rear of Gavin Floyd as they work their way through the tabletops. Oh, they crash over the tabletops. Then Gavin Floyd comes out in front from that one. We'll have Yuzo right there as well now. Oh, look out. Oh, a bit of chaos at the line there. Dean Evans still leading the way. Gavin Floyd in 2, Yuzo in 3, Christopher in 4. But we got a 4-way battle now for the lead as they work their way up and over the roller. Christopher looking for a way through a couple here. Should still have Dean Evans out front. Gavin Floyd should still be in second. As they work their way down the back straight here. And through the St Ives S's, we got Yuzo now up to the top spot. Gavin Floyd to 2 now. Dean Evans comes down 3. Christopher Kirikow in the 4. Chris Howard now coming to this fight. So Yuzo over Gavin, over Dean, over Christopher, over Chris. 2 minutes left on the clock. Yuzo comes around with a hot lap of the race. Now he's out front. He's got clean air, clean track in front of him. Gavin in the 2. Christopher in the 3. Battle still going on between Dean Evans and Chris Howard for 4 and 5. Those two working their way onto the front straight. Your leader though, Yuzo, coming to the line here, running the Kyosho. Gavin Floyd in 2. Gavin about 5 seconds back. Battle going on between second and third here. Christopher looking around there on Gavin Floyd. Looks like he's got the pass done as well, coming onto the back straightaway. Oh, there's some wheel banging going on out there. The old hip and shoulder coming to the line with Cheku comes out in front. Looks like we'll have Christopher Kirikow back out into P2. Gavin Floyd in 3. See what Floyd can do here. See if Christopher can close in. Yuzo's got an 8-second lead though. So battle to watch still with second and third going through the tabletops. Christopher Kirikow over Gavin Floyd as they work their way onto the J-Concept straightaway. They drop down into the Speedy RC straight. 30 seconds left to go. Christopher now building that gap on up as he puts the hot lap of the race down at 26.8. Race wrapping up here. We got Yuzo and Christopher still to finish. Christopher dropped that gap down to 3 seconds last time by. Christopher coming to the line just a little short. Yuzo just cruising it on home, taking the win in that one. That is race number 7 all wrapped up here. Drivers making their way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Nice quick turnarounds to wrap up the day. So drivers making their way off the stand. Up now, race number 8. Heat number 3 of 3. Final race of pre-89 four-wheel drive. We'll get our cars making their way to the grids, please. All drivers from the previous race making their way out to Marshall. So your grid order for race number 8 will have off the front row Paul Mansell. And 2 we'll have Alex Smith. On 3, Damien Toll. On 4, Justin. On 5, Kim Slape. On 6, Michael Harlow. On 7, Jeff Primmer. On 8, Glenn Grinter. On 9, Michael Blair. On 10, Greg Brooks. On 11, Grant Salter. On 12, Michael Vogt. Looks like we got all of our marshals out there ready to go. Thank you, marshals. Drivers all set on the grids. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Bit of chaos from the get-go. We got one doing a 50-50 grind through the pipe. Oh, caution the timer line. Caution timer line. Clear now, clear now. Oh, caution after that hip jump now. One of our lead drivers there going for a roll early. We'll wait for them to come around to the line, pick up who is where. Justin Vagant's leading this one away. In 2 spot, we'll have Jeff Primer. In 3, we'll have Greg Brooks. In 4, Paul Mansell. See you later coming around. Over the line there, Justin Vagant's leading the way. Jeff Primer coming to the line here. Yellow card, not having any show for the transponder. So it will be the Glenn Grinter car with the Wookiee driving. Not showing any transponder reading, so just having a run out there for fun. Justin Vagant's in the 1 spot. Jeff Primer in 2. Greg Brooks coming around as well. So battle on her hand coming across the line. Jeff Primer and Greg Brooks in 2 and 3. Caution the tabletops. So we got 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Justin Vagant's leading the way. Greg Brooks in 2. Jeff Primer in 3. So out front we got Justin Vagant's leading the way. Greg Brooks in 2. Jeff Primer in 3. Paul Mansell in 4. Kim Slape in the 5. We need one over in the middle. Caution in the middle. Timer ticking on down here. Everyone working their way across the line, finishing their run. Caution at the end of the straight. Caution at the end of the straight. Stay inside. Clear now. So Jeff Primer coming home in P3. Justin Vegans will take the win. Greg Brooks in the 2 spot. Paul Mansell in 4. Kim Slape in the 5. Just waiting on Alex Smith still to come around. So just Alex still live out there. Everyone else is done. And that will be all drivers done. All right, so drivers from the stand making your way out to Marshall, please. Nice and quick out to Marshall. Right, so all of our drives in the last race making your way out to Marshall, please. All drives in the last race out to Marshall. Up now, race number 9. 89 to 93, heat number 1 of 5. We got Darren Johnson off 1, Jeff Kirby on 2, Greg Brooks on 3, Kim Slape on 4, Ashley Cobble on the 5, Luke Button on 6, Craig Bowering on the 7, Mark Christensen on 8, John on the 9. We got Atsushi Hara on 10, Alvin on 11, and Carlo on the 12. Need our marshals out there, guys. Drives from the last race. We should have all of yous out there.
Are you on the right grid? Number 3. You're not allowed number 3. You've got to be fast.
We need a couple of volunteers out there for this one. 1 or 2 are backing up from last race into this race. Need 1 or 2 volunteer marshals out there. Out there, marshal, we should have Justin McGards, Greg Brooks, Jeff Primer, Paul Mansell, Michael Volts, Michael Blair, and Alex Smith, at least. We have Damien Toll, Michael Harlow, Glenn Grinter, and Graham Salter still out there. We should have you guys out there as well. So I do need a couple of helpers out there for this race. We can get another volunteer out there. Thank you very much to our volunteers. It is really appreciated. Can't do a couple of races here today without a couple of volunteers, so thank you very much.
Alrighty, so ready to rock and roll here for 89 to 93, heat number 1 of 5, race number 9. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Jeff Kirby will lead them away.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Everyone working their way around after their first laps. Hara down the order. We got Greg Brooks out front, Jeff Kirby in 2, Mark in 3. Hara now working his way back into a fight here. Has had some struggles, I would say, here today with his car. Working back on track now. So he works his way down the Speedy RC straight away. We follow on the battle. Coming on to the front straight here. Hara puts down hot lap of the race at 25.1. That's half a second quicker than anyone else. His fastest lap out there. He'll be working his way into the battle surely pretty soon. Out front though, we've got Greg Brooks and Jeff Kirby 1 and 2. Oh, Jeff Kirby going for a roll there. The battle between third and fourth going over the time loop with Luke Button and Mark Christensen. So Greg Brooks out front. Up to 2, we'll have Ashley Cobble now. Jeff Kirby in the 3. Luke Budden and John having a good battle out there as well. Those two working their way into the tabletops. So we follow on board at the moment, coming across the timing line. The battle to watch, Ashley Cobble and Jeff Kirby. Oh, Hara again having issues. Slow lap that time. Looks like we got the car fixed back on the road though. It's the main thing. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Brooks over Cobble. Kirby in the 3. Oh, now we got Cobble down to the 3 spot in the line of Mark Christensen. Caution onto the front straightaway. Caution on the front straight. That'll be all clear. So Greg Brooks with a bit of time in hand out there over Jeff Kirby in the 2 spot. Ashley Cobble in 3 within the battle of Mark Christensen. Minute 45 left on the clock. Mark now up to the 3 spot. Ashley Cobble in 4. Oh, John and Luke both battling themselves almost both off the track there. I think it'll actually be Jason Mole driving the Luke Button car. So watching on with the Judd and Luke Button battle. Jason Mole driving the Luke Button car. Fine, 45 seconds left on the clock. Final 20 seconds here. Greg Brooks over, Mark Christensen, Ashley Cobble in 3, Luke Button in 4, John in the 5 spot. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. Coming to the line here. Mark Christensen just getting it over. Ashley Cobble at the line there. Greg Brooks working his way around, taking the win in this race. Luke Button coming home for John in the 5 spot. That'll be all drivers done there. So race number 9, drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, so we're looking for our marshals out there. All drives in the last race should be out to marshal. Up now, we have race number 10, 89 to 93, heat 2 of 5. On track, we'll have on 1, John Dennis. 2 will be Anthony Deventh. On 3 will be Matthew Oxford. On 4 will be Neil Kovacs. On 5 will be Justin Vergunst. On 6 will be Simon Healy. On 7, Patrick Watton. On 8 will be Sean Leggett. On 9 will be Sam Hine. On 10 will be Chris Howard. On 11, Robbie Norman. On 12 will be Lee Nelson. So all of our marshals are out there. Just before we start this race, anyone that has borrowed a table, if you could return it once you are done, that would be great. Thank you very much. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Heat number 2 of 5, 89 to 93. Everyone working their way around. First lap here for race number 10. So they work their way through the tabletops. Good battle already shaping up out front. Coming to the line here. Anthony Deventh out front. Simon Healy in the 2. We've got Tamia Schumacher out in this one. The 2 shoeies swap places, Simon Healy and Justin Vergunst. Oh, Simon goes for the big send there. The Hail Mary did not pay off. Oh, I think that one might be broken. No, it seems to be okay. All right, need to find out who's driving that. Hey, Cam Sortel, I know you're doing so well, but you're a race early here. You're meant to be in the next race. So out front in this one, we've got Anthony Deventh leading the way. We did have Cam technically up in P2, but he's a race early. Simon Healy up and do a caution on turn. First one, tabletop. Caution first, tabletop. Clear now, clear now. Simon Healy in the 2 spot, 5 seconds behind. Justin Vergunst in the 3. Matthew Oxford in 4. Lee Nelson in 5. .245 down. We got 2:15 left to go. Oh, we need a marshal at the time limit. We got 3.5 down. We got a minute and a half left to go. Anthony in front. Simon Healy in 2. Justin Vergunst in 3. Matthew Oxford in the 4. Chris Howard in 5. Oh, less than a minute left on the clock here. We got Simon Healy out front, Anthony Deventh in the 2. Justin Vigans in the 3, Matthew Oxford in the 4, Chris Howard in 5th. Your leader Simon Healy working his way to the line. Should go around for one more lap at least here as he crosses the line there. Might sneak in for one more. Anthony Deventh in the 2, caution coming onto the front straight. That'll be all clear. So our leader's starting to close in on this massive battle pack here as well. Final 15 seconds left on the clock. Caution after tabletop. Clear now. So Simon Healy taking a win in that one. Anthony Deventh in 2. Justin Vigans in 3. Matthew Oxford in 4. Chris Howard rounding out your top 5.
That was fantastic. Oh, we got so much.
There we go. All right, so we're going to all have our drivers for the last race out to Marshall, if not already out there. Next race up, race number 11 of 15. Starting to get towards the pointy end of the day here. So in 1, we'll have Damien Toll. In 2, we'll have Cam Sortel. In 3, we'll have Carter Sims. In 4, we'll have David Boland. In 5, we'll have Jemmy Williams. In 6, we'll have Dean. In 7, we'll have Kane Hendry. In 8, we'll have Rory Cull. In 9, we'll have Knighton Baxter. In 10, we'll have Darren Newt. In 11, we'll have Jason Mole. And in 12, we'll have Phil Martin. All right, we're sure to have all of our marshals out there. Thank you very much, marshals. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. Oh, caution the timer line. Caution timing line. So Cam Sortel leading from the first lap. We saw him in the last race. He was having an absolute blinder in the last race. He's trying to win every race out there today, just in this class alone. He's back in front again in this one. Finally in the correct race though is Cam Sortel. Rory Cull in 2, Jason Mall in the 3 spot, Carter Simpson 4, David Boland in the 5. Caution after step on, step off. Caution after step on, step off. That'll be clear now. So out front, we got Cam Sortel leading the way. He's got 1.4 seconds over Jason Moll. Jason giving Luke Button's car a drive out there at the moment as they work their way down the back straightaway. Working their way through the Snipe S's. Cam Sortel now coming under pressure. Gap under a second now. Oh, Jason Moll gets it wrong through into the hip jump though. That'll allow Rory Cull to close up a fair bit. David Boland and Carter Sims also in all good battle out there as they work their way down the straightaway. Oh, we got a broken one on turn one. Caution on the timing loop, caution on timing loop, caution at timing loop. That is all clear now. We are 4 minutes down, 1 minute left on the clock. Cam Sortel leading the way, Carter Sims starting to close on up here. .45 seconds left on the clock. We got leader of Cam Sortel through the tabletops. Cam Sortel leading the way. Carter Sims in the 2. Jason Moll in 3. David Boland in 4. Rory Cull in the 5 spot. Time ticking on down here. Cam will sneak through. We got a battle on our hands here. Cam Sortel coming under pressure now from Carter Sims going through the tabletops. Oh, they're tight now. Coming onto the back straight away. Oh, no! Oh, just all falls apart on the last lap here for Cam Sortel. Carter Sims snatching victory there from the hand of defeat of Cam Sortel. Jason Moll coming home in 3rd. David Boland in the 4th spot and Rory Cull in 5. We'll get all of our drivers start making your way out to Marshall, please. All drivers from that race making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Oh, just a reminder here, just before I forget for the 3rd time, Facebook viewers, we are going to do a stream reset right now. Stick around, we will be back online, whether it be on RC Race Media, wherever you are viewing it from at the moment, we'll be going back live very shortly. Don't go too far. All right, so we'll get our drives from the last race out to Marshall, please. All drivers from the last race out to Marshall. Up now, race number 12. Heat number 4 of 5 for 89 to 93 four-wheel drive. In position number 1, we'll have Gavin Floyd. On 2, Mark DeBono. On 3, Mark Watton. On 4, Scott Marks. On 5, we'll have John Perkins. On 6, Glenn Grinter. On 7, Chris Volta. On 8, we'll have Tim Marino. On 9, Mark Fisher. On 10, we'll have Chris Camilleri. On 11, Brett Todman. On 12, Anthony Miller. We are looking for one more marshal on 10. We're looking for one more marshal on 10 in the middle. There we go. Marshy's on the case here. Thank you, Marshy. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here. Race number 12, 89 to 93. Heat number 4 of 5. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Going racing on the tone. And away we go here. Oh, that was pretty spectacular. Everyone working their way around on their first lap here. Mark DeBono will lead them around first lap. See who comes to the line for first lap's honours though. Over the line here, we'll have Mark DeBono out front. Glenn Grinter, the grub in P2. Oh, this one's going to shape up for a good one here. I can feel it coming. Mark Watton in 3, Mark Fisher in 4, John Perkins in 5, Chris in the 6 spot, Tim Marino in 7. So out front, Mark DeBono leading over Glenn Grinter and Mark Watton. We got 3 marks in this race. Oh, that's not going to be confusing at all. Mark DeBono over Mark Watton. Glenn Grinter separates the other Mark. Mark Fisher in the 4. The 3 mark race. Mark that one on your calendars. 3:45 left on the clock. Oh, the disappointment coming from the crowd. Minute 15 down. 3:45 to go. Mark DeBono continues to lead over Mark Watton. Oh, caution back straight away. Caution back straight away. I think that's Glenn Grinter. We're going to have a Mark battle. Yes, we are. No, we're not. Chris spoils the Mark party. Oh, so excited for that one. John Perkins gets in there as well. Come on, Mark Watton, get back into this battle. We want a 3 for the marks. So Mark DeBono still leads away over Mark Fisher. Chris in the 3 spot. There's DeBono over the line. Fisher over the line there. Now we're waiting. Chris still in that 3 spot. John Perkins in 4. Mark Watton comes across the line in the 5. Come on, Watton. Get into it. 2:45 left to go. Two and a half down. We got 2.5 to go. Fisher now up to the 2 spot. Oh, what's going on here? Chris into 3. John Perkins to 4. Mark Watton still in that 5 spot. The battle between DeBono and Fisher is starting to heat up here. So we jump on board now with the battle for the top spot here. Mark DeBono versus Mark Fisher. We're still hoping Mark Watton can come back into the battle here as well. We got 2 out of 3 of them in this race at the top here. As DeBono over Fisher across the line here. Fisher now starting to put pressure on DeBono now into the hip jump. As they work their way onto the front straight. Fisher looking for a way around on DeBono. Having to refer to their last names now because the first name will relegate it useless through the tabletops. Onto the left-hand side, onto the JC straight away. They drop down to the Speedy RC straight. They got a bit of traffic in front of them. DeBono over Fisher. Chris in the 3 spot. They go around turn 1. Fisher all over the curbing there. Looking for a way pass on Bono, looking up the inside, being patient though. A great race down the front straight with a minute left on the clock. Oh, as I say that, they both go over. Where's Mark Watton when you want him? Chris in the 3, John Bergen in 4, Mark Watton in the 5, Glenn Grinder down in 6. The Bono and Fisher coming together off the front straight away. Making their way to the line here now. So we got Chris up to the top spot. Mark DeBono and Fisher still battling it out for 2 and 3. 40 seconds left to go. DeBono on the inside. So Fisher getting the inside pass over to Bono there. Went right up and over the top of him. Chris in the top spot will try to get closed down on here though. Under pressure now. Fisher closing on in with 15 seconds left on the clock. I can't count on 2 hands how many times we've seen Fisher pull something off on the last lap here. Chris under pressure. Fisher coming close in now as they work their way into the tabletops. Last time by was less than a second on it. Fisher closing on in. Down the back straightaway. Chris just needs to hang on for one more corner here at the end of the straightaway. Chris coming to the line. Will take it away from the mark pack. Fisher in P2. DeBono in 3. John Perkins getting it over to Bono at the line there. Oh, DeBono not finishing as of yet. That will be a race.
Race number 13. 89 to 93. For WDP 505.
All right, so up now we have race number 13. In the 1 spot, we'll have Rob G. In 2, we'll have Hayden Tasker. In 3, Peter Dunn. In 4, we'll have Chris K. In 5, we'll have Dominic Blackman. In 6, we'll have Adam Rich. In 7, Jose. In 8, we'll have Jack Engel. In 9, Sharon. In 10, we'll have Wayne. In 11, we'll have Paul Sims. And 12, James Waldy. All right, so we got all of our marshals out there. Thank you, marshals, drivers, watching your cars, marshals, watching your corners. We are going racing on the sound of the tone. So out front, we should have Rob leading it from the get-go, and this one we'll check as they make their way around. Coming to the line here. Let's see Rob leading the way. Hayden Tasker in 2. Chris K in 3. Dominic Blackman in 4. James Waldy in 5. Adam Rich in the 6. Jack Engel in 7. Showing in the 8. Paul Sims up in 9. Jose in the 10 spot. They're out front, Rob leading the way as they work their way down the back straight. Hayden trying to close on in, 1.1 seconds last time by. This time around, gap grows out to 2 seconds now. Rob with a bigger lead, Chris in 3. No, James now up to 3, Dominic up to 4. Dom having a good race out there in this one. Oh, 1 minute 15 down, 3:45 left to go. still leading this one. Hayden in 2, James in 3. Oh, we got something special for all of our spectators online. We're going to throw on over to Scotty Guy. He's up and driving at the moment. Take it away, Scotty.
Absolute privilege to be out here driving the 1991 Cliff Lett World Championship winning replica. Oh, as I say that, terrible. The donkey flipped it and gone upside down right in the centre there. So Paul Sims has built this replica of, as I said, the Cliff Lett car from 1991, the Yokomo. Last time I drove a Yokomo, 1989. So it's been a while between drinks. A little bit short of top end speed down the straight. I'll just let this guy go. I've lost track of where I am in the race. I don't want to interfere in anyone's race here. Track's bumpy, the grip's high. It's very bumpy everywhere. I'm just going to stay out of the way. I think that was Lou Solar that just went past me in the Kyosho Laser. He's having a guest drive as well. So cool to drive a car that is reminiscent of the replica car from 1991.
6, 7.
We go down the back straight here. I've got a little bit of pulling to the left down the back straight. I'm going to try and stay out of the way of these guys. Just get out of the way here. Looks like I've got a little bit of a problem on the front left of the car. Maybe a shock's jammed up or something. Don't quite have the full trouble, but we'll just try and kind of behave ourselves here. Yeah, definitely a problem front left. I probably caused that by my own crashing on the first lap. Not blaming the car at all for that one. So Paul Sims, of course, from Berserk RC, producing all manner of carbon goodness here in Australia. And, oh, what I just crashed on the back straight, back straight. Back straight, back straight. It is, I was just going to say, it's actually quite hard to drive full bore along through that kink onto the back straight. The track just continues to curve and curve and curve. And as I was about to say that, I just literally drove into the back wall, went for the wall ride, couldn't get it done. This front little section here right in front of the driver's stand, really bumpy, especially in the middle of the track. Run out a wider line, it's a little bit smoother. It's a great little track. I mean, it's very much old school. It's a really hard clay surface. High grip, it's kind of grooved up. There I've gone again. That back straight section. This is fabulous television, folks, isn't it? Watching me look like an absolute rookie out there. They're in my ears telling me how terribly I'm driving. It's a complete embarrassment. The car's fabulous. I'm pretty sure I have done something to the front end of Paul's car here, the left side front, so we're running low ride height. We're kind of bottoming out all over the shop. Might throw it back to Mitch so he can pay a bit of attention to who else is doing fun things on this track. Very cool to be here at the Vintage Bash, to drive this car. Big thanks to Paul Sims of Berserk RC and Cliff Lett for winning the Worlds in 1991. Yokomo, who built this car and re-released the replica. So we'll throw it back to Mitch as he finishes out the race.
Final 30 seconds left in this race. Rob leading away. Hayden in 2. James in 3. Chris in 4. Dominic Blackman in 5. We're showing in the 6 by Adam Rich in 7. Paul Sims being driven by the Scotty Guide car in the 8th position. Final seconds ticking on down here. Hayden Tasker coming home in second. That's going to give a victory lap towards Rob out there. He only had 3 seconds to gap, but it'll be a lap in the end. Everyone working their way around. Rob making his way to the line here as well as Paul Sims. And that will be all drivers done. All drivers are done. So we're going to have drivers make your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. All drivers off the stand and making your way out to Marshall.
Hey, Hayden, I found something quieter than your car. Lou's car.
Okay, so as a little thank you for the awesome work Mitch on the mic's done today, he's now actually having a race. And for those that don't know, Mitch can drive. All right, so guys, what we're going to do, just because Mitch has not ever cut a lap on this track, might just get you, if you wouldn't mind, just coming off the front straight for a second, just off the front straight. No more. Oh, there's a vote saying no more laps for Mitch. All right, here he goes. He's had the drive. I can hear you. Was I not meant to say that in this mic? Okay. All right. Mitch is making his way up. Mitch, you're in P7. The only one that isn't checked in is Jason Millwood, but actually no one's checked in. Forget about that. He has checked in. I forgot this is not a clubby. Righto. All right, guys. You guys all good to go up there? Got our marshals. We got 1, 2. You all guys are all there. All right, guys. For those that want to come out and watch Mitch on the mic, ring the hell out of this Schumacher Cat 2000 EC. I'm going to let Mitch show his stuff. Okay, guys, I'm going to go on the race to the turn, wash your cars and have some fun. All right, so we've had a relatively clean start. Praddy there getting taken out nice and early at the back of the pack. I got to learn all these cars. We'll see who goes over the line first, but it's been a fairly clean start for most of the drivers here. Caution back straight. Praddy, of course, Praddy cleaned him up. All right, so Praddy now coming down the front straight for the first time, completing his first lap. All right, so Jeff Primer now having obviously a great start here. Devon in P2, Anthony P3, Jason Milwin in 4, having a great start. And the fast lap, Devon 26.7, sending out a hot lap the very beginning of this one. All right, guys, you're about a minute and 20 in. Mitch, you should be nice and warmed up now. Time to flex those muscles, mate, and get up into the lead of the pack. All right, rare opportunity here, guys, at the Vintage Bash. We're going to cross on the live stream to Mitch on the mic, who's going to talk us through what he feels with that Cat 2000 halfway through this race.
All right, so getting a proper couple laps on the track here. So we are struggling. I'm trying not to break this car. I've got a couple of guys in my ear. They're trying to throw me around here as well. So no, it's actually handling the track really well. It's a lot of fun. I hope I'm distracting every other driver, and hopefully everyone else will crash around me, and I'll get an easy win out of it. No, it's a really fun track actually. This is first pro. Oh! Yeah, there is a kink on the back straight. There is a kink on the back straight. Managed to turn the back straight into a wall ride, so that wasn't the fastest line, I got to admit, but it didn't break the car, unlike the car that's sitting in the middle upside down at the moment. So we're slowly but surely getting used to the track, as long as we work out that there is a turn just there. There we go, look, avoided that one nicely. All right, we're going to throw it back to Jeno before I say something silly or make any more silly noises. Take it away, Jeno.
All right. Thanks, Praddy. I'll let you concentrate for the last 2 or so minutes of this race. We've still got Jeff out in front, Anthony in 2. Jason Millward up on a podium so far, having a great run. Devon in 4. No, Mitch doesn't pass people. Here he goes, coming past race control now. It's nice and tight up here, although we got Jeff. Let's have a look at what the difference is between those two. Jeff on seemingly way out in front here. Anthony in 2, just crossing the line there. So there is... Mitch passed someone, did he? Here he comes, cross start finish line. There's, as Mitch would say, a gaggle of cars to get through here, trying to make his way through all the traffic. Look at it, it's chaos. Look after each other, guys. Here they go, Praddy in amongst some carnage. 5 cars. Oh, Praddy on his back on it like a turtle. All right, down to the last minute drivers. Still Jeff in 1, Anthony in 2, Devon in 3. Praddy is somehow clawing his way up the fence. Mitch did tell me he had a bit of dust in his eyes and he was trying to pick that out before the race, but he's seemingly now getting dialed in, looking a lot smoother, doing the jumps really well. As I say that, horsebacks over the donkey kicks over that last double. Down the back straight he goes. Down to he will get another lap if he's lucky. He does. Everyone goes through. Jeff out in front. This is really tight. Righto, Praddy's getting a bit cocky. He reckons he's going to come through all the pack here like Steve Bradbury. I don't think so. I think he's too far. As he rolled it again. He's upside down. Called it too early. Jeff holding the lead. All right, Jeff, Anthony, Jason Millward there. It's Scotty Pettit holding out P4. Praddy slipping right down the field there. Lots of giggles. I'll hand the mic back over to the professionals.
All right. All right, so on track now, race number 15. 15, special number here this weekend. You know what that means. It is the final race of the day. So we have on track at the moment Theodore Theodorou. In 2, we'll have Chris Schoenfish, who's not here, unfortunately. In 3, we'll have Andrew Abbott. In 4, we'll have Williams. In 5, we'll have Paul Shannon. In 6, we'll have Alvin Chow. In 7, we'll have Jeff Kirby. In 8, we'll have the man with no last name, Scott. In P9, we'll have Tim Bramstead. In 10, we'll have Nathan Marsh. In 11, we'll have David Watson. And we do have a specialty driver driving for Marshy as well. We'll announce that as we get into it. We've got all of our marshals out there. Our final race here, final official race here at least for the Vintage Bash 4.0 held here in Knox Off-Road RC. Big days we've had here. It's just gotten better and better as we've gone through. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going to go racing for the final time on the Tone. And away we go. Theodore will lead them away. No, Theodore will not. No, Theodore not out there by the looks of it. A couple missing from this race. So Andrew Abbott will be our driver leading them away. After that will be Paul Shannon. Everyone working their way around into the first lap. Everyone working their way towards the line here. First time around, Paul Shannon straight to the top of the order. The final race of the day, who will take it away? We'll have Paul Shannon over Andrew Abbott, Scotty Giles in the 3, David Watson in 4, Nathan Marsh. The car itself being driven by Scotty Guyett. Can he win the final race of the day? No pressure at all, Scotty. Minute down, we've got 4 minutes left on the clock. That Marsh car has been pretty quick all weekend long. But your leaders at the moment, Paul Shannon and Andrew Abbott, working their way through the hip jump onto the front straight away. We jump on board here with the Nation Marsh car. Driven by Scotty Guyett, coming into the hip jump. The man behind Action RC works his way down the front straight away. Many years behind the controller. Now going into a fair few years. At least in the media side of things, he's done a lot of race calling himself over the years as well. He's done just about everything that has been to do in RC. In a battle at the moment with Jeff Kirby. So Scotty Guyett and Jeff Kirby. Jeff getting it wrong there, giving the Marshy car driven by Scotty Guyett a little bit of a break. Paul Shannon out front, Andrew Abbott in 2. The man with no last name, Scotty Giles in the 3 spot, David Watson in 4. Two down, 3 to go here. 2 down, 3 to go. Our final race of the day. Paul Shannon out front, Andrew Abbott in 2, Scotty Giles in 3, David Watson in 4, Nathan Marsh being driven by Scotty Guyett in the 5, Jeff Kirby in 6, Tim Bramstead in the 7 spot. So we jump aboard here with Paul Shannon currently leading this race away. He's got 4 seconds in hand over Andrew Abbott. Now jumps up to 6 seconds. Scotty Giles now starting to put on a bit of a charge here, trying to close in on Andrew Abbott, putting down a hot lap of the race last time by. The gap between second and third is 3.5 seconds. But it's Paul Shannon out front with a big lead already in this one with 2 minutes left on the clock. Comes around with a 24.5 second lap. Andrew Abbott and Scotty Giles working their way to the line here. There's Andrew Abbott, Scotty Giles now hot in his heel. Minute 30 left on the clock. We got Paul Shannon out front, Andrew Abbott in 2. Scotty Giles was closing right on in. And he went for a tumble. So we'll check it this time by 2 seconds. So Scotty is still on a charge out there at the moment. He only lost about half a second from that last lap around. Battle still on the cards here with a minute 15 left on the clock. Scotty just needs to stop crashing. Minute 10 left to go. David Watson in 4. Nathan Marsh being driven by Scotty Guyett in the 5 spot. Jeff Kirby on a slow lap here. Paul Shannon over Andrew Abbott with Scotty Giles now right underneath his rear wing through the hip jump onto the front straight away. The battle to watch, Andrew Abbott and Scotty Giles in 2 and 3. Those two working their way around into the tabletops now. Scotty putting pressure on Andrew Abbott. 40 seconds left on the clock as your second and third drivers coming around. Oh, off the straight there. Didn't see what happened. They sort themselves out. Andrew Abbott still in the 2 spot. Scotty Giles in 3. Bit of contact there at the end of the straight as they work their way onto the front straight. Scotty Giles up the inside. Oh, gets into the side of him. Bit of door-to-door banging there. through the tabletops. Paul Shannon continues to lead. Andrew Abbott now relegated to the 3 spot. Oh, mistake there from Scotty Giles. Andrew back on through here with a timer ticking on down. This will be their final lap here. Scotty in the 3 spot. Andrew Abbott in 2. Paul Shannon will have this race all sewn up. Oh, up the inside. Over the top goes Scotty Giles. Couldn't quite make it work. Looking at the inside again on Andrew Abbott as they work their way through the tabletop. A barnstormer race here as they work their way down the back straight. It'll be the best line into the final corners here. Andrew Abbott over Giles. Giles up the inside. They go around side by side. Abbott waits. They race to the line. A great race again there between Andrew Abbott and Scotty Giles. Paul Shannon will take the win. Giles will take second. 9 thousandths of a second in it between the two. They almost went side by side hitting the loop. Scotty Guide coming over in P4. So drivers and people watching on the stream, that is not quite a wrap as of yet. We are going to have a little bit of a break here before we do a bit of a wrap up. Finishing off the day. For the people in the pits, there is still a fair bit left to go of the day, so stick around. There's still plenty left on the cards. All right, we're going to chuck it over to a couple of videos here as we get prepped for the end of the day.
We've just come back to wrap up proceedings here. Wherever you've been watching all around the world this week, whether you're watching live or you've come back later on, thank you so much for being with us here from RC Race Media at the Vintage Bash 4.0. It's been a fantastic week of racing here. We started Thursday with some practice. Friday we had a lot of time to sit and talk and wonder and dream and look at old cars because it rained and it was horrible weather. But Saturday and Sunday, absolutely spectacular. Two-wheel drive all day yesterday, a whole bunch of action. We had a Tamiya Festival to end the day and our big concourse, and of course 2 of the 3 legs of the A final reenactment from 1989. What a great day. Today we've continued on with the action. It's been 4-wheel drive all day Sunday, the third leg of that A final from 1989, and the very special presentation of the Coleman's Choice Award, Brendan's Choice Award for the best looking car here. I've got with me Aaron Defina, Andy Cook, Lou Solar, the brains trust, the heart and soul behind this event. Thought we'd just wrap up the weekend. Aaron, let me start with you, mate. Just a personal highlight from the week here at Knox.
I'm going to have two. I'm going to be selfish. The first was having Rory Cull come off the stand and call me a really rude name because the car that I built, the Craig Drescher car, handled better than his one that he was trying to drive around the track. And secondly, it was another Rory Cull one, watching him drive the actual car that was the 1987 finalist, finalist that got 9th in the world, and watching him up on the stand, and it was actually... he was getting a bit emotional and I was getting a bit emotional because he's sort of going, this is the car that I made an A final, got 9th in.
Is not the helmet that you're wearing a personal highlight from this week?
Yeah, but that's my private personal highlight. That's, that's having a very special, personalised, one-off piece of art done by someone slightly...
Mr. Jun Watanabe from Blockhead Motors. Mate, we've got some thank yous to do as well. Tell us a little bit about some of what we want to say thank you for.
Personally, and on behalf of the rest of the committee, we just want to say thank you to everybody who travelled. So, all the guys from Melbourne who travelled, the guys from interstate who travelled, and then we've got all our international travellers as well, who were just fantastic. We had Chris from Indonesia. He's been trying for 4 years to get here, and he made it this year, which is just absolutely fantastic. We've got our Japanese travellers, and I'm going to butcher these names. I'm really terrible at this. I've got a little bit of paper and it's still going to get it wrong. So Nori-san, we've got Hara-san, we've got Fuzo, we've got Taki, and then we've got Jun Watanabe who came, and Taki and Jun came for the second time. We just want to say thank you to those guys for travelling and making it such an international flavour. Then we've got our colleagues from over the ditch. So we've got the New Zealanders, we've got Dean, we've got Hayden, and we've got Chris. And then we've got our Spanish visitor, Jose. So, we just want to say thank you to those guys and everybody else who's just travelled, and all the guys from Melbourne who's travelled and made this event just fantastic, because without everybody here, it'd be just us just hanging around talking into a television screen.
Well, yes, that would be no good for anyone. Thank you, mate. Cookie, for you, a personal highlight from what's been an amazing weekend.
Yes, I might try and steal two as well then.
Gosh, you can't do this. One.
One?
All right, two.
Okay, if it's one, then racing with Atsushi Hara with our 91, so GP3D 91 cars. So he's got one from me as well, which is pretty cool. But yeah, we got to race yesterday, second round I think it was, and we just had a nose-to-tail race the whole event, 0.05 of a second at the end across the line. And after that, yeah, chatting with you and Hara, got a bit emotional as well. The wave hit me, so that was my number one for sure. The other part is the 89 reenactment, of course. So we've done a lot of work. A lot of people have done a lot of work to get that concept and that vision happening, and it was basically as good and I think a lot better than what I'd kind of dreamed or envisaged. A lot of people seem to really enjoy it. Their connection with the past. Yeah, pretty awesome, pretty special.
It was amazing. These things don't happen without a whole community of support. There's been some companies that have got behind this event to help you to put it on. Give us the list of those that have been involved.
Yes, excellent. So yeah, as you said, we definitely can't put on an event like this and have the awesome pro media covering it, live streaming it around the world. So that's a first for the Bash, and that's pretty amazing. So our title sponsor, J Concepts, so Jason Rona from J Concepts was super keen, came on board as quick as he could to support the event. So that was a real cornerstone of getting this thing happening. And he also provided some tyres for us as well, his J Concepts tyres, of course, for our 89 final. So yeah, he was our title sponsor, so it's been fantastic. Then we had a number of major sponsors. So we had Hobbies Direct, guys over in Geelong. So they're really supportive of the RC community and vintage, of course. And they also provided us with a Blockhead Motors Super Shot 2 that Jun Watanabe was also kind enough to sign for us. Nice little message, number one on it. Which we're able to then gift to our track manager, track maintenance guy, Gino. I don't really have words for how much effort and passion he put in. He's not asking for anything. He was here at 9 p.m. He was here at 6 a.m. Patching the holes, watering. Absolute mission. It wasn't just this weekend. It's been days, weeks before this, and the club days. So that was amazing. Metro Hobbies, Rubrics, Blockhead Motors, Model Engines, Model Engines provided us 2 of our AE kits for the raffle, and Coty as well came on in amongst all of their Worlds preparations and support. They also came on as a major sponsor to support us, and they got a couple of batteries in our raffle shortly. And then all of our other sponsors, so we've got Dragon Punch RC, we've got Berserk RC with our local carbon guy, Fan RC, Plague Bearings. They provided good sponsorship plus a bunch of vouchers that we're going to be able to give away in the raffle shortly. And then Coswork. Coswork has provided a huge range of their really cool products for the raffle. We've got Speedy RC. So Speedy is known to many people around Australia. He's been absolutely fantastic. He also provided us with some JC racing wheels for the raffle. So that's super cool. Hobbywing. So Hobbywing provided us the super coolest 23-turn brushed motors that they created for this event for our 89 revival, and all the speed controllers, so the 1060 brushed speed controllers to go in all of our 10 cars, which worked flawlessly. They looked the part, so they were really cool. And then we've got JC Racing Products, provided all the replica wheels for the 89 revival as well. We've got GP3D, which is me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And RC Hobbyland, also with the AERC 10 40th anniversary kit. Campbelltown Hobbies. And last of all, we've got to thank our world famous Gourmet Cafe for providing us some gourmet snags and drinks, cold drinks. So yeah. Thanks,
Takes a village, doesn't it? Huge support from across the industry.
Yes, yeah. So it's just so many people have contributed, whether it's a little bit, medium, lots, it all adds up and it makes this happen.
Fantastic. Thank you, mate. Lou Solar, lastly to you, lastly but definitely not least. Mate, well, let's start with a personal reflection, a personal highlight for you from this last 4 days.
It'll probably take me about 2 or 3 weeks before I can actually digest enough of what happened this weekend to be able to give you a solid answer to that one. The last drive I just had today at race number 13, I drove a friend's Kaijo Laser ZXR, a car that I haven't driven since 1994. It wasn't my personal car, but the last time I drove a Laser ZXR was 1994, and within a half a lap, a flood of memories came back. And again, the Vintage Bash, this is what it's about, the memories. And I'd say it's muscle memory, but I don't think it was muscle memory. It was just that feeling of driving the car again. And also seeing a lot of the guys step up and try to help us run this event, because it's not just our event, it's everybody's event, and I think the word is slowly getting out that the more hands makes it better for us and more fun.
Speaking of more hands, making it better for us, a lot of hands helping to put this event together. You got a few thank yous as
Absolutely.
well. Absolutely. The other guys.
I touched on it a little bit earlier, but obviously not on the live feed. Tony Gray was one of the founding fathers of the Vintage Bash, together with myself and Aaron. It was over a conversation about running old cars. He ran a mini-series here in Australia. He does all our artwork designs. He's been doing them now for the last, what a billboard, eh? He's been doing it for the last four events, and he just keeps stepping it up. This year was a Maru Ninja, one of my favourites. I never got to drive one, but anyhow. He also painted the 1989 Craig Drescher body. Now, the car that Craig Drescher drove in 1989 at St Ives was painted by Dallas Matheson, and he was a gun. He has, we saw the Rory Cole version of that body here, and when we had it next to the one that Tony Gray did, it was incredibly accurate. So hats off to Tony, he did a ripper job. Also, Hursty. Hursty is one of the guys that races vintage with us all the time. He helped us with a lot of the stickers for the 89 revival cars. A lot of the stuff you can't get, like the number stickers and stuff. So he digitised a lot of the photos and stuff and made the stickers for it to make them look like they were the real deal. Damien Toll also did a heap of stickers for us, the Vintage Bash 4 and for the Hornets. Paul Mansell, another guy that races here quite often, he did a bunch of artworks for the banners and stuff that we had, just to make the place look like something that throws us back to the past. Josh Barlow also made us a bunch of banners. Jason Dixon made us all the old school, I don't know if you can see around the track. We've got some Tamiya Yokomo old school Team Losi graphics and stuff like that.
Very cool.
Also a shout out to MCI. They supplied us with that artwork to be able to make these, so thank you very much, Nathaniel. Geno and Marshy gave us a lot of ideas. Geno and Marshy from Queensland, our Queensland brothers, how to run a bigger event. They have quite big numbers of charges, so thank you for that. Also, Jason Millwood, also known as Bormac, RCTV. He really pushed our events hard on his channel to let the world know what we do, and hopefully you guys, if you get a chance to look at some of the footage that's come out from this weekend, you'll appreciate and maybe take on board some of the stuff that we're doing. It's just all about nostalgia here. Without saying, Gino, he's just a human machine, a human track grooming machine. In the rain, he was working on the track. At night, he was working on the track. He probably slept on the track. I'm not sure, walking around barefooted. Maybe he's getting the vibes from the track. But the work he did is magnificent. And I look at the track now. If you look down at the surface, it's just absolutely unbelievable. Neil, the Hungarian hitman, mastering the Gourmet Cafe, together with Matteo and Ushan. Fantastic, thank you very much. Jeff Kirby gave us a hand on the computer. Jeff, thank you very much. Tim McClure did some track work early in the piece. Justin Vergunst also, he arranged his brother-in-law for the scaffolding. And of course, yourselves, Tony, Matt, Scotty Guy, Mitch on the mic. We couldn't have done this event without you guys, so from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
Our absolute pleasure. We love being here. Folks, that brings us to the end of VB 4.0, Vintage Bash 4.0 2025, a 4-year journey so far. This has been the biggest RC car race meeting in Australian history, not just in vintage history, in Australian history. I think we're coming back next year.
We will be coming back next year. Whether we come here or not, no comment.
In time-honoured RC Race Media sign-off fashion, on the count of 3, it is a see you next year down the camera from all 4 of us.
We'll see you next
Folks,
year.
wherever you are around the world, come back 2026, bigger and better. See you next year.